Okay, good day, guys. Good day to you all. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the channel, guys. So, we have to talk about that big game yesterday, Jamaica versus Canada. Right? 0-0 stalemate. We have to talk about it. We have to dissect it. Right? And of course, this platform is for you guys to give your opinions on it. Right? A 0-0 stalemate. A game that I thought was there for the taking. Right? A game that I thought was there for the taking. Right? We were up against it, to be fair, from a personal standpoint. And then sadly, all of us, would have picked up an injury during the game as well. But with all of that being said, I still think the game was there for the taking. Still think we could have gotten it. Honestly. Honest to God. But, we want to hear your thoughts and your views on it. Tennessee, big up, man. Big up. What's happening, man? What's happening? Bless up, man. Thanks for being here. And thanks for being on the watch along last night with us as well, man. Roderick, I'll go and bounce. You change your profile pic. Just a regular R now. Big up, man. Big up. Yeah, man. So we have to talk. We have to talk and we have to dissect what took place yesterday. Honestly, I personally, it's so strange because before the game, I thought that we were in trouble. I honestly thought we were in trouble before this game. Honestly, I honestly thought that we were going to be in trouble before this game, right? But honestly, Canada looked flat. Canada surprisingly looked, out of sorts. They didn't look like the usual Canada. Okay. We should have won. Oh, it was a game we should have won, Formula, but we were depleted as well. Yes, we were. We were. That is so true, Tennessee. But am I being unreasonable when I say that I think the game was there for the taking? Honestly, am I being unreasonable when I say I think that game was there for the taking? I thought we could have won it. And if we cannot win a game like that, let's be real. Well, in my humble opinion, it was a poor game. It was a scrappy encounter. Canada were not their usual selves, right? It's certainly not the Canada I've seen in previous World Cup qualifying games and also in the Gold Cup, right? If we can't win a game like that when a team is well below what they usually are, right? I mean, I know some people want to look at it from a positive perspective. Oh, we got a point. We didn't lose. We didn't get run over. We didn't get what many people expected would have happened to us. Because many people expected, including myself, I thought we were in real trouble in this game, right? But we have to bear in mind also as well that Canada did not have their full complement of players on the field either. Right, there were some noticeable absentees. Buchanan, Hutchinson, right? The number 7 was on the bench. He came on late into the game. Right, these are big players for Canada. Right, we named the Toronto FC fullback, Laria, I think is his name. He didn't play either. He didn't play either. So, I thought that this was the perfect opportunity for us. Honestly, man, I thought the game was there for the taking, and at one point, for quite some time, it looked as if the game was getting away from us. Right? I thought Tappa took too long again to make the necessary changes. And the change that he should have made, the change that the game was screaming out for, he did not make that change. He did not make that change. You are finding excuses for Canada. USA is the best team in CONCACAF and the group. Yeah, man, I agree. It baffles me when people say Mexico is the best team in the group. I think people are going off of prestige, so to speak, when they talk about Mexico. I think it's clear, from my perspective anyway, who the new powerhouse in CONCACAF is. Well, they have always been a powerhouse, but I mean in terms of the top dog in CONCACAF. Right? In my humble opinion, the top dog in CONCACAF is the United States of America. It pains my heart to say it. I don't like to say it. Right? There's nothing that upsets me more than to see the United States of America being the top dog in CONCACAF right now. I would much rather the Mexicans. Right? But we just have to be real. Right? So nobody, well, I personally never said that Canada was the top dog in CONCACAF. But, you know, they are one of the top teams in CONCACAF. And they are a team that was always going to be there or thereabout, right? In terms of, you know, qualifying, making the top four. The top three are either the top four. They were always going to be there or thereabout, right? And they were always seen as a team that could squeeze in, right? But the fact of the matter is, yesterday they did have some key players missing, right? And they did look poor. I think what, you know, interestingly enough, I think what that Canada performance showed us as well, is that Canada might not have the depth. I think that shows us Canada might not have the depth. I think that showed us that Canada might not have the depth. Because some people say it's the field. I think it's the depth. Right? Some people say it's the field because even the likes of Alphonso Davies was underwhelming. Jonathan David. Where was Jonathan David in the game yesterday? One of the top strikers in League One. A League One winning striker. And I don't know if you did see him in that game there yesterday, but I see him 1 and 2 times. I see him 1 and 2 times. So some people say that is the pitch. Right? I don't know. Whether it's the pitch, whether it's the lack of depth on the part of the Canadians, fact of the matter is, Canada were surprisingly poor to me yesterday. And I think even they realized, I think even the Canadian coach realized the limitations of his team by how tentatively they started the game. And I was saying it on the watch along. I was saying to Javon was on the watch along with me, right? And I soon read your comments, guys. And you know, JT was on with that on a time for me as well, Otis and, you know, all the other guys that jumped on. And I was saying it, you know, Canada started the game very tentatively. And I think their coach started the game tentatively because he himself realized the limitations of the players that he put out on the pitch, barring the likes of, obviously, and Alphonso Davies and Jonathan David. And, you know, there were other quality players on the pitch as well, don't get me wrong, right? But Canada looked flat. Canada looked flat. It's the worst I've seen Canada in quite some time. Honestly, it's the worst. Whatever the reason is, whether it's because of the noticeable absentees that they have and they don't have the strength in depth, whether it was the heat from the sun, them couldn't deal with the Jamaican sun, whether it was the pitch, whatever the reason was, Canada looked flat. And I thought the game was there for the taking. I thought the obvious change that was needed, he did not make it. And that was Roof. Roof should have come off. McGee should have come on. Right? Either him swap Roof with Nicholson and take off Nicholson, put Roof as the number 9, put McGee, the substitute, as the number 10. By the way, why did Bobby D. Reid start out on the right wing and Roof start at the number 10 spot? I don't understand that. The man put a natural number 10 out on the right. And while Kemar Roof has played in the number 10 spot, I mean, I think it's clear for all to see that he is a makeshift when he plays in that particular position, it would have made more sense, in my humble opinion, to put a natural attacking midfielder at the number 10 slot and put Roof out wide as the winger. That's another thing too. Sometimes I have to wonder if the gaffer watches these players for clubs, for their respective clubs, or if he does any research on them any at all. Andre Williams says Formula Mexico should have scored at least 6 in the game they played against Honduras. I didn't get a chance to watch that game for obvious reasons. Well, you know, I was we were still dissecting the game even after our game. But yeah, I think it ended 3-0. I think it ended 3-0. I still think Honduras will be a tough task in Honduras for us, though. I still don't think Honduras is a walkover for us personally. But yeah, man, I'm going to try to find that game, Andre. I'm going to try and see if I can find it and watch it. Right. By the way, if you guys have like a DVR and you guys record the games, you guys can hit me up on Instagram and let me know. I would really appreciate if I could get some of the, because some of the games I do get them in, and some of them I don't, because I don't have a DVR. Right? I need to buy one. I'm going to get around to that. Sometimes I get the game, sometimes I don't. Chris James, Mexico best striker. Funes Mori is T. Is T. I don't know. I don't know what you mean for say this, Chris James. Funes Mori is a decent striker, you know. He needs to probably be a little bit more clinical. But he reminds me of a more technical version. Now, I shouldn't say they're kind of two different players when I think about it. But just from the perspective of their ability to get in good positions, just from that perspective, I think that he reminds me a bit of Shamar Nicholson. He reminds me a little bit of Shamar Nicholson. Just from the perspective of him getting into good positions on the pitch. Yeah, man, Tennessee, I agree they were there for the taking, man. I worry that if we can't win a game like that, what game are we going to win? By the way, smash up the like button, guys. Free and easy way to support the channel. Smash up the like button. Smash up the like button, guys. And I drop the link in the comment section and pin it at the top of the comment section. You know, you guys can jump on and we can talk some ball. Formula, who are the replacements for Alvas Powell and Jamal Lowe? Jamal Lowe, what happened to Jamal Lowe, Eagle Republic? Update me. Something happened to Lowe? I know Alvas had to be taken off, but I didn't know Jamal Lowe had an issue as well. Educate me, Eagle. Educate me. That's news to me. Rogelio Funes Mori is one of the best strikers in CONCACAF. Yet the Mexican fans don't want him in the team because he was born in Argentina, but now a Mexican by citizenship. So Mexican fans are not a fan of Funes Mori? Okay, I didn't know that. If they had sense, they would welcome him into the team. The thing with Funes Mori is that he does need to be a little bit more clinical. But apart from that, he has a very good game. He has a very good game. That would be interesting. If that is the case, Chris James, it would add more credibility to my argument that it's not just a Jamaican thing. Because you know a lot of Jamaicans are kind of against the UK-born players, right? While I don't support it, you know, it's not. I don't think it's only a Jamaican thing. I really and truly don't think it's only a Jamaican thing. Right? I think all over the world. Right? All over the world, we have seen other countries right? All over the world, we have seen other countries, a certain segments of their certain fragments of their demography or their jurisdiction, so to speak, opposes some of the players that were not necessarily from the country or born in the country, right? I don't support it. Don't get me wrong. I don't support it, right? As long as the players show me commitment, I'm all good. Woon, big up, boss. Big up. What's happening, Woon? What's happening? What's happening, Woon? There are different websites in Andre. Just Google the matches. Google a match and like Google full match. Google a match and Google full match and you will see some of the matches. I don't remember the sites off the top of my head right now. I can probably get back to you on that. Funes Mori is okay, nothing special to me. Yeah, man, he reminds me of a much more technical version. A much more technically good version of Shamar Nicholson. Right? But just, always getting in good positions, but never really seem to be clinical, you know? Honduras or Mexico game is not a good barometer. Honduras was playing with 10 men. How long were they playing with 10 men for Eagle? How long were they playing for 10 men? Because if that's the case, then that's totally understandable why they got run over. Heard that Jamalo apparently could only play 2 games. Yes, that's true. Yes, that is true. Who is going to be his replacement? With the JFF, you never know. Or with the head coach, you never know. That's true, Kimar. I did hear that as well. And that if I'm not mistaken, has come from credible sources. Yeah, man, Eagle. I know what you mean now. Yeah, man. Bless Woke Dream. Bless up Woke Dream. Bless up Tennessee. Bless up Eagle Republic. Right? One giving you guys a shout out. The JFF was trying some Anansi tricks by trying to limit Jamalo to keep low under 180 minutes. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting, Eagle. That's interesting. But yeah, honestly, man, I I thought the game was there for the taking, man. I thought, and that are the thing why we can't. You see, if Tappa do the right thing, and it not work out, I can't understand. I'm not gonna really beat him for that. Honestly, I'm not gonna really beat him if him do the right thing. But when you not do the right thing and you're tall, man, honestly, he should have gone for the game. And then, you know what upset me too? You know what really upset me too? After the game, he was smiling and his body language was positive. How can you be smiling and your body language positive after that particular performance? How can you be smiling and have a positive body language after a drawn game that we should have won, that we could have won? A game in which we desperately need 3 points. I don't understand that. Somebody let me know how that work. Honestly, man, honestly. Honduras captain got ejected in the 49th minute. Okay, interesting. Did the goals come after the captain was ejected? Was Honduras under significant pressure? That's why the captain, got himself into problems. So what happens now? Do you qualify? We have the tools to do it, but we are in desperate need of a manager. By the way, welcome back to the channel, Dean. Aston Villa FC. We have the tools to do it. We have the tools to do it. We have the tools to do it, no doubt about it. We have the tools to do it, but we desperately need a coach. Guys, hit me up in the comment section and let me know what you thought about. Let me know what you thought about Tappa Whitmore's body language after the game. Were you guys as upset as I was with Tappa's body language after the game when he was smiling? The bench also seemed to be a bit chirpy. Were you impressed with the body language of the Jamaican contingent? Pick me up in the comment section and let me know, guys. Because honestly, I am a bit ticked off by Tappa. Exactly. Smiling. How can you be smiling? How can you be smiling after that Canada game? By the way, smash the like button, guys. Free and easy way to support the channel. It helps us to get the video out there even more. Right? So more people can see it and come on and be a part of it. Right? How can you be smiling after that game? Guys, let me know in the comment section. Is it just me alone, or did you guys think the game was a poor and scrappy game? Did you guys think the Canada team was there for the taking? And did you guys think that Tappa Whitmore could have done some things differently to get us the 3 points? Do you think that Tappa showed enough guile or enough ambition, so to speak, in that game? Especially in the second half, right? Look, we're pressed in the first half, right? We're pressed in the first half, right? By the way, it's one of the better pressing performances I've seen from a Tappa Whitmore Reggae Boyz team, right? Okay, we're pressed on a number of plays, right? We didn't press for every play, obviously, but we pressed for a number. On a number of occasions in the first half, we found ourselves pressing, and we found that Canada could not deal. They could not handle it, right? My thing is, in the last 30 minutes of the game, in the last 30, 25, even 20 minutes of the game, right? Why did we not press Canada? You realize we never really high pressed Canada in the second half. We did it on quite a number of plays in the first half, but we never did it any at all from my recollection in the second half. We assumed a mid to low block. Hit me up in the comment section and let me know if it's garbage I'm talking, guys. Hit me up in the comment section. To me, that is not ambition. You see, in that last 20, 25, 30 minutes, we should have been intense front press, especially with the substitutes. Especially with the substitutes, the fresh legs. We should have been engaging in an intense front press, try and play the game further up the pitch away from our goal. And I realized that Canada was making inroads at the lack of quality on the Canadian team on the day, you know. Why we never in a trouble in that last 25, 30 minutes, you know, because the Canadians were going for it, you know. The Canadians, you realize, yo, it's so crazy. You realize for the first half and for initial stages in the second half, the Canadians weren't front pressing. They weren't front pressing. It was sort of like a mid block. They weren't front pressing. In the last half an hour of the game, they were the ones front pressing. They were the ones on the front foot. in our home, in our backyard. What we should have done, we should have been the ones on the front foot. Tappa should have pushed the team further up the pitch. We should have front pressed, especially with the subs. First of all, the subs came too late. Second of all, we should have engaged the Canadians in a much more purposeful and intense front press in the second half. In the final 30 minutes of the game. We should have put on Tyreek McGee as well. Because what happened, especially in the first half, when we won possession of the ball in the front press, we won it in dangerous positions, The ball usage of the team was poor. Especially Kemar Roof. Whole heap of times Kemar Roof get the ball. Whole heap of times. And never his ball usage in the game was poor. McGee should have come on in the second half, especially with the fresh legs, front press the Canadians, high press, intense press, make them uncomfortable like what we did in the first half. Right? We'll get the ball to McGee when we win the ball in dangerous positions. And McGee would know what to do with it. Right? You give McGee specific instructions. No go they go ramp with the thing, brother. Young general no go they go play with the thing, brother. Me I put you on the pitch, you better engage in the intense high press as well. You better press the man them. You're a substitute with fresh legs. Tappa need for make Tyreek McGee know, say, brother, me I put you on, and you better go there, go engage in the intense front press as well. You better do that. Tappa need to give the man strict instructions and put the man out there and make the man know, say, brother, you go press, and when you get the ball, X, Y, and Z you need to do with it. You know, I never put on Tyreek McGee. I never put on Tyreek McGee because of Kemar Roof's work rate and work ethic. Now, my thing is, all of that work rate, all of that work ethic, but we still couldn't keep the ball. It was clear we needed quality on the ball. I don't know, man. Let me go show you guys comment section. Let me go through your comment section because I know my comment section in a phone comment section. Seeing? His body language is always wrong. The man laughed after the Panama one and looked happy yesterday. Nil-all is nothing to celebrate when you need a win. I agree 100%, guys. Smash the like button, guys. Free and easy way to support the channel. It helps us to get the video out there as well. And also, the link is in the comment section. You guys can feel free to jump on and we can talk some ball as well. By the way, we're gonna go through the stats as well, because to be honest with you, I'm not going to lie, Up to now, I'm gonna look on the stats, Up to now, I'm gonna look on the stats, I'm gonna look on the stats. I've looked on the game stats, the overall stats for the game. But the individual players are up to now, I'm gonna look on them stats. I'm not gonna lie to you. Up to now, my vibe broke, brother. Every time the Reggae Boyz play, my vibes broke. Every time the Reggae Boyz play, up to when I look at the stats with you guys a little bit later on of the individual players, it will be the first time I'll be seeing the stats for myself. I never even looked on them last time. I never even want to see them. Honest to God. McGee played 3 games with no assists, no goals. Stop put pressure on him to take Jamaica. No, Drastic, we're not putting pressure on the young man. Drastic, why bring a player for a particular purpose? right? If when the scenario arises for the player to shine, when a scenario in the game arises where the particular attributes of the player is called for, why you bring the player if you're not going to use the player when we need the player, when the game is calling out and screaming out for the player? Justice is not about putting pressure on Maggie to take Jamaica's football forward. He was the only person on the bench that could provide what we needed to win that game. The midfield was just flat. Right? Kemar, Roof. Even though he got himself involved in the game, his ball usage was poor. No creativity, no nothing. All Tappa wanted from the midfielders was work rate. Right? In a game like that, when we see the 3 points and we can take it, man, we needed to go for it, and Maggie was the only person, was the main person that could have helped us go for that game yesterday. So Justice is not about putting pressure on Maggie, right? But what is sense you bring the baller if when the game requires the baller, if when the what is happening in the game requires the particular player's attributes, why bring the baller if you're not going to use the baller? Seeing he was the only player off the bench that, from my recollection, was on the bench that could bring off the bench what we needed. We needed Maggie. We needed a player like that in the last 30 minutes of that game. It just so happens Maggie was the only one on the bench who could do that. So it's not about us putting pressure on the young man, Justice. It's not about us putting pressure on the young man. I think Tappa smiling and the team being upbeat and a little bit more relaxed is a good thing. They can exhale. No, Kemar, they cannot exhale now. No, Kemar, they cannot exhale now. Boss, we're in a one dilemma. With Nation, I don't think the current squad really realizes, I don't think they realize the implications of what is taking place now, I tell you now already, guys, if we don't get to Qatar, the JFF will incur crippling debt if we don't get to the next World Cup. If we don't get the prize money for qualifying for Qatar, the JFF will be in crippling debt. And that will affect us for years to come. Not only 2026, but also possibly 2030 as well. That will affect us in probably decades to come. It will cripple our national football program. These boys, they need to get to Qatar. The man them need to be, look, I now say the man them to be stressed out and nervous and panicky and anxious and whatever, Seen, but then now is not the time to relax. Tappa need to realize, say, yo, we need this thing. The man them need to depend them toes, brother. They need to know, say, yo, Jamaica's football needs this. We don't want it. We need it. We need it. Good day. Who is this? KP?
Yo, Kemar, man.
Okay, it's the first time seeing you on my program, though. Have you been on before? Have you been on before?
No, I know it's never come on the program before.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because I say your face now look familiar. The first man see up on the program. Where are some boss?
My first time I come on still, but I always watching you still,
Okay, cool. Much respect.
I do want to just clarify points still. What I say is, everybody a panic right now still, I say, a team need for jail.
Are you make the comment, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool.
So I come and come clarify the thing. It's I say. What I say is, the reason I think can exhale now is like a team tense. I don't know if everybody, we as fans, we feel the tension. So you can imagine how them feel. I play football, I do track and field, play basketball. Yes, I'm going to lose now because Canada I live. So I'm going to lose yesterday. It's me I say. So my thing good. So a draw for me, disappointing still, because the game they did it for the taking. You're right, still, the game did it for the taking, so Tappa should have go for it. But you also keep in mind, say, the man them tell, well, me listen to you, me listen to coaches Dex, IMAX, all of the man them. Come out of me that work, me nothing else do to listen to the man them. So you two there for one side and me work up on the next side. That's me I say. So
Cool.
but in a real life still, it's like this. The team have to relax. I don't know how you see the game yesterday, but that game was a Tappa game. I make a comment on IMAX the other day, I try to show them, so yo, I go on. We are get Tappa a team before the Gold Cup even start, where I say, yo, we need to play more expansive football. You know what I mean? Football work, flashy. That's not Tappa, brother. Tappa is a man that play hard. Tappa hacker style football and Tappa style football. That game yesterday, beat up people, rough them up, force them to play our style, dirty football. If Canada play them football yesterday, no, we're in trouble, you know. Serious trouble. But we know that already, so all we have to do keep Canada out of midfield, and Canada does not play through the midfield. Don't think we can play that way and beat Honduras. Honduras play through the middle. Canada play through the wings. You understand? We try that game. Yeah, we try that game. I can get a red card next game. If we play that, if we go, and Aka play in the next game, like how Aka play in that game, you might get a red card.
That's a very good point to raise about Canada playing through the wings. You know, that is so true. That is so true.
So yeah, my take, Panny. Why your take? Honduras play through the middle, then play a more traditional style ball game through the middle. You think we can go into that game with Haka in the midfield pan a yellow card and get 3 points from them?
To be honest with you, I didn't think we could get a point from this game. Right? And we got one. If Honduras is I've seen Honduras games in this World Cup qualifiers and also in the Nations League as well, and also in the Gold Cup. If it is the Honduras that I'm seeing usually play, especially going down to Honduras, it will be a difficult game. It will be a difficult game for two reasons. I think we struggle against teams like that in terms of teams that have the technical ability, but also have the physicality. Right. And I think that's especially why Panama has been a very difficult team for us over the years, because not only their players are good technically, and they have the physicality to match us as well. Right. So it's gonna be a tough game, especially down in Honduras. You know, I'm gonna post a picture on one of my, I don't know if I'll post it in my community on my YouTube or on my Instagram, but I saw a very interesting picture when I was watching the US versus El Salvador, right? And I saw the policemen when Reina went over to the corner flag to take a corner. The policemen had to lift up their shields in the air when Reina went to the corner flag, so that Reina could take the corner in peace. Because you see, them not do that to the man.
The fans them.
A bag, when I say bag, I mean word of mouth to reach Reina, you know, man. I mean, they see them place there, them Central America place there, it's hard for God them place to go get results, man. When they enter them, and I like, oh, a stadium, where the stadium them empty, you know, man. Stadium them ram down there, so you know, man. And tens of thousands depend on your brother.
And say be a bad people that play for Jamaica right now. Man, I use them thing, brother.
So they say they're not intimidated by that.
I can't intimidate them, the man. Then the man, they watch a program, the man hears the man threaten man live with gun, then come back and play for his team, allegedly. You understand? So, I be a bad people up on the team, man. I just think we need to tread water until we can get our players them back. We need to go down to Honduras, get a result. People are going to complain if we get only 1 point and panic even more. But a point in the neck, I don't know if people pay attention. every team was supposed to dominate, including the US right now, a struggle. Every team a struggle. These are trying time. With COVID happening, every team a struggle. So all we need to do, tread water. Hope for the best. Everybody will pray. Let's go and pray so Leon Bailey can get healthy and be match fit for the November round. Know what I mean? And we get Mikhail come back. Somebody, an angel can touch Ravel on his shoulder and say, yo, just run out, man, and so I can go and full, man. And we get the team back fully. And a fully fledged, and people need to stop this English BS and Jamaican. Me all enough remember one game, Dean Burton. And when time that I go on, no man now say English band player, Jamaican band player, every man a beat the pot cover them. When Jamaica beat ball past people. And if people remember this for track and field, when you see them both at your track and field and you and Blake, everybody I say, yo, the man am the greatest thing. Nobody remember the woman them. The woman then start tear up the thing. And the other day man them say, yo, me could get the male team, I kill them, I kill them. Nobody remember say them did that tear up the place before the woman then take it over. Make Jamaica win 2 games in a row. And the whole of the Jamaica jersey them start sell again. And Jamaica the greatest thing since sliced bread. But you know where we're this, you know what thing going on, you know where we're this. Now we're not going for it. You know I truth me at all. Now we're not going for it. That's why you're take on it still where it come to. I think by right we did enough to beat Canada. We were unlucky. Think at 2 times we hit the bar. Kemar get a clear one at the 6-yard box if you just put it home. It's when time you're under pressure, you get there mentally, relax. Him head a ball and I try to place it perfectly. If we go in Honduras, play the same game, Grant go play, wife Grant can't play with it, I don't know. But if him in the midfield, I'm comfortable. Right? I think we go down there. Jamal Lowe not playing is gonna be a big. If we know say 2 game, no man, if you play start the man, no, brother. 2 game, no. Pay for 5 minutes, they game 2 still 2 games, no. So with me praise, I feel like we can go at Honduras still, get a result. 1 point is still better than none. We're up on 3 points. Everybody beat up everybody at the top of the table. I think we're about 4 or 5 points out of 4th place. I think the team fully healthy can reach the 3rd place. That's just my opinion on it still.
With this current coach?
Hey, we beat up Tappa, but me can tell people this. Me always say it a hot take. Tappa not gonna wait. Tappa finished the World Cup campaign, and they can't fire him. If they fire him, the next person, remember they have to bring in, let's say even the assistant coach take over. Him still need a coaching staff because him not gonna use Tappa coaching staff. So him still need an assistant coach, other people. Keep Tappa with him there. The players them. This is my only reason why I say that Tappa. Tappa don't have a dressing room. Tappa don't like English-based player them from Tappa playing in 98. Him not gonna like them now. Tappa believe that the local player them, the man they will not make the money out of yard, need to eat food too. And I say what I would think. Man go for Aka, brother. And I like other players, we can play the position there. When I time I swear I can get a red card, I said I can do an interview after the game and said the referee was a little bit soft this game. I said I got a red card if you get the brother. When I say I can go for a tackle in a 18-yard box now, you can hear Blake, I can know. I laugh like a joke thing, but that's serious thing.
You man, I kind of reckless that game, man.
Yeah, man. So
bad man.
All right. So, but a two-style football, this brother. Beat up people, bully them, make them submit and play our ugly game. But like me saying that thing, a draw, ease the pressure for the man them. The team look more upbeat, them look relaxed now. You know what I mean? Like shit, we get 1 point done. So if we ever lose that, the campaign done. Cause well, I man them know that.
Yeah.
You know that man them probably
dejected.
Yeah.
You say some things, right? Honestly, I agree with you. We're not doing the preview to the Honduras game now, but I do agree with you. I think it will be difficult to expect of the team to go to Honduras and get a victory, right? I think, look, the same as always play for a victory. You know, when you aim very high, so even if you don't get there, but it's gonna be very, very difficult for us to go down to Honduras and get a victory, right? But one of the you talk about the way we play and the physicality and that's how Tappa wants to play, right? In my humble opinion, it is not enough because not only do other teams in CONCACAF have the physicality as well, but they also have the technical ability as well and the ability to play good, attractive football, positive football, progress. I don't see, I don't see no other team in a CONCACAF having problems progressing the football up the pitch,
Hold on, Formula. Let me answer a question. You watch the JPL too, though?
Yeah, occasionally, yeah. I haven't gotten to all of the games as yet, though.
Okay.
Because I don't watch it live.
When me at Jamaica, my charge them like to go watch. So I go with them, right? And Tremy and Stuart was on my ball with them, living in my community, a garden pen. So anytime I play, me go watch them. What you do now? The same way all the Jamaica national team play are the same way the JPL play. Most teams, you have one or two teams that really move the ball through the midfield. But that's how the team them play. Catch it at the back, you have two fast winger. I just look up. I'm a goalkeeper, and I say coach teach you to play too. When you get the ball, look up on the wing and just put it up there. And the man then run it down. And you might have a good forward. You put it on him foot, him catch it, and wait upon the team to come up to him. Bypass the midfield at all times. You know why? The midfield never good yet. And if you lose the ball in the midfield, the next team will come back at you. Watch Blake. Blake's for all the good with Blake though. If him could have passed the ball out of the back, no matter of fact, him not trusting defender them with the ball in the back line. So he not give them. None of I might take that on it, but Blake not trusting defender them.
It's a reasonable take. But I always go along. It hurt my spirit every time I see Blake run up for go kick out the ball. Me say it hurt my spirit. Me say, good God, man. If one game like this we cannot build out from the back, right? With short passing, intricate passing, right? Progress the ball up the pitch. If we cannot do it in a game like yesterday, when will we ever be able to do it? You saw the stats for the game?
I see some Mike, I did catch a post-game reaction, but I forgot the gym, so I never really get to catch whole light still, tell you the truth.
You know how much possession we had in the game?
You know, so I don't know for sure.
30-something% possession. No, man, 30 yard.
30 yard?
Yep.
You know, so it never looked that bad, tell you the truth. I test it never looked that bad.
It did look bad to me. We couldn't progress the ball. It is a serious. We couldn't progress the ball, and even when we were high pressing and we won the ball in dangerous areas, even when there was time and space, and the Canadians were discombobulated and out of position and disorganized, we still couldn't hurt them.
That's true.
Still couldn't hurt them.
That's true. Let me ask a question. What do you think about a midfield trio? Yeah? Because I think Maggie need you see all of the game really give Maggie I kind of hard for him to when they make a take and I say say Maggie the dope play right now couldn't make TFC academy team based on him playing style, him slow bad. But if him have a Anthony Grant behind him, right? A player CDM and a DG near the midfield with him. What do you think about a midfield trio there?
DJ, Daniel Johnson.
Yeah.
I've never seen that midfield play. Here's the thing.
Them never in the same game yet. The them never available at the same time.
Never at the same time.
No.
It could work. Here's the thing with that. I'm gonna be all right. Let me tell you why I have an issue with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
DJ is not a deeper line midfielder. He is not. When, in my humble opinion, when you look at him play in a deeper role, in my humble opinion, he looks like a makeshift. He is a number 10. Really and truly, a DJ and Maggie should be battling it out for the number 10. And if we short our winger, if we have enough wingers, D-card over Reid as well. Right? So let me tell you, you see the thing is not only the ability of players, you need to progress the ball, right? Is a proper structure.
Coaching
The coaching, brother. And also another thing that is key is also the mobility of the players. To have that linkage in the middle of the park. Right? Either the mobility of the players from the standpoint of their ability, or the mobility of the players from the standpoint of the instructions on the coach, patterns of movement. Seen? So it's difficult for me to really say if a midfield like that could have worked for Jamaica, because given the context of who the coach is, even if it could work with this respective coach or with the greatest of respect to him, it wouldn't. Even if it could work.
Kind of agree with that still, because like I play on some bad team, and like when a goalkeeper get like you see a Blake stay, so what I always stay as goalkeeper, we are good stoppers of the ball, right? So me play a Canada on some bad like provincial teams, but I play for one really good coach. We team never good, but we did hard for beat. We were very organized. Our defensive unit was very disciplined, and we have two really good midfielders. So we play the ball through the middle. We don't win a lot of games, but you also couldn't beat because you couldn't get in the 18-yard box, and it's hard for beating from outside the 18-yard box. So we didn't win a lot of games. We had a lot of draws, right? But what that do is it put pressure upon the opposing team because they're always knowing that they're better than us. But once you have to open up, I mean, enough people say Jamaica should open up and go for the win. But if you go for the win, and then Canada sneak in one.
And that is the thing to, no, but all right. Make a flesh this out, right? Because in all honesty, KP, the way I saw it, the game was being played in the latter stages of the game. The game was being played mostly in our half. That is dangerous, If Canada did have quality on the evening, who could have been serious problems, I don't blame my coach, if him do the right thing and it don't work out, Me not gonna blame my coach for it. If you do the right thing and it don't work out, me not. But when me gonna beat you for is if you don't do the right thing. That me gonna beat you for. Because Kemaru should never have been playing as the number 10 in that game. From the start of the game. Me can't wrap my brain around that, KP. How you have Bobby D card over Reid, a traditional number 10? This number 10 is a main position. A lot of people, because he played a lot on the right channel, on the right wing channel for Fulham in the Premier League, they think he's a winger. But most of our right midfielder, but most of his games, if you do the research, most of the time he's playing as a number 10.
Yeah, I recently start watching him still, because I don't know, I start watching game them because I play for we. So I start watching game.
Yeah.
But if I pre Shamar play 90 minutes, I mean, I agree, I even get all of the goal for Jamaica so far. But me feel like, say...
No, Shamar did come off, man.
No, the game before.
Oh, the game, okay, cool.
Yeah, cool. Play 90 minutes a game before.
So
me feel like in a game like this, me feel like Andre grade him and Tappa value for a fight for the same girl. Tappa nah play him unless he have to play him. You understand what I say? You have to give people chances up front. So you couldn't bring Shamara for the bench because you still going to use him for the Honduras game too. Right? So you could have easily put Roof in the middle. You know you play Jamal. If you are going to take Jamal off of the bench, might as well start him. Get the best out time, get the most out time then. Right? And look at that. You cannot, a lot of people ball for Maggie. You cannot develop a player by not trusting the player. When the player go up on the pitch, you must scared to make a mistake. In a game like this, you don't have a creative midfielder. Why not play the youth? If you're going to lose, win, lose, or draw with him, it'll build up him confidence and help the youth along. Right? We ball feet, and so we want Tappa play more expansive. Tappa try that out. I cast with the Gold Cup. I mean, that try a thing. I don't think him should have changed the him style of play.
No, but you see the thing now, KP, you know why it costs we? Because him don't know if to do it properly.
Brother, a man and a coach, that in a man switch from saying a coach to manager. Who am manage? Tappa can't manage nobody, brother. Tappa is not no manager. Hey, listen to Tappa do an interview. It's an intellect, it's a serious thing. Listen to Tappa speak to the media. You get me, I say? And tell you which part of man intellect there. And if you're intellectual, you can plan out a game and execute your plan. Tappa seem like a man go home and go bar, go have a beer. And then when the next game come, he put some man on the pitch and hope for the best. It don't look like him plan out the thing. Remember, man, you play Canada and you know Canada. Me can't tell you Canada play down the channel them. You should have a really good midfielder. Like your midfield should solid because Canada I go give you time to play on the ball. Watch all of them game. Them give you time in the midfield for play on the ball. Terry Maggie, I love that. Nobody never tackle him.
You think so? You think Canada give time in the midfield?
Look on the Canada game.
Mm-hmm.
Them play away. Look on the game of them play the US. Look on the game them, man. Look on the game of US play away. Look how Honduras. Look how Panama play away. Then they give no time in the middle. Like, touch the balls and run on fire. And they know we're not good. And I say we're not good enough. Let me rephrase that. They know say we're slight with the ball in the midfield. So they run on way. Canada give you a portion. So you see Canada give it so much time on the ball. I just in the knees. Okay, cool. They might give you so much time to play the ball. Yeah, put Tyreek in there then. But it take a coach, a man where think the game along with the other coach and the other team to see that. You understand what I say?
Yeah.
Them say fire Tappa. But that's a fire him too. The only reason why is if in any other country we love football like we love football in Jamaica, in any other country, Tappa losing the Gold Cup, if we lose in the manner in which he lost that game. 5 games, 2 points. We are fire him all draft for one JPL coach already. Now tell the truth. The man will probably go for Cavaliers coach and say, yo, finish out the season. Bring your coaching staff and finish out the rest of the campaign. It can't get no worse. I say, man, that pre, it can't get no worse.
Yeah, can't get no worse.
Yeah, that's my take on it still now.
And that's why I did so upset when I see Tappa a smile after the game. Because I say, brother, one, this is not a positive result. Because as you rightfully stated, it is not reasonable for any of us to foresee. As a matter of fact, it's not even, I don't even think it's a smart move to try and play a more expansive style of football down in Honduras. Right? I don't think that would be wise.
No.
I don't think that would be wise. As much as Honduras might be right above us in the table, in terms of positioning, me see the man them play. It's not and as somebody alluded earlier, they got a red card as well. That would have put them on the back foot. Right? I don't think that's why in the Mexico game that they just got 3 yesterday. I honestly don't think it would be a wise move to do that. This is the game you should have gone for it.
Yeah, you go for it at home. Yeah, man. For real, you go for it at home.
Especially when the opposition no good. Because Canada was not good.
No, they might try everything to lose. Canada try everything to lose us then. Everything to lose. And still walk with that point. In the Mexico game, the coach come out and say, indeed, we shouldn't get a win. After the Jamaica game, the man just glad to get the 1 point. Man glad to escape with 1 point.
Tennessee. Yeah, all right. To be fair to you, I see where you're coming from. I agree to a certain extent. You know what? On second thought, I agree. But here's the thing, right? Roof was not being effective in this particular game in terms of his ball usage. Right? I don't know, Tennessee, from my perspective, the game was screaming out for Maggie.
Yeah, but formula. What Tennessee says, when Maggie in the midfield, Maggie no tackle. Him not drop back as deep as Roof is dropping back. Roof
The work rate Tennessee I talk about.
Yes. So when Maggie in the game, look, for him, Maggie play like Tappa, you know. That's why I'm surprised Tappa not play more, you know. Tappa is a slow player. He's not a big tackler of the ball, but when him get it, it's hard for you to take it from him. So I think I just work rate. I think I the work rate. So
yeah, man. Bless up, coach. We link little later. We link. But yeah, I mean, honestly, man, it's just that are the thing. It perplexes my spirit, man, when I say, because that also tells me the mentality. I don't think the right mentality is there. It baffles me how the man rejoice after 1-1 at home against a poor looking Canada team.
Well, on the formula, think about this for a second.
Sorry, KP. Sorry for cut your KP. But before, just don't forget your comment. But just look on this. Look on the comment. 36% at home against a poor Canada team.
That don't play through the middle. That weren't. Hey, follow this for a second. We have an aging team. We refuse to play the youths them. We refuse to play a Maggie. We refuse to play Javon. We refuse to play what the next young midfielder name again, man?
Lamar.
We refuse to use the youth them. Look at all the other teams. The 18-year-old youth beat with down America.
But are our young players ready to do KP?
I think Javon Brown can play. I watch him play in the MLS. I think he was ready.
KP, you realize that every single team, KP will play with, you realize where is their point of attack most times?
Right on right foot.
Always a go to the right hand side.
Yeah, but they love Alves. Hey, and you know what it is? It's not that Alves not good enough. It's not that him not good. He's not disciplined. It's not that Fisher not good enough.
Alves not good.
That Fisher can play enough. He's not disciplined.
All right. Let me tell you with Fisher. Let me tell you the thing with Fisher, right? And I agree with you to a certain extent about Fisher. Fisher, from a technical standpoint, is a good player. In terms of his first touch, in terms of his ball carrying ability, so to speak. By comment, hold on, let me finish first before you buckle me. Let me finish. I think technically the player is a decent player, right? However, the major, there's two things. One is passing is poor. So that aspect of his technical game needs to improve as well. But the major thing with Fisherman is up your so. Up your so no good with Fisher, brother. The man, I mean a disrespect when I say that to Fisher. I don't know if he needs to learn the game more or if it's a personality thing, but his decision making is extremely poor. His technical know-how. Because you have technical ability and they have technical know-how. The technical know-how not dead. The man always do some stupidness on the field. And a dash is like the man it take him more while.
Hey, so you not play a whole heap and you get a run. You're happy if you run enough.
That's fair.
Yeah, you try everything you can. Because what you try to do now is you try to show. Say, yo, it's me tell you something for the end of the thing. So that's the reason why I say You have to give people a chance. You have to give people a chance to the team gel. Formula, 5 game. Which out of the 5 game them? Which 2 game out of the 5 so far? We start the same 11 players. Even 8 out of the 11. Think about it for a second, you know. Even 8 out of the 11. At what point in time you give them a chance to gel? They start Maggie that game, you bench him in the next game. Which other team play like that formula? You start Maggie that game, you bench him in the next game. You bench for 2 more games, you play him on next game.
I'll give you an even better example to support the argument. Look at Romario Williams. Started the Mexico game. Has not even been seen in the squad since. It's like the man drop off at the face of the earth. Only Tappa. Look, but it's not even like a Maggie when him drop to the bench, you know. I said the man bring in Romario Williams, you know, and put him on the bench, you know. The man bring in Romario Williams and start him in a box. And then nowhere to be seen since the man just out of the picture completely, you know.
Not even select him.
Mercy. I'll give you an even better example to support your argument. The selection is an issue.
I agree with that. You can take an organization. The other them tell somebody this. I say, you listen to me say this is most famous comment me hear. I'm laugh every time me in a bad mood. Me say it to myself. You think a party shop this? Every time I feel aware that I might comment in my head. Think a party shop this way road?
Yeah, man, party shop, man. We know who party shop is, man.
Professional, you know. That's a man that's supposed to be a professional, you know. One of the head where they up there, you know. I manage this thing, you know. How much higher you think their chain of thought is than Tappa's chain of thought? If we get a good coach right now, he's going to leave because them man, that's how they're going to talk to the man. It start from the top and work our way down. Tappa say the youth team, and they say it need to start from. Tappa the head coach. Tappa can talk to the coach of the youth team and say, this is the style of football we need the youth them playing. How much of the youth them from the under 20 level make it to the national team?
But I'll tell you this, KP. I'll tell you this. Joey Desert and ability right now is arguably indefinitely in the conversation for best CDM we have available to us from an under 20 representative of ours. Where is he? I'll know Tappa and even look on the man.
All right.
So Tappa is not even practicing what he's preaching.
And that's truth. But like me say still, that's why upon all of the program, the man them say, yo, fire Tappa every day, man, I mean, I say, yo, me here, man, we name Jay Taylor say, yo, and it's next day talk to Jay Taylor, tell him say, yo, him sound like an intelligent young youth.
Yeah, man, very, very intelligent.
Yeah, him start the petition, and the whole of us sign it. Yeah, man, that's serious thing, man. You are going now. You see, if we get out Tappa, it's all about, we get rid of Tappa, you know, but enough people say get rid of Tappa, you know, but you want to know, why next step? Can we have to put somebody in there, you know?
Boy, KP, the argument is anybody will do right now. If anybody must give it better than what Tappa. KP, I think Tappa is, I hate, it pain my heart for say this, KP. It pain my heart for say this. Because I root for Tappa. Up to a while ago, I did still depend the Tappa bandwagon. I want to see Tappa do well. But I have to be real. The man is a poor coach. I have to be real. He is a poor coach. He don't have it together. He not ready. So that's why you see the Reggae Boyz fans, them so anxious. They must say, oh, right now, anybody will do.
Yeah. All right. Cavaliers. Cavaliers just win the JPL.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So being that when this program start before the first round, before the round start, the man must say, "Yo, 5 points are Tappa out." By right, Tappa should be smiling to his way home. And we don't have him replacement lineup because we know him then not going to win the game. So them should don't have him replacement lineup. That's why I tell you, so Tappa now going to know for that campaign. Yeah. We are going to ride out that campaign. And we are going to nervous every game. Every game we are going to nervous.
Can't we not trust him?
Kimo, 1 second before I rope into the convo, Kimo. By the way, respect our manners, thanks for coming on. I just want to ask KP this before I rope in Kimo, and we want Kimo opinion on this as well. Anthony Grant. Give us your thoughts on Anthony Grant, KP.
I think Anthony Grant is real quality. This is what Anthony Grant needs, though. He needs 2 more players in the midfield who can hold the ball, who can give the ball to in confidence that they're not going to lose it. Because once he wins it, you can't take it from him. You have to foul him. So Anthony Grant with a Tyreek McGee, I think is a good combination. Right now, with the current squad that we have, I don't know who you play else with him, but I think Anthony Grant out of our team, the team is a totally different team. Anthony Grant with the team is a totally different team. So I trust Anthony Grant in the midfield, so holding that down. Yeah. I think them play a hacker like behind Anthony Grant and Low coming back. That's my take on that.
All right, cool. Kimo, welcome to the program, boss.
Welcome, man. Good day.
What do you think about Grant?
I mean, he's a good player, pretty good player. I mean, in the latter part of the game last night, I saw where he won that ball and passed it in the midfield, and that's where I think Taxi got that shot off in the end of the game. The keeper pull out a save. Well, of course, he's good. He just need to find that right combination for him to play alongside him as well. He may be a person like seeing him playing again with Ravel and maybe Maggie. So with also with Speedy. The combination between him and Speedy in that Costa Rica game didn't look that bad either. Speedy Grant and Maggie. Or Speedy Grant and Ravel for the future games to come, or Speedy Grant and or Daniel Johnson.
I like that combination still.
He's good. But I don't think, and I'm sure even the blind saw that in the game yesterday. I don't think Javon Watson should be in the team. We shouldn't even have to stoop to that level. I see where we're getting a counter in the first half, and it's Roof going for the ball, and Javon
Watson tackle him.
I mean, leave that. That's a communication. This guy is not ready, and him unfit, and the whole time I was worrying throughout the game with both him and Fisher, because in the first half, yes, I like the intent of playing the rough and roughing up the Canadians, but you have to pace yourself, man. Hot-headed. He was behaving hot-headed. And
he was rushed.
He was picking up senseless fouls. I think he could have got taken off in the first half. He could have got a second yellow because he's not thinking. I mean, I was Tappa, I would have pulled him, if I'm in the first half, You see him bust. In the first half. But Tappa, I mean, Tappa needs to be more strategic and tactical. I mean, I'm not a footballer. I didn't play football at the highest level. But we here as fans can look and see certain changes. You understand? Because none of us expected Javon Watson to start yesterday, I mean, with the addition of Grant. I wasn't expecting him to start. I was expecting the speedy grand combination that took place in Costa Rica. I wasn't expecting a Javon Watson. No disrespect to Javon Watson, but I think we passed Javon Watson's.
Agreed. But Kimo, I on the flip side to that, while obviously me no want Haka nowhere near the team, right? As I think a JT said, him no want a JT. I think a JT said him no want Haka and I see him parish with the national team. See? So if them they are Kingston, him need for their Westmoreland. See?
Far. Send him far.
But I can while for me personally, I would have preferred somebody else to have been in the team. I would prefer from his perspective.
I would have preferred a young CDM out of Cavaliers team, knowing that our young CDM from out of the Waterhouse team. You understand? Give one of those guys a chance. I could have understand. I mean,
without the experience.
Without experience? No. I'm just saying because I think at the time it reached a level where we didn't have any more changes to make. Where concerned. So, but I think we
didn't plan to bring on Speedy. So
what about Kevin Lambert? We had Kevin Lambert.
You're going too far, man. You have our people in any team. Speed it up on the bench. Speed it to start alongside.
That's what I said. That's what I said. But that's what I said. But I'm talking about when the squad was picked. We didn't have to go for him, but being that they went for him, being that they went for him in the first win, I know that they're gonna go for him, and he's gonna cost an extra quality player to not be in the team for I see it, because look at this. The coach said that Ravel Morrison, some of the time we have to make some tough decisions. So you're telling me that no that you prefer to have a Javon Watson in your team over a Ravel Morrison with quality. If we had a Ravel Morrison in this team, in this squad for this window against a USA team, it would have got at least a point. And if we got a Ravel Morrison yesterday,
we could have won.
We could have won again. And even though we didn't have Ravel, we still could have won against Canada yesterday if he used the right tactics, the right strategy, and picked the right squad. But he never seems to do anything right. I think give me one. Let me say one more thing. I think also to how things is going with this team, I don't think Tappa is really making any decision for the team to even pick up a point. The decision is down to the players how they play. We can't depend on Tappa. We have to depend on the players to win a game. So don't feel special. Yesterday we got a point and Tappa smiling after the game as if it's because of his strategy or whatever he did to make us get a point out of the game. That save from Blake proved crucial. You understand? But to be honest, the team can play without a coach right now. Maybe we'll start getting some results. Having one or two person with respect in the team.
That's a bad Kimo. That's a bad.
Yo, it's just you can go ahead.
Yeah, man, KP. Go through KP.
Yeah, get Tappa a lot of credit. I said tactics and Tappa have none of this something that man. I like your J Taylor talking. A lot of people don't like him. But him talk facts. And him talk in mind, our opinion. And a lot of people don't like J Taylor's opinion because he might talk some things that nobody don't want to hear. Aka, I think he might tap a bridging. So he might start all when we have a Brown on the bed. Yo, the man is a different. Them start to see them, and we lose with them start with wing back where everybody has nothing in the team. A centre back. And we have two of them on the bench. Man of a ball said, the team not the money. And them call up a centre back and left him on the bench. And even after we lose with centre back, them still leave him on the bench and move Haka into the centre back position. Tappa say he's playing the player them where him trust. You understand? And him trust them people. Like me look at Haka and I say, yo, brother. You know, Haka say, me I play myself back into match form. How can you be playing yourself back into match form when you have players playing every day for their club?
That's a good point, KP.
I think the youth them need to get a chance. What about Javon Brown? The youth's a good player.
Javon. When we ever start try find a way to put these guys and fit them in the team, it's full time we rotate the squad right. Even though we can change players, but we now make the changes that is obvious. Like the fans can actually say, oh yes, it's time now. Because it's like every game Alvas Paul is playing and limping, you know, they look 100%, you know, since the Gold Cup, you know.
Physically, something has been wrong with him for a while. You can see.
And it seems like he wanna play regardless of whatever is going on with him, and that can actually cause him to be out for a very long time. So give yourself, if you think you're good enough, because he's one of the senior person in the team right now because he's been playing for a while.
Yeah.
So give himself some time, man. I mean, Javi and Brown, they need these guys to try for filtering in the team. Do you think that we have to find? You think playing with 2 CDMs would help us? 2.
It depends. It depends on the game.
Yeah.
Depends on the game.
Yeah, but I wish Tappa was trying at least to have 3 formation that we play, or even 2 formation that we play. One, because nowadays in football you see that some teams are using 2 CDMs. They're playing at 4-2-3-1. Yeah, most teams are using that formation or 4-3-3.
But even when you see a 4-2-3-1, you know, the 2 deeper line midfielders, it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 CDMs, you know. It depends on the roles and the functions as well. Because sometimes it can be 2 CDMs, sometimes it can be 2 number 8s. You'll be shocked to know sometimes it can be 2, and sometimes it can be a number 6 or a number 8. I think that's what Tappa is trying to do. I think in his mind, I think he wants a number 8 and a number 6 in terms of the roles and the functions playing alongside each other. I think that's what he wants to do in his mind, right?
Well, to be honest, with I love for no Tappa personally. The reason we didn't want to worry about the football and come share.
You know what the reason with nobody when
I like to find a bar where him go sit down or go drink about
you need to talk to him in a bar or a barber shop. That'll be a heated conversation.
Him could all peel out him head if him go into the barber shop and broke all much buckle and
yeah, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if him have him own share and him trim him own self.
Yeah, man.
The barber shop in Jamaica is the place for him.
Right now, it's the number 1 enemy right now in Jamaica. You know, take it or leave it. You know, Tappa is the number 1 enemy.
Yeah,
right now, if Tappa vehicle broke down and him have to walk in a downtown, we can tell you. Him have it to deal with.
Yeah, but
support if you have a bulletproof vest and a helmet.
Hey, watch that thing, man. See, sometimes in life though, family, we're our own worst enemy, you know. Because we get some quality players, and like I think I would like to see a team where we line up our best 11. Not who we think should play enough, but actually the best 11 that we have available to us in their actual positions. And see how we go about it. Because right now, Tappa...
Hold on, let me draw from a banner, KP. Let me draw, where my banner there? Where my banner there? Go through, KP. Go and talk.
Yeah.
See my banner, look on the end of the screen. Yeah, man, I'm my banner that, man. Go through, KP. I have to draw from a banner every time somebody come up with an argument. Yeah, man.
I true, though. But that's the truth, though, fam. That is the truth. Because, like, you play the man, them, like, me did expect to see a lineup like when put out there still, no, because Tappa say, I think in an interview, I say, you're going to see some different things. We have to try something. I'm going to say, The man just, I said, John won't start this son. Dangerous. Man just have to try a thing. Yo, in my whole life, me never hear a quote say that yet. We have to try a thing. So we all try some unorthodox thing. No, you can't try nothing unorthodox.
Right now.
Build. Each game supposed to be a build-up. So at game 5, if we lose 4 straight games, but we can see where the team are going. So we can see the coach's vision. So we see where the team are going up. So we lose game 1 in Mexico. I mean, I say it was a hard-fought game. Nobody expected us to even be that close. Game 2 come. Okay. Game 3 came up now and we lose. I said, yo, I don't want the game 2 we lose. And I say, you know what? I don't want the English band player them. First time jitters. Me never expect him, Michael Anthony, if he even want to come back. Now that time the man have to run up and down up by front like when they play pass the ball around the donkey up front. You know, you're young guy play that game, they were 4 months up in a circle, you kick the ball around him. So the man have a big man run up and down. I mean, I said, okay. Man, them don't look good, but that's all right. Because we're going to the next game. The next game, all 3 games and 3 totally different games in the family. They will come back now, you know. And in the Canadian game, we beat up the man them and we get a point out of it. Reason why I said the man them can excel now, though, family, is this. I think the team are going to be like, okay, we get a point. I'll build upon this now. So I'm really looking forward to this game, you know. I really look forward to this Honduras game because, believe it or not, I think without the only change on the side, I think what going to happen are the fact say Loa come back and Alves hurt. I think them play the same Tappa, put the same player them out there. Because Tappa say he play man them when trust. So I think Tappa put the same team back out there. Alves Paul out of the side and then bring in Low back in the middle there, so in the central defense. So I think at the first time, so actually I go see the team repeat, which would probably be a good thing because the player them are played with each other. So I think it's a good thing. Start the game with the man them, see how it start, right? And then you can make changes because we have a lot of good changes on the bench. That was my take on that. I think you have to find some consistency in it.
Yeah.
Because the next round formula we get Mikhail, we might get Leon. My boy the name we play with Leon down Bayer Leverkusen again.
Oh, Gray.
Gray. We might get Gray. We might get the Murray Gray. So what we are gonna do now? We might get what do you name again play right back for win the first game? Go again?
You mean in the Panama game?
The first game, I think I don't make Mexico come. No, I'm playing Panama. Yeah, Panama. Where's Harding? Where's Harding might come back? We Amari Bell fit.
I tell you this much, at any point in time, Javon Anderson could arrive as well.
All right.
I might do a video on him as well because I have some information as to what is kind of holding up the paperwork with him. So you guys can expect that. But yeah, man. So yeah, man, continue KP.
Yeah. So at November window, we'll see a whole different team. Not for them man, not forget family. This is just my opinion, but not for them man where I get selected. Them not forget selected. Them for sit back. Me play on teams already where a young goalkeeper come out of the him come from Canadian youth, you know, but him play ball in the States. And him come. And me rate myself as a really good goalkeeper. And when the guy come and the coach put him in the first game, based on how we play, he was a better fit than me. And we only have youth for a limited amount of time. And when the coach pick his side, the coach said, coach, I look at me and him like, you know, I say, coach, play the youth. The youth play good last game. Play the youth. If you not play good, me dead. You understand what I say? Me dead, me can go in, but play the youth. The youth play good. So you know as a man will love Jamaican football. There comes a point in time when you have to say, yo, when you look and say, yo, a man like Haka, where you go, brother? Your time come, your time pass, you get your time. As a bridge in a Tappa and so start on Tappa and say, Tappa, you know, I love coming inside, but you are going. You have to boss you them because guess what? It's about the future, not the past, not the present, but about the future. If we don't qualify for that one, it's still okay. You understand? we not some debt, but we can't say we not debt, brother. And when time I go up on a website, go look at jersey, come I need a Jamaican jersey, And I'm go draw back to my 98. It's my rock. I'm still have my 98 jersey. I'm go draw back. The man, them not serious. Not even play them name that up on the back of the jersey, them. The man not serious.
No Mikel or Leon Bailey jerseys to buy.
All right. You know me, the like it from Ravel coming inside me and say, yo, me like the ball there. And that he would just say, he wouldn't play, but just like him vibes, I like him energy. That's why I like the ball there. And I'll get out. I have 1, 3 or 4 jersey already, but as a baller, as a fan, you want to see name on the back of the jersey. Not just in number. You want to see name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah.
If I pay $100, well, $1 shy of $100, which is like about 120 something Canadian, 130 something Canadian. For a jersey. Brother, I don't want just to Jamaica panny.
Yeah.
You understand? Because those are memories. This World Cup qualifying at the last. Alves can't come back. Maybe Tappa come back for the next qualifier. You know Jamaica lose a whole heap of fans. So all the mass of them broke and them now try carry the fans them with them. And the fans them get their money, The fans them now feel at the stadium, Because no matter where the bootleg link them there, we are finding the game and watch it,
Yeah.
So guess what? If you reach out to the YouTubers yourself, coach's desk, all of the man say, you are going. We are marketing, we low up our funds, so you are we don't know. We are sponsors some show them. I want to push the Jamaican brand. Make some fans, some people they even know about the thing, start buy some jersey and thing. You understand? Not some money make, man.
All right. Yeah, let me just read out that super chatter from Tennessee, Louis, quick and fast. Tennessee boss, big up, man, big up. Much appreciated the super chat as always, man. Tennessee is saying formula. I asking how come they say the English players are not committed and they are the ones wishing the team good luck, even when they are not playing. But I have never seen Bailey do it. Interesting take, Tennessee. Interesting take. But this commitment issue, we will never hear. I mean, everybody a question everybody commitment team, man. We will never hear the end of this commitment issue. But I will say this though, Tennessee. I will say this though. I ask myself the same question. How I didn't see a particular player. Me not say him never do it. Me never see it. Me never seen a shout out or nothing like that for the team. Me not say him never do it. Me personally never see it. So I think this is a fair statement. I think this is a fair statement. I wanted to talk a little bit though about something that Kimo said, right? Because Kimo said something interesting, right? I think that my beat Tappa because obviously Watson shouldn't in on the side from day one. Right? Everybody and their mother know that. See?
Mm-hmm.
But now that he's in the side, put aside the fact that he is in the side, right? Let us just forget about that he should not be in the side, right? He's in the side, right? So let us just deal with that, right? I honestly can see why he started. I'm not say this here because then good buckle me because as I said, it's hard to guys. It's hard. I want to understand.
Talk, man. Your opinion,
Mega but the more people for understand what me I say. Forget about the fact that Haka is old and slow and should not be in the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Many people think Speedy is a better option than Haka, right? Fair. Facts. I can understand why he left Speedy on the bench. Because in my head, the reason being would be for Speedy to come off the bench and give us some attacking impetus in like the last half an hour of the game if we needed that attacking impetus. If you guys get what I'm saying.
Why not start him? And if we need a defense, why not start him? And if we get a goal, right? Later on in the game, bring in Haka then, block it down. Why not start a Jamal Low over what name again? We play Flemo. You see Flemo? Flemo get lucky once in a while, no brother. And when he get lucky, you know, we're happy, you know. But Jamal Low is quality.
True.
So why not start Jamal Low on one of the wing, Kemar Roof on one of the wing then, and seeing as you don't want to start Tyree McGee in the middle then, put Bobby Reid in the middle then.
So the quality, the better players are on the bench and out of position as well.
There we go. You see, the reason why I'm say it a while ago, I'm gonna say it again. One of those is not normally ball for coaching, because you see players at the end of the day, the coach can't go up on the pitch. At the end of the day, the coach can't go up on the pitch. Team days them done. So when the players them go out there, them have to figure it out. Every man at Jamaica a baller until you go up on the pitch. What we can say we want to say in the formula. But until we go up on the pitch, we don't know. So that say you don't know until you don't know until you know. So when the man them go out the formula, the coach put 11 of them out there and all the way a baller. So you put 11 man out there, a fool no job now, forgot to go do no job. We are ball for get rid of the coach. But the coach put almost what the English band player them out there in the Jamaica, and we get three love. You know man they happy when they score all the second goal per way. Yo, the man them I think the man nationality of Brazil we play against, we man them start laugh and they watch the other team body language and I say, look, man going to pitch. I feel say if Aka did out this, so Aka get a red card. Cause Aka line up somebody. And hospital now miss him. Guarantee we man them out there cocky. That's the only reason I like a Javon Watson in the team. Because something you have to take it personal. That's what I don't see in the team right now, family. None of the man them don't take it personal. So we as fans take it personal. See if Whitmore they take it personal, and they probably all step down and they probably say, yo, I go on. Man, my ball for my head, you know. See so, I go do. Let's see if our next man can do better than me. I gotta just walk away from it. Him not do that. Aka. Him not love Jamaica. Him not love the team. If Aka did really love the team, Aka wouldn't play. Aka da walk away. Me not say anybody no, cause like me said, him play okay, and him going to the back line, and him do a good job organizing the central. Yes, man, experience, cause all of that use are experience. We can't say the man is a bad option around there, because the man help keep a clean sheet against a very talented Canadian team. So at the end of the day, but if you love it, brother, you have to walk in front of it. When a year time come, you have to walk in front of it. Give the youth them a run. Make the youth them play, because if you keep youth them on the bench, what you gonna do with the big man them now?
Yeah.
That's just my take on it still. But like me say, enough excuse to make for Tappa still. I'm make enough to, because I talk to my brethren them, I say, no man, you want the Tappa in them and I play them. And a JFF select man them.
We run out of excuse now. Which other excuse you can find? When you're looking at excuse book, we'll book out. No more excuse. No more, my boss. Not more excuse, Tappa. No more excuse.
Hear the latest one. Voila, hear the latest one. We know said Tappa is a defensive-minded coach, right? And we get Tappa a bunch of offensive-minded players. The amount of forward and midfielders who we get Tappa. And we not get Tappa no defender. And no stop Tappa about it. No, you need to do. This time of the take a Tappa excuse. Tappa main excuse is him don't have a good defensive midfielder. So we give him Grant now. And Grant available. And him said the English based player them not committed. And that's the thing we are going on, you know. All of the Jamaican based player. Well, you know, based on Jamaica, them play everywhere else except Jamaica. But
okay.
Jamaican band player them now.
Then you can imagine if you must say that. Imagine if cause them will cost the bloggers and say anything what them want to say. But the bloggers have an impact on the football just the same. drawing the attention of the nation right now, because a lot of people never really pay attention, and JFF now do really do much to draw the fans' attention towards the football. And the bloggers them put in work.
Kima, a cataract in a man. If it wasn't for cataract in a man,
would have Grant.
We would not have Anthony Grant. And me have to big up cataract for that, because let me tell you something. You see this Anthony Grant brother is what the man play with a level of intelligence in a man. A high level of intelligence. You can see whatever he would lack in ability, you can see that he came up in the Chelsea ranks, being the understudy of the players that he was an understudy of.
I can tell you that. I can also tell you that if I'm gonna tell you, if Tappa loses work today now, he can't even coach a team in the JPL right now, a team in the JPL now go want him, you understand? So if we get a better coach, maybe if we get because we did watch Ryan FC last night, and Craig did touch upon some good points. You understand? And I only wish him have the knowledge about coaching and management and strategy, like where Craig have. You understand? Only if you maybe have half, we would have do good. But maybe I can tell you, you have a man out there can do the job for less, and we can get a result right now. You understand? Because young guys like what's his name? Or he was alongside with Schaefer the other day, the JC former JC.
You mean Miguel Coley?
Yeah, we're not approach a football or the football should be approached, because everybody take things off of stages. I come like a brain drain right now, because since he was alongside Schaefer then, and Schaefer gone, and he's not at the helm right now. He should have been the one. It's like you're grooming somebody, and then him gone, Tappa come in and play. We're not doing it. We're not on a structure. We're not on a structure on the field, and we don't have any structure off the field. We don't have a plan. We don't have what's there for the youth coming up. We're blind. Going forward, we're blind. We're always in another position here. If we don't fix this, we're gonna always in this position. World Cup or something, it's 4 years, and that's why every 4 years, you prepare, from grassroots come up for this, and if and worse now, World Cup I plan to try to do every 2 years now. What that means that worse. When that 2 years now, for we then. This is something we should have learned from the 2018 World Cup. We should have planned from 2017 and look into players. And that's all right. These are the players going forward. By this time, they would be 24. That's almost England do it, Germany do it, Mexico, all of that country do it. And we can see that, we as fans can see the culture and how they do this stuff. And what are we doing? We have a league and we can't even pick a CDM from out of the league. We can't even pick a CDM. We shout at some players and we can't even look there and pick the best of the best. The
coach now go play them. You see man then call up the young central midfielder, the central defender, and the man put Aka in a back line. The man put start Alves in a know that Alves hurt and start him.
All right. Now that we get on that, I'll put up the starting 11 on the screen. I'd love to hear Kimo's opinions on the starting level and the players that were on the bench as well. What do you think about this starting 11, given the context of the players that were available?
Okay. For me, personally, all right, you know that in this game, I see a lot of, I don't know if the surface was affecting the game as well, but this is a surface. This is the best surface. The second best surface we have is Mosasaba in a park and Captain Norris Borrell. The new place where them have. You see me? I see where Rufus controlling the ball and the ball bounced off his foot and gone way over here a few times, but you see that you were seeing the fighting spirit from Roof, that he actually wanted to prove a point. He wanted to score. I mean, Roof can play where he started, behind a Shamar, in a number 10 role. You understand? So didn't have a problem with Roof playing there. But for me, I thought I never expected a Flemings to start for one. I was expecting Jamal Low. Some simple obvious changes, like okay, so Damian Lowe is card out. We were expecting to see Javian Brown.
All right, so I could critique the back line first. Javian Brown over Fisher, you say?
Javian Brown over Fisher.
All right.
Regardless of the situation, I know it ended yesterday. Because remember, this Canada team were missing out a lot of players,
Yeah, man.
Guys on form like Tejan McKenna, Jonathan David was there.
Yeah, man. David was there, man.
Richard Araya. If Richard did out there, we then a problem.
David was out there, Kimo. You just never see him. Nobody knows David. He lost in that game.
In last in the game. Richard Araya. If that you would do that problem,
yeah, man.
Love attack.
Kyle Lauren.
Yeah, they were missing a couple of players. Atiba Hutchinson as well.
They were missing about 5 key players.
Yeah.
But to be honest though, it's just sad to see that we have to resort to guys like Aka. And it pains me. Just as
I say. When I get to the midfield, Kimo, I could critique the back line a little bit more.
Look on the back line, right? Start. Mariappa, I believe Mariappa was there in the team regardless. But him start. Alvis Powell. Why not start? What do you name? Topi. Why not start Topi?
Because he's an outright centre back. You're putting Alvis in that position. You understand?
Yeah. An injured Alvis Powell.
An injured Alvis Powell from in the what game? What's the game in the USA game?
The USA game.
From the early part in the USA game.
And the easy,
So Topi and Javian Brown. Those are the two changes. And I mean they're young, so they have an understanding together. Even though, and I know, listen, this is it. Agent Mariap has a lot of experience. I'm sure that they would be grooming him alongside him in the little training session that they had. So those are the things that we're expecting. Why you pick a player like that? When are you going to throw him in the team then?
All right.
He's just a space holder. He's just a space holder, I guess.
Yeah, Kimo, me that try to forget if you read Formula banner down at the bottom when Formula put up every time we talk about it. Like
Makeshift. Okay. Makeshift. So some makeshift thing. Makeshift centre back. Makeshift centre back. Makeshift centre back and makeshift centre back Javon Watson.
All right. Can Javon come out and say he can play centre back too? Like that
right now, as no friend, you see him come out and say he can play forward for because Bosa scored more goals.
Bosa score. But a man putting in the comment section said Topi no fit. But if Topi no fit, why you call Haka? When him say that, it means him not fit physically or him hurt.
In terms of the player is not in the best match shape. That is what many Reggae Boyz fans are saying of him.
Worse than Haka?
And that he has been spotted with the same beer belly as well.
So what kind of a man for brother? You tell me the Cavaliers don't have a central defender. Cavaliers just win the league. That means the Cavaliers don't have a central defender who could call up.
Apparently, King does not have a US visa, so he could not go to the United States, and because of that, he was not called up in the squad.
Sometime and I like some look at issue by the way, you know. we can always some problem. When is that one is the other? You understand? Personal issues ever by the way. You understand? Visa complication, passport. Every month is something else. We don't know. Every month.
Me tell Formula so we're going to Honduras and we not go fear them because be a bad man in the team. Yes, my man can't travel, man can't get visa. Be a bad man in the team. Problem we go down at Honduras.
By the way, KP, you said something very interesting. You said you would normally play Mariappa. Mariappa would normally be your starting centre back. Expound on that a little for the viewers. I thought that was interesting.
All right. It's with Mariappa. When we have, I like Damian Lowe, but I think he's a little bit aggressive, and I don't think he play with him head most of the time. A lot of people might disagree. But when we have a Liam Moore around there, if you put a Mariappa alongside Leon Moore, I think that's a better combination than Damian Lowe with Liam Moore. I like Mariappa. I think he play with him head. I think he's very disciplined. That's just my take on that.
Sir Richard,
I soon rope into the convo. So would you because one critique of Liam Moore as well, is that he's not necessarily the quickest. So you wouldn't have an issue with that in terms of playing Mariappa and Moore.
No, because like if you think about it, right? It's when you're playing football, you play with your head. You play the mental game most of the time.
True, especially with the defenders.
Yes, when you're slower, you sit back a little bit deeper. Blake does not like leaving his line. Blake is not a goalkeeper that you play high with. Because Blake does not like leaving his line. Blake's not going to play at the penalty spot. Blake is forever between the 6-yard box and him line. That's where he's comfortable. He's not comfortable playing out. So you play out. So when you have a Liam Moore and a Mariappa, they're going to use the mental. So when the ball are going to play along, they're going to drop back. Because he's a very smart player. Damian Lowe is always thinking that Alvis Powell is gone. So he's forever leaking to that wing. Every time you watch him play, he's always shading to the right. So that's just my take on it. They're not fast enough.
If you look at the goals also, most of the goals scored against us in the recent games from in the Gold Cup. Similar goals have been scored. A lot of deja vu goals. Yeah. No, from the fullback.
Yeah. Like people say, I'm not take nothing from him and play a good on the offensive side of the ball. But if you look out on the defensive side, look how much time I see Bobby Reid in a Fisher position. Look how much time you realize a Haka out there and Fisher track back.
Hey,
but in football,
I watched a video today.
Offense.
Watch a video today that when I was on I Am Sure Sports and the link was there where they're showing both Speedy and Aka and Aka was last in his own position where he's trying to show you the transition from defense to attack.
Offense. You mean you're talking about Jermilla?
Yeah.
From
defense to attack. The CDM coming to progress that ball from
the lack
defense.
of mobility. The lack of mobility.
I must say one time I see Aka get the ball. I come for the ball, I go in position for the ball. He's nowhere there. So I hear persons talking about Speedy. If Speedy should be in the team, Speedy has done a fair bit of work then. Because I don't want to say he has done a lot then. Because maybe persons, but for me, Speedy has done a lot to me. And Speedy has improved.
A lot.
And they look shaky against the US though.
We have to look in. Yes, he would look shaky because he's playing alongside Javon Watson. Javon Watson, I think Weston McKinney tried to pile him 2 times in the midfield. And they were having a feeling. When a quality player is playing alongside Javon Watson right now, where he is in his career, they would look like a fool. They would look like a fool. And for if Javon Watson want to go down in his career with respect, him can just walk away with some pride. Don't let his ego get the best of him.
Mm-hmm.
And if he loves this team, walk away and say, listen, there are younger guys out there that can do the job. I'm just here living off the millions that I made playing soccer for 10 years, blah, 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 Yeah, you have other guys there.
So, all right. Before we rope Richard into the conversation, so I think that's the main critiques of the backline in terms of one, Brown over Fisher, and two, we should have a traditional centre back playing over Alvas. You know what I really, really want to know? I really want to know if Theodore Tappa Whitmore watches the players when they're playing for their respective clubs. Does he not see Javon Brown playing in the MLS and know that this is a much better? He not realize there is a reason every single time the team touches the field. Every single team that we play against, their first point of attack is always down the right-hand side of our defense. Him not think that is a coincidence.
It's not. That's a weak point.
Right now, I'm wondering if the coach is doing his research on this Honduras team, who is their key player. One of their key players actually out. That's Maynard Figueroa. You understand? I don't think he does that. Look at me and look at us. I try to watch all the games of these Reggae Boyz prospect and these persons playing in the team right now. I may not watch a local Premier League, the league in Jamaica, but I watch other players because I want to see the difference between, and I try to find out what is the problem because watching them in this game for us, you're not gonna see the real problem or the real. You understand how they play strategically and how smooth they progress the ball. You're not gonna see that and study the play. You have to watch how they play with better players and see what they can actually bring and try to understand your players. Tappa do not take time out. And understand the players is not only just watching them, talking to them, one-on-one situation, trying to get to know them. So you'll understand it can make the communication also even better when they're out there on the field and you need to pass on a message to them. It would you have to have that like a fatherhood thing going on with you and the players. I've seen that with Klopp and his players and a few and a couple other coaches out there. That's where you're gonna have the belief and the trust.
One may not agree.
One, yeah, I'm a virgin, but I can see why he says it. I think he's exaggerating a bit. I think he's exaggerating, but I can see why he says it.
What did he say?
Moore does not think all aggression and no brain. Pinnock does. I can see why he says it. I don't necessarily agree, though. I think it's exaggerated. That's my opinion, one. But I can see why you say that.
Yeah.
Be fair to you. All right. So that's our criticisms of the back line. And I'm going to take Richard, by the way, did you see the Canada game?
Very good question, Formula. I did not. I was watching a watch along for the first 10 or so minutes on coach's desk. I then had to sacrifice myself for my marital survival and had to spend some time with the missus. I then fell asleep and woke up with a wing and a prayer and hope that the results would be positive. And I'll tell you something, when I saw 0-0, a small smile broke out on my face. I then rushed to see the highlights on YouTube. And I thought that Jamaica, on the highlights, were a little unlucky not to take the 3 points. I have then gone on to hear that Canada seemingly played for the draw and would have been delighted with a point away from home. I feel like an alien tonight. And tonight I'm going to play the role of the proverbial alien formula. Greetings, Chemo. One love. Always a pleasure to see you. I've never heard you speak so much. You're not easy.
Really?
I'm telling you.
Start when him up on the platform, them man.
All right. To be honest, I the draw. It's a draw. Kind of not the result that we were looking for, but I feel good leaving out for work this morning. No stress, no headache. No,
For real, you feel good, brother? Today?
You see formula. You see me I tell the formula. You see the formula say we can exhale now.
We can exhale. No, listen. All right, when I posted that I was gonna be on Talawa TV yesterday, and I was gonna be on the Watch Alarm, people were saying that me have faith. You have faith. You really broke your heart and this, and people have a bag of things to say, but I still believe in them. I don't believe in the coach, but I believe in the team.
It's a very good point that you got.
But I just support them regardless. It's my country. I carry France national team, and it's not that's the place of birth for me, and I have a lot of passion for them. So why not have a lot of passion for Jamaica? My home. Yeah? Why can't I have that passion? And we won yesterday. France won, so yeah.
They did. But it's interesting, Chemo, that I was just gonna say it's interesting, Chemo, that you've said that, and I'm glad you've expressed that. It's been lovely listening to you talk about the game with a passion. Brilliant. Fascinating. I've been listening for the last 45 minutes or so. But what has struck me is a couple of things. Javon Watson, this individual represents somewhat of a conundrum. I heard Watson's performance for the first 45 minutes versus America. That game was 0-0 at halftime. Watson was, in many persons' eyes, a pot-bellied 10 to 15 minute maximum performer on the international stage. Lo and behold, this man somehow got through 90. That was the first shock of this second bunch of octagonal games. 90 minutes. I fell asleep when the second goal went in against Jamaica when they were playing America, and he lasted 90 minutes. He performed, according to many fans' eyes, creditably, exceeded expectations in the first half anyway against America. And in this game, I've heard some people say he did well again using his experience. He's not the most mobile, but he's been chosen by Tappa to do a job alongside Mr. Anthony Judge, respect, Grant. And they've come out with a 0-0 and had a couple of opportunities to win the game. My question is, why is Javon Watson getting so much flack? When he speaks with passion, intelligence. His performance is calling upon all his years of experience. I've seen footage, 8.5 minutes footage of him in his pomp playing for Jamaica, and those 85 or so caps, and increasing now, seemed well deserved. He's performing a task for Tappa and the national team, I think, with some credit. But there's another camp that is suggesting that he's a joke, shouldn't be anywhere near the same parish, yes? And I'm just wondering, as an alien, is there some kind of middle line? Because Tappa is taking the mother of all criticisms, and so is Mr. Watson, when they're trying to turn things around. I think that Tappa is not. Let's be clear. Crystal clear. I've read some features and comments. Let me be crystal clear. I've realized that Tappa is not one of the best coaches around at all. I think Jamaica, if they qualify, would largely qualify despite his leadership. Be very clear about that. But
We can qualify
Mr.
with
Watson,
him and fire him just the same.
Say again, sir.
We can, if we qualify with him, we can say thanks and find someone else.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. But that's hypothetical, and I'm hesitating a little bit as to whether Jamaica would actually take that decision or want that decision at that juncture to be made, because I don't think the players are totally against Tappa from what I'm hearing. But Javon Watson, let me just focus on Javon Watson as an alien. I've landed on Jamaican, on Jamrock, and I hear the name Javon Watson. Close your eyes, take your time, take a deep breath, because this has been comedy hour. This has been comedy hour. And you guys have been providing some real entertainment as you've been laying into certain people. But Javon Watson, fun and joke aside, I saw Coach Minzy, full respect, interview the gentleman. And that pot belly was simply not there. I put it to you that there are serious miscommunication, traducing of Mr. Watson, and he's been unfairly treated and not being given his fair shake. Now speak.
All right, let me give that one to KP. KP, answer your take on that.
I think experience teaches wisdom. So I think Javon Watson right now is using his experience. But to be quite honest, I see the belly. It's still there, right? But it's when you're a big stature like me right now. If I stand up, I'm a flex. You can't see my belly. So when Javon Watson attack, all the man have to do, him said himself yesterday, and I think a coach's desk that interview him, and he must say him no in a match form, but he must play himself into match form, right? I don't think so. Javon Watson should be starting in this team over Javane Brown, over the Lamar Walker. We have quality. Speedy, they on the bench yesterday. Speedy plays well with Anthony Grant. Speedy is better on the ball than Javon Watson is. So for me, I don't think give a man him due. When him going to the back line, him use him experience, the fact that them call him ankle biter in our culture. In the Jamaica, them say ankle biter. So guess what? You see, every time a Canadian pick up the ball, them a look for Haka. Because Haka broke footballer. So everybody a look for him. Smart game. That I said to Formula earlier. This team that Tappa put out there went out there for a draw. Tappa got the draw, which is why Tappa was smiling. We could have gotten luckier. And if we had gotten luckier, then guess what now? Tappa would have laugh. I would not smile. I would not laugh. Right? So, Richard, to your point, I 50% agree with you that you have to give a man him due. When him due, he played a good game. So you have to give him his due. However, I think if he wasn't on the pitch, we would have played better. But we would have need to take out Alves too.
We better comment on Gavin said Watson talking in belly that the interview.
You can just say formula. You can formula. If you stand up straight up, you don't take nothing, you're really then Richard, you feel like the man that gonna do an interview and they push out him belly where it's here on a regular day?
Listen, God no. Keep on talking, brother. Keep on talking, brother. But God no. When I saw the interview with Coach Minzy with Javon, I looked directly at the brother's belly, and I what I saw, it wasn't what I was expecting in no way, shape, or form. Whether it must suck it in,
you saw 2 months, 2 months or 3 months, 5. Which one?
No,
how many months?
It came up. The way everybody that talk, this I think
Yes.
everybody that talk.
Go ahead.
Do we everybody that talk, that thinks that the man was 6 months pregnant. And the truth, that are the way everybody that talk. So I understand Richard says still. Cause one time I say, yo, see Akabelly. Me I said, Chad must start that rough. When me see him still, he have a little belly, but he can't go on. People level of football, if him age right no more, 38, if him age, that is a 38-year-old belly. When they're not playing the ball, I truth.
KP. When we see the man down in Mexico hit the pitch in Azteca, KP, the man did have a serious belly. He did have a serious belly. And I'm not joking, man.
That means he come a long way.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Holy power.
Right.
Good in holy power.
But I think that we have more players out there at our disposal. Who the person that is responsible for the scouting of these potential players and who responsible for the documents, getting them to start their documents. I think they should do a better job, and they should watch the channel, because we know some of these players that actually can play for us than even them, because they're not doing the job, accurate. They're taking offense to these channels too much, and they can learn a lot, and we all can learn a lot from each other. You understand? I could have been on one platform all the time, but I try to go on all the platforms to learn from everyone, and this is a part of my development as well, because we're gonna go places, we're gonna meet new people. We need to do these things, and we are all doing a job for the country. In England, you have AFTV. You have Spurs TV. You have Manchester United. You have Reds TV. You have all these TV. But look when England is playing, all of these guys comes back together.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And so that's what is. No segregation. We just and we all are. All of you guys are doing a good job with bringing out the content. Everyone is doing a good job. The JFF should learn and start getting their JFF live TV or whatever on Instagram and Instagram more active. They should be more active on YouTube. We need to start seeing videos of the training session. Those are the things that we need to start to see. Those things is what is going to actually draw the fans some more towards the team.
All right. I agree with you, Kemo. Then say they want money, but you not market the team. You have to market a product for people sell it.
Yeah, man. Have jersey with another back. Oh, we can't have that. Have a number. Have a specific number for Anthony. Sure, no, a lot of people that buy the Anthony jersey. A lot of people that buy the Leon Bailey jersey and the Rafael Morris jersey, because those three players, name that I just called, not saying they are short players, but they're very important to this national team.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, fun and games aside, well, not fun and games aside as such, but one of the things I've been picking up from a distance, being a Sofa fan and very much increasingly engaged in the fortunes of the Jamaican national team, is that I still believe right now, 2021, that Jamaica on paper, and I think other people have started to allude to this, on paper have arguably the finest crop of talent that they've ever had. But my question to you guys, this is not FIFA 21 football. How difficult, in your opinion, you panelists and viewers and subscribers out there to the Formula Sports, how difficult do you think the Jamaican national coach stroke manager's role is and likely will be, bearing in mind this squad and the players that are going to go out and represent against Honduras are, in some people's eyes, far from an ideal starting 11 for Jamaica? I mean, I'd like to get from you guys, how far away is this squad, this team that is likely to go against Honduras and that played against Canada? How many of those players would make your ideal strongest 11 for the national team? And one more question. Can you tell me, and I've not heard anyone answer me this, the best game I've seen Jamaica play, and they looked anyway, a really sweet team was against Serbia, with Ravel was in the team. But what's the best you've seen of Jamaica in the last few years? Can you tell me that? Because I want to get a flavor and try to get in my head, are we overrating this particular side and the players that are out there? Because the mentality and the ability of this team that we saw against Canada and against America is not the ideal, the strongest team that we have.
I think in that same Serbia game, we were putting a lot of passes together that actually made sense. You understand?
That stood out. In fact, that's the reason. That stood out for me like a sore thumb. Just that alone.
The way we started that game, from, it's not like we were in the beginning we were up and down running, but we started to take control of the ball, started to take control in the midfield. Damian Lowe did a great job playing defensive midfield. You understand? Ravel came on in that game. And he looked good. That was the first time I was actually seeing Ravel or watching him play. Didn't know much about Ravel, to be honest. And that's when I realized he was a real gem. And we need players like that to be in the team. We need players like that alongside Tyreek Maggie at all times. He should be pairing up with Maggie in training, rubbing shoulders. You understand? He should be learning things from him. If I was a part of this JFF setup, how I would I would have this as a tradition and letting local players and the UK players pairing up together. I wouldn't try to have 7 English-based players that is already used to each other together. I would have, in like for hotel room, you'd have 2 players, local or Jamaican born or UK born. That's how I would have it. That's how you're gonna create that kind of camaraderie, that communication between those players. You understand? It's some of the time these are just the simple things that is not letting us connect in the dots. These are the simplest of things. Yeah. But this team though, we have the team. It's not like we have the players that can give us the result. We have the players that can give us the result. And it's mainly the off the field issue that is affecting the team. We have the players, whether even if they are not in the squad right now, but we have the players because we don't have a Liam Bailey for a couple of games. We haven't had Liam Bailey for the start of the World Cup qualifiers as yet, and a few more players. So we have the crop of players to take us to the World Cup next year. We just have to sort out the off the field issue, because you have to sort out the off the field issue before you can go on the field. And once the off the field issue is okay and things is legit, it would be good. And when I say off the field issue me as well, you guys know, sorting out, finding a better replacement in Europe. Whether we don't have the money, I'm just saying, for a better replacement as a coach for Tappa with the experience and can actually bring a lot, that has the knowledge, bring a lot and can change our football culture to what is going on in the other countries. So we can be on the same level or close to the level as them. Yes, or else we're going to be at square one all the time. And I will continue to support my country, because it's my country. Because if we go foreign get a green card, I'm going to get the straight back a yard where I come. So I can develop a lot of passion from now.
All
Somebody
right.
that I remember yesterday, I said, yeah, if I have grapefruit, I say I have a lot of passion for my country to somebody when them see me and they watch along. So I tell them, so if I have grapefruit, if you have grapefruit, you're still gonna get your heart broke from that team. So well, let it be.
All right. KC,
If a ship go down, Yeah, if a ship a go down, I agree with him. If a ship a go down, we are go down with it, cause you're not gonna know how good the good times are unless you really sit through these bad times. Now we live in Canada, and we have a baseball team up at the Blue Jays, and when it was bad, it was really bad, and we sit through the bad times, and sometimes I sit down and I come like cataract, like a ball, more ball. Anytime I watch, I think cataract the formula. And the man I beat him. I say, I love my team. I love my team. Someone understand it. I'm going to feel that. In my office, I sit down, I'm going to feel that. I'm going to feel it. And I say, the man is a passionate fan. The man is.
Yeah, man. Cataract is one of the most passionate Reggae Boyz fans you'll find.
Cataract, I love my team. I love my team.
Hey, I feel that. I feel it. I was on
the
I think tears started more time I made them, man.
Yeah, man. I feel that, man.
But we have to let the players know that we are behind them, whether they lose or they win. And we want to see them do better. We can't bash them all the time. We have to let them know that we're here for them. Yeah. You understand? We have to let them know that we have, I think if we didn't have a pandemic, this team would actually do better because of the fans and these overseas players that is coming in would see the culture and the vibes, the music, and
Yeah, it would lift them.
That would give them a lot more energy when they see how much.
The stadium. And a lot of Jamaica right now, cause when I do Jamaica, like my daughter, I have my phone with me. Most of the time, I have to go up and actually have my phone unlocked and stay on my data instead of going on Jamaican like database. Me do Jamaica right now for watch a YouTube thing, eat too much data. So in the overseas, it's easy for watch them programming and kind of follow along with it. Right now,
I'm using data right now.
Yeah, but a whole heap of time the man them out then really depend on the same thing, So man, no I use up them data they have.
Yep, because that's it. Just like how people say them would. Let me tell you this. Right now with the pandemic and what is going on, nothing, no much excitement or no much vibing is going on because of the new stipulations with the COVID-19 and all. But if we had fans in the stadium, 15,000 fans, let me tell you, that would have been sold out in 3 days because there's nothing much going on. And if it's football, these people have to go and watch to enjoy themselves. They're going to take the vaccine. I'm telling you, there would be a lot. You'd frighten. You wouldn't even realize there was so many people that is actually vaccinated in Jamaica. You understand? Yeah, the stadium would have full.
Hey, in retrospect.
By the way, I at some points in time I've had to use data to even do live streams as well.
Yeah, but in retrospect to Richard things too. Richard I think Bobby Reid, Anthony Grant, Kemar, and Blake are the only ones that remain in that lineup. Not in their specific position, but remain in this team when we have a full squad.
So you're including the bench as well? The bench with Brown and Lowe and Barnes and...
To be honest, I was just looking at the starting 11.
The starting 11.
Yes, Speed is staying at the team. It's just the starting 11. Speed is staying at the team. We have Lowe. We have the bench. Most of them on the bench are staying at the team. They might get selected. Because to be honest, the better starting 11 they dip on the bench. So we really start the bench. And after the man them on the bench, we're supposed to really start. Because me would start in that game, and me start Low over Boza. Because I think him is more creative. I see Boza a chopper man, and the commentator from the Canadian side say, you could see that coming from a mile away. Him have a long chop. And you could literally see it coming. It come like when Blake go pass some ball out of the back and he's like, Blake could not telegraph that pass any better. You understand? You can see that come before it happened.
Yes, some of the commentating was really biased at times, even in the USA game.
The US commentators are like that, you know. Twellerman in name, and the other one, they are not very objective.
Taylor 12-man. They don't seem to be they should be neutraling the whole thing.
Them are go bias towards the country. They're not gonna neutral at no time. Because when I watch the game and I listen to the Canadian commentator them. Because like I say, yesterday my biggest Boaty. Boaty was a person of me yesterday. And I couldn't lose because I'm a Canadian, so I couldn't lose. Born in Jamaica and grew up in Canada, so I couldn't lose.
So, did you know that even if we have Ivan Toney and Mesa Holgate, Nathan Redburn, and all these players, and we're going up against the USA team, they still wouldn't show us any form of respect.
They wouldn't show no respect, and would have still got to look like we don't know nothing.
With Tappa, because he's more.
With Tappa, the rephrase that with Tappa.
With Tappa.
The team.
Tappa, don't take this personal. If you're watching the stream, please do not take this personal. We're talking about you as a coach, not you as a legend and what you have done in the past.
No,
and people normally misinterpret this. We're talking about your coaching.
We're talking about the coaching. Cause me have my Tappa jersey retired, you know. But we're talking about Tappa as a coach, not as the footballer, as the coach.
Yeah.
We would still look as bad. Wow. Ronaldo is now playing for Manchester United. And I say, me a Man U fan again, because Ronaldo my baller, you know. So Ronaldo, that's my thing. My allegiance, Ronaldo play for Portugal. Portugal my thing. When World Cup are going, Euros, no matter who them are play, Portugal are my thing, because Ronaldo my baller. It doesn't matter.
Richard, before you go, to answer your question though.
Yes, I wanted to get your feedback on it. Go ahead. That's what I want to ask. Yes.
The squad, the problem is not the players. I mean, even in this starting 11 and the personnel on the bench, right, against this Canadian team, if it was structured a bit differently, we could have gotten the victory. If the players at our disposal were used in a more efficient manner, so to speak, we could have gotten the victory.
Of course we could.
We could have gotten the victory. And by the way, Richard as well, I thought we looked the best during the Schaefer era. I thought if Winfried Schaefer had players at his disposal now,
go ahead.
That if he had those, Winfried Schaefer came at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Let's just put it at that. The wrong time.
If he had this squad now,
trust me.
Maybe if any other coach had this team, that's how bad it is. You have to
Rene Smoyes would love this team.
Yeah.
Rene Simoes was a Brazilian, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He would love this squad as presently constructed.
I'm telling you,
37-man or 35-man squad.
This should have been good times in Jamaican football with the players that we have at our disposal. But Tappa is the wrong man. The wrong man at the helm. The wrong man. And we have to be honest, the future is bright because every single day, one of you guys discover another player that actually can play for us and assist us in the campaign. We have guys like, what's his name? Dwight McNeil. I have seen him for Burnley. He's really good. He's a good player.
Yeah, man, he's a ton load of them, man. The other day I just discovered a 17-year-old who is getting meaningful game time now for Reading. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. I don't remember his name. 17 years old. Just made the jump from Reading youth team to their senior team. Right? The guys in the comment section might probably probably know his name. But if memory serves me right, he has a Jamaican flag in his description on his IG. If memory serves me right.
We should start calling those players the young as Derby and secure them from early so that England can't take them.
Agreed.
I mean, England is always going to a nice crop of players. So even if we get players, they never lose. They never lose to me. They never.
Your audio kind of bad though. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hearing something? What you hearing?
No, I'm hearing
So-
you, but it's kind of very different.
Are you hearing
Metallic.
me now?
Like you have your finger over a mic.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. You hearing now?
Still sound the
Yeah.
same.
Still sound the same.
Not sure what's.
Sound like you lose your voice.
Sound like you
Yes,
turn off the
yeah.
speaker.
Hearing me now?
We're hearing you,
Sound
but
the same
it's all right. You can continue. We're
All right, we
hearing
can
you,
still
but
hear you.
it's just, yeah. We're hearing you, but it just sound away.
No.
It sound different. But yeah,
What did them tap in on it?
but yeah, I do believe that if I think the type of ball game we see we are knock even a Copa America man with that particular team. May I tell you, if Schaefer did have that bunch of players, man,
Yeah.
trust me. All right.
Formula, we still play before you do that.
Just that.
Formula, we still ever play Caribbean Cup.
No, I think the Caribbean Cup is now extinct.
Okay.
Tennessee, again, my boss, big up, man, bless up. Thanks for the super chat, man, much appreciated as always. Formula, what I can't understand is Jamal Lowe was was supposed to play 2 games. Why did they play him yesterday for 60 minutes instead of saving him for Honduras?
Formula. To Tennessee. This was what I was addressing with you, Formula. Tappa went for the win. They were not going to play Jamal Lowe in the game at home. They were going to play him in Honduras. But Tappa, you see when him and what the assistant coach name again?
Paul
Hall. So when him and Paul Hall come together, it was about 5 minutes after that in draft for the changes.
You mean when Paul Hall stand up beside him for go whisper some sense in him head?
Yeah, them decide to listen. Make them go for the win. No man, them go for the win, man. Tennessee, them go for the win.
But them never go feet.
Three strikers. Of course, them go feet.
Them go feet, but them never go feet in the right manner.
Yeah.
That is the problem. Them go feet, but them never go feet in the right manner.
But Formula Sports and panelists, you've just drawn something back to my memory. As I said, I didn't watch the game. I've only seen the highlights. But from the highlights, Jamaica had, and Tappa wasn't on the pitch, Paul Hall wasn't on the pitch, Kemar Roof made a beautiful run onto a superbly delivered free kick into the penalty area. Up like a salmon jumped Mr. Kemar Roof. And it was gifted to him to hit the target. Unfortunately, glanced wide. And then, can you tell me who hit the post from another?
Junior
Flemings. So they were, thank you for that. So they were pretty, I think, unlucky. I saw Alfonso Davis with a free, was it a free kick just went wide?
Richard, take it from me, my brother. It was a poor game. It was a poor game.
You've just brought me to another question that I had in my mind as I was listening to your excellent show, Sports Formula Sports. Listen, if I was to watch, and I want to get the opportunity to watch the games for myself live in its entirety, even a rerun, what would I see? You've almost answered the question, but I'd like to check with the other panelists. You've just been forthright with what you've said. I've tried to watch JPL football, and I watched the final with the Cavaliers there. With Cavaliers there, and it was interesting to watch it. It was a decent experience, interesting to watch. If I watched that Jamaica versus Canada the game, no fun and joke. Tell me straight up, what did you make of it, and what do you think I would make of it? Because I want to watch a match in its entirety, and I'll find a way to do so.
All right, KP, what do you think? Go through KP.
I think I started out like on the show by saying it was a Tappa like performance and a Tappa like team. So it was we're gonna go out there and we're gonna bully the Canadians into submission. And that was what it was. Haka should have gotten a red card and sent off the field. Fisher was constantly out of position, but we like him do because he was playing offensive-minded soccer. He was never behind the ball. But if you watch the game in its entirety, actually, if you don't watch the game, you listen to what people say, Fisher do a good job because Alphonso Davies did under control. Alphonso Davies was his worst enemy yesterday. The pitch is not a great pitch, but it was a
disgrace.
There we go.
KP, sorry to cut your KP, but me have to interject right this up because we have to set the record straight. We have to be 100% factual. The pitch was a disgrace. World-class baller, a miscontrol ball. Alphonso Davies. When you say Alphonso Davies a Bundesliga miscontrol ball.
Miscontrol the ball. He might expect the ball to bounce up and the ball sit down on him. Under him foot. You don't think he's a scrub. Legit. The pitch was bad. I hear the man them say the pitch get water before the game. But what them don't know is that the pitch don't get watered until the day of a game. And we only play every month. So the pitch get watered once a month.
You think so? Why you think so?
Because I play upon a lot of pitches in Jamaica and them hard, they're solid. So I don't play with boots anymore, I play with turf. I'm gonna come out there, I carry a turf. That's how hard the pitches are. And you can tell based on the bounce of the ball. The players and neither team knew how the bounce was gonna happen. So people were ball like a bounce and a man drop deep back away from the bounce of the ball because you don't know if you take a bounce over him head and you look silly if you run up on a ball and thinking say you get a true bounce and the ball bounce over your head, you look silly. You understand what I say? Alphonso Davies set. The man said we can't pull the ball gone to the man's foot. Everybody I say, Alphonso Davies, it should be a better control than that. When have you ever seen that happen to Alphonso Davies? And that one that went out for a throw.
The one that went out for a throw.
Yeah. And the man style him on the Canadian side, you know, say he's having such a poor game. You know my head, no? No need to go run out on that pitch on himself. That's something different.
To be honest, you know, he was their standout player, you know, because we did a fair job with containing him, you know, because there was a time that he was in the box and we blocked him out and he had to get outside of the box and make a pass.
We saw some glimpses from him. We saw some glimpses of glamour, but it was nowhere near what we expect a world-class quality player of that. I've seen Alphonso Davies step into CONCACAF and annihilate teams. Go through KP.
So to Richard, to your point, to your question, if you watch the game, what you're gonna see is Jamaican team that split between the time when Rene leave and I think who come next, Schaefer. I think that was Tappa first thing. So if you really watch the game, I said this to Formula that it was a JPL-like performance from Jamaica. Bypass the midfield, get to the forward. Blake get the ball, bypass the midfield, get to the forward. Blake is very shaky with the ball on his foot.
He gave up a lot of possession.
Yes.
Possession.
Win the ball.
Tappa can't tell the man for just short pass the ball out of the back, man.
Formula, that sounds like trouble from what I'm hearing. That sounds like trouble.
That's what Barnes is good at. So we have one of our keepers that is good at our feet and one of our keepers that cement is tied down to his ankle.
That's an excellent point, Kimo. Barnes' distribution is much better than Blake's.
Yeah.
He can be a good keeper, and the greatest thing is young, Barnes.
Yeah.
I think we should keep him in the team.
He's the future, I think.
He's the future, yes.
The future. For sure.
Yeah.
We can remember next year they would, before you get there. Remember next year they would be having the CONCACAF Nations League after the end of the World Cup qualifiers in March. They would have the CONCACAF Nations League. You can give him a run, rotating. Yeah,
I agree.
He now get no run. Blake have to hurt for him get a game. Hurt to the point where, let me rephrase that. Blake have to be hurt to the point where he cannot take the pitch.
But it's not a case where if Blake is hurt tomorrow, I would be concerned about his performance. We have to see a bad performance from him to really judge him that way.
He made a fantastic save in that. I mean, it was a fantastic save he made against Canada with the ball cut across from Davis.
No, I mean he's a nobody questions Blake shot stopping ability.
He's
outstanding.
That's outstanding. But the rest of his game is a bit inconsistent. Kimo, you want to take a run at Richard's question?
Wait, what was Richard question again?
When he asked, he didn't see the game, so tell him what you would have seen in the game. What would you have said?
Basically, the approach of the game and the players selected for the game. To be honest, going into the game, I really tried to see what was Tappa's plan. I always try to find out what was Tappa's plan. His plan is not clear whenever he puts out a team, because he always deceives us in what we think and what we expect. Because if we see a team out there in the previous game, we're expecting maybe 2 change, or we're not expecting so many changes and switching of formation. But to be honest, going into the game, I thought that we were going to lose the game, being that the decisions were made with this team, but we actually took a point, and if Tappa had used a strategy or different tactics, we could have won this game. It took maybe 1 or 2 decisions. You understand? It took 1 or 2 decisions to actually change this game. And for me, I think something that can actually spark this team, I hope a draw would not really spark this team that much, but we actually take it. I think if we win, if we had won this game yesterday, it would be extra different with the vibe and the confidence of the players going to Honduras and going forward in this tournament. So, yeah, that's it for me.
By the way, guys, remember to smash the like button. Free and easy way to support the channel. And it helps us to get the video out there as well. Further push it out there more. Initially I thought that we were gonna have some serious problems in this game.
Likewise.
Yeah, but then when I saw when I saw how the Canadians started the game, as I said earlier in the stream, I think even the Canadian coach was not so enthused about the team that he put out there. They started the game very tentatively, right? And I thought it was a poor game from both teams. Thought it was a very scrappy encounter, right? I think the game was there for the taking. To I think it's KP's point. I think KP was the one, our Kimo, one of the two, said that we had gone for the win in the latter stages of the game, right? And when you look at the substitutions, common sense will tell you that yes, that was what they were trying to do, but they didn't go about it in the right and proper way. And there was one key substitution that should have been made that they did not make. So it just defeat the whole purpose of trying to go for it anyways, right? I didn't like the way our midfield looked, and I want to touch on it with all the panelists in terms of the midfield trio that we started the game with. Roof, Watson, and Grant. By the way, Grant is an exceptional player. I think when I say exceptional player, I still have my doubts about the players' ability. If we had a coach that could play good, positive, attacking football, right? I do have concerns about Grant's ability to excel in that sort of an environment. I still do. I think Grant shines because of one of the reasons why I think Grant shines is because everybody else is poor around him. So it stands out even more. That don't get me wrong, you know, he's a good player and he is very, very intelligent. Very intelligent. Very intelligent player. But I am really and truly concerned about his lack of mobility from the standpoint of build-up play. If we had a coach that could structure the team properly to play a more attacking brand of football, I still have my reservations as to whether or not the player could cut it in that sort of a system. I would have to see it first to believe it. Not saying he can't, but I'd have to see it first to believe it. So I don't know, but I think the game was a poor game, and I think it was there for the taking. I think the Canadians were underwhelming, right? Whatever the reasons why they were poor, I thought we should have done a better job. I think if we cannot win games like this, what games are we going to win? That's my whole thing.
To your point, I think Grant, even in a better structured, like if we had a better coach, I think he would still start for us, being that he's the best we have at that current position that I've seen so far. Maybe one of the younger youth them better than him, but from what we've seen so far, him can play in the ugly game, and him can play in the pretty game. I think if he had started that game against Panama in the National Stadium, playing with Ravel and DJ, I think it would have been a better game. Because
for real.
You have someone sitting back that if you lose the ball, they can clean it up. He's not played with Maggie once as yet. Maggie is a younger version. Like Maggie.
Yeah, man, he played with Maggie, man, in the US game, man. No, lie. Maggie
no,
was
man, he played Maggie.
How can would he start the US game again?
Ahaka Speedy,
yeah.
Yeah, him not play with Maggie once yet. So, being that Tappa is Tappa going to change the whole squad again, in the brother. So, we all get to see Maggie and Anthony play. Because...
Boys. Go ahead.
Yeah, because the way I'm see it is like this. Anthony Grant, like to your point, Anthony Grant, like Jamaica's, what he's shown is that with quality players, I think his game will elevate and he'll look even better. Because when he gets the ball, you can't take it from him.
That's true.
If imagine he had a Ravel Morrison coming for that ball now. Right? Pick it up and turn. And now Ravel's comfortable because Ravel know that if him running to throw him can turn and knock it back on Anthony. And Anthony can switch it.
Yeah, man.
Different scheme.
Yep. I agree with that.
I just question the player's ability. If we were playing free-flowing attacking football, I question the player's ability to provide the sort of linkage in that particular area of the pitch, given his serious lack of mobility. If we were playing really free-flowing attacking football, yes, I understand that he wouldn't be, getting into advanced positions to, in terms of, obviously I get that he's a traditional central defensive midfielder. But when I look at even the best teams in the world as well, right? I see to have proper linkage in the middle of the park, you need to have midfielders who are mobile, right? So, for instance, a give and go, right? Is he going to be able to move quick enough?
Yeah, but Formula, you know, when you're playing intelligent football, like most of these clubs play, you realize the ball move faster than the man. So all you have to do and knock the ball and relocate. And he's good at
Get
that.
in position.
Yes.
Yeah, but if we were, he's good at that, you know, in our national team, you know, because of the pace of play.
No formula. Form a triangle and relocate. You don't have to move far or fast.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have to move far or fast, you know. Just form the triangle. You're always the one sitting back. So at all times, watch Anthony. Anthony go for a tackle at the 18-yard box to break up a pass and still make it back to his position before Fisher gets back to his position,
because
which is a younger, faster player.
Because the game is, yes, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But I also think that because the game was played at such a slow pace, so it, because of his intelligent thinking and the pace at which we play and the pace at which the game was played yesterday, it's going to look as if the player is just a step ahead of everybody. If the game was moving at a quicker pace, though.
Hold on. So, Formula, think about this now. Think about this back line. Ethan Pinnock. It's going to be an Ethan Pinnock and let's just say Moore, right? So Pinnock and Moore. And you have Wes Harden. And you have a Taxi or you have a Amari Bell. With a Grant in the midfield, a Ravel Morrison, a DG, a Leon Bailey, a Jamal Lowe, and a Michael Antonio up front. Think about that team where he has actual tons of quality around him. People that he can actually pass the ball to, and they're not going to be running into him to tackle him for a ball that he already won. Think about how good he'll look in that. If he looks this good in a team that is kind of like Jamaica's D team, think about how good he'll look with the A squad, that he can actually pass the ball around.
Daniel Johnson.
Fair point. No, it's a fair point. Point.
All right. Quality brings out quality, right?
Fair point. All right. No, that's a good point, KP. That's a good point.
I wonder if the coach is thinking about this, what you're saying.
All right.
Coach Anderson rum right now, though.
When we're making these key points, I'm worrying, I wonder if the coach will take them thing, man. I wonder if I take them thing, or am I alone?
You know how you're gonna know?
Add him to my WhatsApp group and send him the feed.
Wait until you see the lineup for the Honduras game. Then you're gonna say, because if most coaches will sit down and they know this is happening on YouTube. A lot of times, in order to get better at what you're doing, right? Because I'm a manager. So I'll go sit down.
Constructive criticism.
Huh?
A lot of constructive criticism is here. So come and take it and look into yourself and go back to the drawing board and improve. Even if they don't give us the credit, just come here and this is where they're gonna learn whether they're doing their job or not. The fans is gonna let them know. And I can tell you this, maybe if the only way Tappa could improve, if we had fans at the stadium and when the fans start yelling in his ears and say, Tappa, that's the man tired. Tappa, we are waiting for put on the man. Right? Maybe if it was like that, Tappa would have changed.
That I must say, from
pressure is not applying. Our two men are threatening him in ideas because some people don't learn, Some people don't learn until somebody, and it's sad to say that.
He's very stubborn. From where I am, I'm always surprised. Well, I'm always surprised, but yet not surprised at his ability to do the exact opposite of what the seeming majority of fans want.
it brings me back to that point about that video that I saw last week with that guy acting like Tappa and say, "We not go nowhere." And who tell
Bella
him to score?
vibes.
Who
Bella
tell him to
vibes.
score? Dexter Labs.
Who tell
Dexter
him to
Labs in
score?
here. Man say, "Who tell him to score?" Me never tell him to score. Nobody come here, who know. Hey, when the UK based player, nobody come here, who know. Hey,
You hear the man said the ball must not touch the ground.
that hey,
I
that
need to
play.
find that video, you know.
That
I've heard about it.
The first time I
That
saw
video
that
was-
video, what you
Tappa
see,
was-
coaches this stream that he did yesterday, Richard, in play it at the very end of the stream. So you can watch it.
Thank you. I will do that. I will do
saw
that.
that video a couple of weeks ago.
Eh?
Forget to send it to coach, you know. But I saw that video a couple of weeks ago and
When
I was rolling.
When we get it, we send it to coach, but coach should have it already.
Yeah. Me see it before. Me see it when it in at the early stages of the views. Like it never really take off them time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and me I tell you, man, me up on the ground. I just forget to send it to everybody. But all right, I want to get you guys' opinions though, on to finish looking at the starting 11 for the game, right? In particular, the midfield trio. Kima, what do you think about this midfield trio when you look at it? Roof, Grant, and Haka.
Well, to be honest, Haka is history for me. I'm not a Haka fan. Wasn't expecting to see him. I'm all about the for now with what we have. And yes, Haka is a part of this team, but I only see Haka coming off the bench, regardless. I can say that I was expecting Speedy and Grant and a Roof or a Maggie up there. Some decisions that I see Tappa make at times, Tappa needs help. Tappa really needs help.
We're not talking about the decisions, Kima, just talk about the midfield.
This midfield for me.
Man,
This
you can't
midfield,
help yourself to beat Tappa, man.
this midfield, yeah, because when I look at this midfield, yes, he's a CDM, but judging by the USA game, I wasn't expecting to see him. So that kind of, yeah, but this midfield, it wasn't. If you know, did you know that if yesterday in the game, if Javon Watson was still playing as the CDM, he would have gotten a yellow and a second yellow.
Yeah, man, you would have definitely gotten a red.
Okay.
You would have gotten a red. You know, one of the things that saved him. You know, one of the things that saved him. Canada was so poor that they didn't progress the ball far enough, consistently enough, in my humble opinion, to really bother Haka. If Haka was playing in the midfield, Alva's going off was probably a blessing for us.
Really?
He would have get a red card. Actually, you know what? He probably wouldn't get the card because him do him job. Canada started out trying to come through the midfield. And every time, after the first two tackle Haka make, every time them pick up the ball, them move it to the wing. Them free them. Haka bite hard in the midfield.
KP, Messi even after the yellow card, they move the ball out to the wing and Messi Haka go fee brother out there in a brother.
Same way in the first half.
Clean him up in a brother.
In the first half, after being
for
about a couple minutes, and I was. It's like the referee realized as well, you know. The referee realized that brother is normal. Like the referee look for the normal. The human yellow. You really gonna make a tackle like that?
The man make a tackle and the referee no give him no card. After the game, I think our coach's desk interviewed the man and the man said the referee was soft.
I said
In his opinion, the referee was soft in this game. I'm gonna say what he said.
It was really soft, yeah? I forget that yellow.
Yeah. He said the referee gave him a yellow card and the referee was being very soft.
I remember that. I remember when the referee was soft.
Wow.
You forget the red card of people
and for him just say the referee was soft, because looking back at the game, we were lucky.
Yeah.
Fisher made tackle off even after that yellow.
Even after
we
that.
Were
the the referee was a very good referee. The referee wanted the game to progress with 11 and 11. If it wasn't for that, Jamaica would get at least 2 red cards. Fisher would get a red card for sure. Fisher supposed to get a second yellow and come off. Haka definitely get 2 yellow. Brother, I said before no come on, I tell Formula say,
Mike
Missy,
Dean.
Aka go for Aka make a tackle in the 18-yard box. And Blake, if you could have listened to the commentary, Blake the pan. No, Aka, no, Aka, no, Aka. No, Aka, him to clean him up in the 18-yard box. And Blake the pan. No, Aka, no. If you listen to it.
Uncle and Rice, man. Uncle and Rice. Uncle and Rice. Jamaican term.
Yeah, man, I bite him, man. Me say barely make it.
We need sensible CDNs. We need to know when and when not to make certain tackles. Because after being so, if he had paced himself, maybe if Akkad started the USA game like this and paced himself with tackles, some of the times he go out with tackling and another time he should use his body and shoulder and bully off players. But when I look, I say Weston McKennie pile him 2 times in the midfield and all sorts of things.
Alright.
You understand?
If you go there, you have to box him. If you play hard, just box him.
Talking at them here.
Hey, you have to remember the Haka, you only play one way, you know. Haka only know to play one way.
Hey, you know, give me some joke, you know. Blake really tell Watson, no Haka.
Me say, if you watch it, man, if you watch the best player Haka make, one of the best player Haka make was the ball where I think Alphonso Davis cross and Blake make that save. That was the best play make because he might go for tackle the guy and him decide to stand him up. Even though him get the cross across, it was still a good play because him track him back. And it was a good, him still get the cross, but it was a good play.
That was Watson. That was Watson with Davis.
Yeah. He tracked him. It was a good track. It was a good track.
Yeah, man. He could have been rash. He could have. Yeah. Hey, the man. Hey, all right. Respect.
Yeah. And if that was and this is the reason why I said I like the Liam more and like a Mariappa kind of thing, like, because me say Damian Lowe go for a man in the box already. And when him tackle him, I say, you could have just stand him up.
Yeah.
A penalty tackle him, you know. Yeah. And a lot of people say Damian Lowe should be playing in the Premier League. There's a difference. Look at the players who come out of the Premier League to play defense for us. You can no longer tackle with your studs up. It's an instant yellow card. It doesn't matter if you catch the player or not. It's still a card. It's a foul and it's a card. You cannot turn up your studs. And Damian Lowe, when him tackle, him studs always up.
So, question. We can ask a question to the panelists.
Yeah, man. By the way, Fabian, welcome again to the channel, boss.
Greetings, Fabian.
Yeah, man. Me just run in and realize it's a long discussion I go on. Me late, but me still like HP side.
Yes, sir.
Question. It's a 2-part question. If you answer the first part correct, then you don't need to answer the second part. With everybody fit and ready, who would be a centre-back pairing? That's A. And then the second part of the question is why you think certain footballers are in support of this coach. So who would be a centre-back pairing with everybody fit? And then the next part of the question is why do you think certain ballers support this coach 200%?
Centre-back pairing for me would be Liam Moore and Ethan Pinnock.
Does it have to be 2 or can it be a 3? Does it have to be a centre-back pairing at 2?
Well, right now we're using a 4-2-3-1 formation. So we have to use the formation that the coach is using now. So based on the coach's formation.
Okay. Seems like you have the answer to this already, Fabian.
No, I have my own opinion, you know. I just want to see what you all say.
I retract that. I'd go with Ethan Pinnock and Mariappa. That would be my ideal pairing.
Ethan Pinnock and Mariappa.
Alright, so we have Ethan Pinnock, Mariappa. Somebody else know. Let me see.
I could draw for Pinnock and Low. I could draw for Pinnock and Low.
Okay, so Pinnock and Low.
I could draw for them. Yeah, I could draw for them. To the second part of your question as to why do you think certain men
Wait,
get
answer the second part. Not yet. Not every second part yet. Everybody tell me they center of pairing first.
All right, sir. All right. Respect.
In an ideal world, I would like to see Low and but I don't think those two have ever played together for us. Am I right or am I wrong?
Right.
Yeah,
they have never played together.
Yeah, they have never played together. So right now, it would have to be for me, Low and Moore. Because I've never seen Low and Pinnock play together, which is a real shame, in my opinion.
It's a tricky question in the sense that it's a bit of nuance. He said ideally, like is it a fantasy 11 or is it ideal if they work together?
Ideal 11.
Ideally, Pinnock and Low, even though I've never seen them play together. Ideally, if it's from that perspective, Pinnock and Low.
All right, for me, it's Pinnock and Moore, and Low is my favorite player in the team. But for me, Low goes to ground too much times for a central defender. For me,
Agreed.
You need to stay on your feet. And for the part B of the question, I was sitting and I was thinking about it, and I said the players that are throwing out their support for Tappa. If Tappa should lose his job tomorrow, the new coach would have to come in and assess everybody from scratch. The coach will not have any favorites. So you will have a case where Andre Blake would have to fight a Dylan Barnes for that number 1 spot in the goal.
Definitely.
Damian Lowe will have to fight a Ethan Pinnock, a Mariappa, a Liam Moore for 2 of them to start in that centre-back position. Javon Watson wouldn't even make the squad. I am sure of that. Shamar Nicholson would have to fight a Mikel Antonio, a Jamal Lowe, a Kemar Roof, and a Andre Gray for that centre-forward spot. And these are the 4 most vocal players who are in defense of the coach. And I finally figured out why. Because if a new coach come in, they would have to work for their spot.
So you're answering that second question already.
I'm answering the second question already. Yeah, I'm answering the second question already. Because
I thought so.
You realize that majority of us here did not put Low in the team automatically. So it simply means that there are some doubts. And he would have to prove himself to go into a team if either of us was the coach of that team. If either of us take the job tomorrow, he would have to prove himself. He doesn't just walk into the team.
And to your point, I listen to someone say, Low after in the team, I can't see a Jamaican team without Low. And I say, right now, you're not pre the game. Dylan Barnes over Andre Blake, and I love Andre Blake because he's a ball stopper. But if we want to play the style of soccer that Jamaica want to play, or the style of football, as we say, as Jamaica want to play, or we would like to see Jamaica play.
Hold on, one second. Fabian, KP. Fabian, you have music in the background? Yeah, man, whenever you know talk, just mute.
Yeah, me muted. I'm listen to him cartoon something.
Okay, copyright issues, me know. Yeah. Sorry, KP, got you. Sorry, man.
Yeah, so in that world, like, I agree with I can't remember his name now. I agree with him though.
Fabian and Richard.
Fabian. In terms of like, and the same thing I say about Damian Lowe just now. He goes to ground with studs up a ton. Right? Yeah. A lot of times you don't have to go in with the hard tackle, you know. You can easily just jockey, stand up the man, back off. That's where
be intelligent about it.
That's right. That's right.
And he's right. Most of us left Damian Lowe out of the squad. He would have to go. You bring up a good point, Fabian. Alvis Powell, in another game, in can't start in a program with a good coach.
I don't think he would even be in the national program with a different
coach. Would he get selected? Taxi would be fighting for his game with Amari Bell.
With
Amari Bell is a good thing. Taxi will be fighting for his game. Right? Javon East, we not talk about him. I cannot even get selected. That's the first thing. He not get selected. So we have way too much options to select Aka. Flemmo, I like Flemmo. I'm a boy same way, but he wouldn't be in the squad. Based on what we have, even Turgot, Blair, them left out Blair to the squad to bring Flemmo.
Yeah.
Tappa, when they give Tappa the pool of players, Tappa is going to select the people that him say him can trust. This team up on the screen is a team that Tappa say him can trust.
You know what I think it is, KP? I don't even think it's an issue of trust, you know. I think he's going for players that he feels comfortable around. In terms of players that will not turn up their nose at him when them hear when they don't think the coach is adequate enough.
All right.
That is my little belief. I cannot understand how you keep on trusting players that are clearly a liability.
I don't know either. But I hear somebody say something earlier. I believe you would make a point in a formula. I don't know if you listen some of the interview them with Tappa said. Tappa said right now, I keep on forgetting his name. The assistant coach talk to the English-based player them.
Yes. Yeah.
So we know, I said the squad for come together as one unified squad.
When the coach not talk
to them. Never talk to them, man, then the assistant coach deal with them. Me have a team. Me have a team of employees who work for me. And more time than up and then days off, I'm send them a message. Yo, you good? The player them back home. Tappa should be messaging them. Okay, cool. Mikhail gone home. I reason with him. Bobby Reid, I say, I want a good midfielder. Them so start give him a call. Ravel supposed to be his best friend. Cause Ravel play in position, a position that he used to play. Him no Ravel chip regular. So you want to keep him close to you. You are Ravel not supposed to butt heads.
Yeah.
That is where management comes in. I remember in an interview, Tappa said that all he can do is manage the players, but is he doing a good job of managing the players? You understand?
That's one of the reasons why I don't think, for my opinion and many other people's opinion, that as a manager, with an awareness of all the players and how they tick, he's not seemingly one of the best. But it's ironic because I've heard players say that the unity is quite good. So it's mixed messages. But from an outside perspective, it doesn't look like he's a manager.
He is clueless, and I can point out 3 instances that prove that he is clueless.
One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say this. Richard, he says that the unity, I don't know if he's speaking specifically to the unity of this particular squad, but they are in terms of the ones that have been selected for this round of fixtures, but there have been problems in the squad.
I've heard there's been problems
from reliable sources.
Yeah, man, I've heard likewise as well. But it's interesting that Watson, for example, after this Canadian game, maybe he was drawing the party line, as it were. But he was saying that the unity and the vibe is good in this squad at the moment. So that's why I say maybe it's just drawing the party line. But I tell you what, from the panelists.
One second.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Cut off Fabian. Go through Fabian.
Oh, all right. Yeah, what I was saying is that Tappa is not a very good manager, and I can show you 3 or more instances that prove that. As a manager, you have to look at these games and critically analyze the games and have a plan and say, all right, I am going to play the US. If I get 1 point from the US or I don't get any point from the US, that is okay, because I'm going to target this Canada game, because they will be playing Mexico 2 days before at altitude, and then they'll be flying to the Caribbean to play Jamaica. So this is one of those games that I will target. So your selection, your squad selection or your team selection for that USA game, you should already bear in mind your plan for this Canada game, which I did not see at all in the selection for USA. Because I would never start a McGee in a US team that loves to run with Javon Watson. I will not start McGee with an unfit Javon Watson against a US team that will run, because that game requires a lot of running from the midfielders, a lot of tracking back. That is not McGee's strong suit. So I would have McGee on the bench for that game. But guess what? Against Canada, I would unleash McGee against Canada, because I would have an Anthony Grant in there to at least protect the back four, to ease the pressure of McGee's defending. If you remember in the game against Canada, you know, Kemar Roof got some excellent footballs in areas that you'd want McGee to pick up the ball in.
Yes, his ball usage was poor in the game, and I was saying
again, Tappa fluffed the bag with that one.
Yep.
That last night's game was the game that McGee should have started. But guess what?
Fabian, even if he never start, first of all, we spoke about it earlier. My thing is, Roof should never have played with number 10. Why he never put Bobby D card over Reid in the number 10 spot, a player that is more used to playing the number 10 role, that is his main position. Playing at the number 10 is a workhorse, ball carrying workhorse in the middle of the park, decent ball usage as well, right? Put my boy the what name Roof
on one of the wings.
Because if you looked at the game, you know, when we were front pressing them, you know, in the first half, you know, when we were front pressing them, we were winning the, to your point again, you know, Fabian, and we said it earlier in the show, we were winning the ball in dangerous positions. A ball carrying player like a Bobby D card over Reid, who can provide good linkage and who is also decent with his ball usage, would have done a better job
than a Kemar Roof.
Exactly. Kemar Roof was winning the ball. We were getting the ball to Kemar Roof in dangerous positions when we front press, and the ball usage was poor. Then, in the final parts of the game, the sub I'm supposed to make him now make with McGee and Roof.
Him never make the sub because of Craig Butler. And that is another thing why I say our coach is also weak mentally. Reporter that Craig Butler was upset in the stands, calling for McGee to go on, put on McGee. No, and I'm thinking that's the reason why McGee did not go on. I don't agree with what Craig Butler was doing, but there are times as a coach where you have to take your ego out of the situation. If McGee is the change, McGee is the change, regardless of what is happening around you, around in the stadium. You have to make the right decision. You cannot not put on McGee because somebody is in the stand saying, hey, put on McGee. And if you did put on McGee, the person would probably say, see, I mean, tell him to put on McGee. As a coach, you have to get past that. You know, business if them want to that. And you make your decision based on what is happening in the game. And that game needed McGee. McGee has played at the stadium countless number of times. McGee should have started in that game. And Canada did not come to win that game, you know. This was the game that Canada said, hey, we are going there to get a point. If we get a point, we are good. Looking at the games that we have coming from Mexico and all of that, if we get a point in Jamaica, we are good. So it shows that Canada's manager is thinking ahead. Our manager is not thinking ahead at all. He's just taking the games as they come. So that is why we had a weak in starting 11 against Canada, as opposed to what we have against USA. Watson was walking for the entire for about 70 minutes against USA. And in Canada's game, where Canada's midfield, you're not going to get the same running like in USA. So you don't need two CDMs. You don't need a Watson underground versus Canada.
Especially a weakened Canada team.
A weakened Canada team, exactly. Watson should have been on the bench. He should have been on the bench, and Grant and Speedy should have started. So we waste a substitution there. because that should have been it. Grant, Speedy, Maggie, that should have been the midfield for Canada's game. But again, because of the deficiencies of Watson, Maggie looked horrible in the USA game. And he's not a coach that can analyze that, hey, football is not a one-man sport. This happened because of this. Why Maggie looked so terrible. So Maggie sat on the bench because of that poor performance, which was stemming from Maggie doing overwork because Watson was working for the entire game. So our coach is not somebody that will look and say, all right, this is what's happening, so we need to plan ahead. So for Honduras, I don't know the starting 11. This is his trusted team, and he still can't find a starting 11 with team trusted players.
Yeah.
Fabian.
Yeah.
And to the other panelists, but Fabian, to lead this off, how easy do you think it is to be, and will it be, so maybe thinking ahead, to be the Jamaican national coach stroke manager, bearing in mind the wealth of talent and players that will likely be available for selection, UK-based Jamaicans, Jamaicans playing overseas in Europe and in the MLS, as well as home to home in Jamaica. How easy is it going to be to construct a squad, let alone a team that consistently plays together? Because I think it's going to be an extremely difficult yet exciting challenge. And Tappa at the moment is feeling maybe the tip of the iceberg in terms of how difficult it is. Over here in England, I mean, the England job was known as a poison chalice. Gareth Southgate has relied on his relationships with players, and he sticks by what he believes, whilst at the same time acknowledging fans and professionals and pundits' perspectives and opinions. But ultimately, the decisions rest with him in selecting his team. He'll pick a Kieran Trippier. He'll pick a Raheem Sterling when people are saying, no, these guys aren't on form. These aren't the right guys for the occasion. But because he has personal trust and faith in the players, he does it. Tappa seemingly has been picking certain players because he's comfortable, trusts and relies on these players, and he has been getting the mother of all pelters and stick. But going forward, when you've got the likelihood of Damari Gray, the return of, hopefully, the likes of Mikel Antonio, the scoring ability of Boza, Andre Gray, who's chomping at the bit for an opportunity to show what he can do, and I'd love to see him out on the paddock and producing against Honduras and beyond. But how difficult is it? And what challenges really are going to be presented, and how can they actually be overcome? Because I'm expecting the fans to be, again, doing the same things as we're doing here and criticizing and saying, no, this player should start, this player should start. It's going to be the mother of all challenges. The question is, will it be a poison chalice? Speak!
Well. Let me answer it in this way.
Sorry, because after this question, we're gonna take a look at the player ratings, so the player go through them stats as well.
Respect.
All right, so this is how I can answer this question. Any good coach would relish that opportunity. This Jamaican squad is the hardest to select in history. It is going to be a headache to select the squad. There are so many names, a Kaim Paris, a Nico Brett, a Deshaun Beckford, that are not in the squad, who are playing good level football. But it is going to be a headache to select the squad. However, as a coach, it is a good headache to have, because the talent pool is so big. So what you need to do as a coach is to sit down and find your best team out of the 60 talented players that you have.
By the way, coach, 1 second, Fabian. Sorry to cut you. As you mentioned, Kaim Paris, Jarvis Paris show up. Kaim Uncle Latina.
Kaim should be in the squad. Let me just put that out there. So our coach, on the other hand, is not, and I don't want to sound like I am knocking Tappa, but he doesn't seem like he's that intelligent to work through that problem. He's a coach that will perform with less. So you will get more from Tappa with the less resources that he has at his disposal. You don't want him to be thinking too much, because the only way that we can solve that problem is to get rid of Tappa. And if you get rid of Tappa, that will create another problem, because Tappa players will be vexed, like Loan, and that will happen when you have change. You have to weed out some bad grass, and who want to go with the program, go with the program. It's just as simple as that. Tappa cannot handle that type of pressure, that type of headache. It's a very good headache to have, you know. Imagine having a Mikel Antonio starting at centre forward, and 60 minutes gone and you need a goal, and you look on the bench and you see Andre Gray and Shamar Nicholson. Those are your two options there for centre forward. That is a good headache to have, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Or you have a Demar Gray and a Leon Bailey on the wings, and you need a winger to go on, and you look and you see a Blair Turgot, or you see a Jamal Lowe. That's a very good headache to have. But again, our coach cannot handle that sort of pressure. He cannot handle the level of coaching that is required to select a squad of 23 out of 60 odd and let them play to a level that they can consistently, not only when his job is on the line, but consistently. And I can one more thing. I don't have a problem. Every coach has their favorites. As a coach, I have my favorites. But as a coach, you have to be honest to yourself. There comes a time when your favorites are just not good enough for the job. So you have to come out of that and say, all right, yes, while I might like this player, just like me, Damian Lowe is my favorite player on the team. And if I was picking the team right now with everybody fit, Damian Lowe can't make my starting 11. And he's my favorite player on the team because I have to take my emotions out of the job. And I think that is Tappa's problem. Emotions is the reason why Ravel Gray is not in the squad. Ravel Morrison is not in the squad right now. Emotions. And we're talking about men. We're not talking about females, you know. Men, emotions causing all of these problems. Ravel is not in the squad because of some petty foolishness. And so we are playing 3 qualifiers with 2 central, well, Grant come in now, with 3 central midfielders. It don't make any sense. So it's a good problem to have as a coach. Our coach just cannot handle it. You have to give him like 23 ballers and say, go out there and fight and make some tackle and tackle and give it the effort, and that's it. He cannot handle that sort of pressure, but it's a good pressure.
Fabian, you make a big point, Fabian. I've never heard somebody word it so well enough. When you say he's a coach that he can do more with less, but when you give him the quality, him can't cut it. Fabian, I think, Fabian, that is and you state the reason why I don't think him can cut it with the quality. I think that was a brilliant take. Honestly, man. All right. I want to get into the statistics of the players a bit before we close off, right? I am looking. All right, you guys can see the stats on the screen, right? Let me take off the comments so you guys can see it properly. I am looking. All right, we're gonna go through the players, the player by player, right? By the way, Reid, welcome to the channel. I'm looking at the statistics of the player. O'Neal Fisher is the first. The right back is the first player that I brought up. And immediately, the possession lost stat stands out to me. Now, everybody, including myself, thought that O'Neal Fisher had a good game, had a decent game with the eye test. Certainly a lot better than what he would have previously done for the national team.
Not me.
Well, him never give up a goal, to be fair to him, Fabian. Normally him are the main responsible person.
I mean, it is easy, you know. You see, when you have such low expectations of persons, it is so easy for them to seem like they are doing a good job. It's the same thing with Javon Watson, you know. So basically, you expect Fisher to perform at 1 out of 10. Fisher come and perform at 3 out of 10. And you say, hey, him played. Him still not cut it. Him just perform above our expectations. It's the same thing with Haka. It's the same thing with Haka, you know.
All right. I could get into it though. Let me get into it. Let me read out his stats, right? Fisher played 90 minutes, 2 clearances, 4 interceptions, 4 tackles. He was dribbled past on 2 occasions. He contested 10 ground duels. He won 5 of them. No aerial duels contested. This is the statistic that stands out to me the most.
Is it 28?
He lost possession of the football 28 times, Richard.
I don't have my glasses on, but I'm telling you, I've just heard that number resounding through the media outlets. 28. That's a high number. It sounds a high number. Did it look like that when you went the eye test? Did you see that? And did it make a big difference? Because there's stats, lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Mm-hmm.
What did his performance? Well, you've already said you might expect a 1 or 2 out of 10, and he performed 3, maybe 4 to 10. What did 28 times losing possession look like for Mr. Fisher and the Jamaican team?
All right, remember finish reading stats and then we answer that, Richard. He 2 fouls. He committed 2 fouls. He was fouled once. He had 66 touches of the football, right? He attempted, if I have 66 touches of the football and only attempt 24 passes, you know. No wonder he was losing the football so much. He attempted 24 passes. 11 of them were successful at 46% passing accuracy. Good God of Moses. 4 attempted crosses. None of them were successful. 6 attempted long balls. None of them were successful. He attempted 1 dribble attempt. 0 of them none were successful. Boy, if this is the definition of a good game, merciful Father.
Yes, you see formula? You see it though. I said we are offensive minded. The reason why a lot of people are saying Fisher had a good game was because a couple of times he made a couple good offensive move.
Couple good square in the box.
Huh?
He make couple good square in the box, a couple good crosses, and that's it.
That's it. That's why people say him have a good game. Defensively, me hear people say, yo, him contain Alphonso Davies. I'm like, not even in England they can contain Alphonso Davies. But this a man that play Premier League. You see how good him be? The whole time the man a run with Alphonso Davies. All him a think about is, remember, you know, this is how we think about as Jamaican, you know, part of it, you know, offensively. The same reason why Kemar Roof go for glory instead of laying off the ball to Speedy. Frustration and the fame. Because if him scored a good shot, you know, but him have an easy pass to Speedy.
There was the better.
Me upset with the Roof with that shot. I don't give him not even 1 out of 10 for that shot.
Hold on. When I get the Roof yet, me could deal with Fisher.
Hey. You guys you've lit the touch paper with this one, you know, but I'm gonna bite my tongue and just wait. All right, listen, Mr. Fisher. One of the statistics, as I said, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics is an old saying. I also heard about this dribbling thing there, formula. Mm-hmm. Three. What was the thing? 3 attempted time to dribble. Davis tried to dribble past him, and he was successful twice. Is that right? How does it work?
He was dribbled past on 2 occasions by if memory serves me right, both occasions were Alphonso Davies.
How many times did Davis try to go past him?
Twice. If memory serves me right, it was the 2 times.
No, 3 times. 1 time he fouled him and get a yellow card.
Yes. So it was 2 times he was successful out of the 3 times.
Right. He was successful 2 out of 3. My question is, because you guys watched the game, with Fisher, how come Davis didn't? Well, tell me, did Davis terrorize him and go past him on more occasions? What did you see over the course of 90 minutes? Because Davis is super fast, and Fisher with a yellow card, you would think is a liable person that you would target to go past. So didn't Fisher perform some kind of perform creditably to a fair degree? Because that's a low statistics.
No,
Can I answer that question, Richard? I'm going to answer that question and then I'm going to
answer it. Yeah.
Please do. Paint the picture.
I think a lot of the times, Davis was playing more direct. When I said direct, I mean in terms of a lot of the times, Davis was playing in the half spaces and also drifting inside as far as the central space as well. So in my personal opinion, he was playing in between the lines and he wasn't really playing a lot of the times in the wide channel.
Okay.
That's my I don't know if Fabian has a different perspective.
It's basically the same. It's just that the Canada coach, I think, felt sorry for Fisher. The Canada coach did not want to win the game because Fisher got a yellow card very early. Yeah. And if I was the coach of Canada, I would isolate Fisher and Davis every single chance I get. And the coach, they did not do that. What Davis was doing, Davis was drifting inside for majority. So he was playing inside like a second striker for most of the game. So he wasn't out there. He wasn't out there on the wing. I'm wondering if it was instructions or what. But and then in the last like 15 or so minutes, he went to left back. So it's not that case where he was trying to get past Fisher and wasn't successful. He just did not near him again.
Yeah.
They had bigger fish to fry.
I don't know, but they should have and the worst part too, Fisher is on that right side and Watson is on that right side. Both are on yellow cards. Canada really fluffed the bag,
Yeah. Really. Fabian, trust me, man. Let me tell you something. A luck to be
Canada did not want to win that game. That's what I am sure of.
Yeah, because I can't understand how the man them now utilize Alphonso Davis, Forget Fisher and Watson out of the game, Because Fisher and Watson were red cards waiting to happen. Now them they are deal with Davis initially,
Hey, Davis literally was walking through our midfield. So here, Richard, nobody tell no foolishness. Davis was walking through the field. Nobody couldn't stop him. He was walking through the field.
And he was just walking. To be fair though, I've seen him more involved and I've seen him more destructive for Canada. That's why I said I saw glimpses of glamour. I've seen it more consistent. I see Alphonso Davis terrorize Suriname for the entire 90 minutes.
Mexico too.
Exactly.
Just the other day, murder Mexico.
Exactly.
But we have to remember about the pitch problem too, Remember the pitch. The pitch caused Alphonso to miss the goal, Remember, Alphonso get a ball in the box and the pitch make him miscontrol the ball, and he run from him, If Alphonso did control that ball, the net a shake.
That's true.
Is the bad pitch make him miscontrol the ball, and him end up rush the shot and pull it wide, If it was a better pitch, better surface, that would have been a goal.
So don't be fooled by Fisher's
No. As I said, okay. Fisher. Don't worry. Fisher did 3 things in the game: 3 good crosses, and that was it. The one for Flemings that Flemings missed, and the 2 that Nicholson nearly got to. That's about it.
But how worrying is this, guys? When our starting right back lost possession of the football 28 times. 28 times. That's a one serious number. I've never seen a possession loss number so high before.
This formula. Before we move on, because I know you want to press on through the other ratings. it's two of the biggest indictments for Jamaican football at the moment, the national team anyway, and that they need to address seriously going forward is one, ball retention and ball possession. Ball retention and ball possession and movement off the ball. Movement
And
off
ball
the ball seems like it's say again.
And ball progression.
And ball progression. And you're quite right. And here's a question though. Is it fundamentally a case that the players are not fit enough? I saw Argentina highlights play Uruguay. 3-0 victory. I saw players running. I was watching carefully, and I saw the players running off the ball. Messi had the ball, went into the penalty area, came back out, took his time, saw a man belting down on the right wing, gave the ball to him. The man cut the ball across. Another guy's running into the penalty area to get onto the end of the cross, and it was fantastic. Running, energy levels very high, and the other two goals similarly. No, there was another goal. There was one Messi just knocked it into the goal by kind of chance. There was another goal where 4 or 5 players in and around the penalty box looking to get onto a cross that comes into the area. It was energy levels high. Is it a fact that Jamaican players, maybe it's because of the sun and conditions day to day, simply are not fit enough to exercise and play that kind of high off the ball running movement to create the chances and create the overlapping opportunities?
What do you think, Fabian? And then Reid can give him opinion on that as well.
I don't think it's that we are unfit, because a lot of these players, when they play for their clubs, they have to do that week in, week out.
I wouldn't say unfit though, Fabian. Just to put a pin in it, I wouldn't say unfit, but it's the levels. Maybe it's unfair to compare the South Americans, such as Argentina, and the top European clubs. But their ability, you can see the energy levels seemingly off the ball are really high, and you can expect if a man's on the ball that he's going to have options, and because he's going to have willing runners going at pace. And up and down the pitch, they're physically quicker, and they can do things, almost automatically. And I'm gonna come to a quick second point, and then you can come in, Fabian, by all means. I've heard I've not seen Tyreek McGee's shot. It could be seen as a famous shot against America from 25 yards. I still haven't got the exact accurate distance. Tyreek
20
McGee.
plus yards.
Say again.
20 plus yards.
All right, sir. He hit a shot, not a free kick. He hit a shot, which I'm going to look at after this show. And most people that I was hearing was saying, "Whoa, good effort, Tyreek. That was a flash of genius, flash of creativity. Even though you had options to the left and right, you went for the shot, and good for you. That's the kind of creative genius you are." Then I hear Kamar Roof and see Kamar Roof's effort against Canada, and I personally, hand on heart, I thought Roof is coming in for unfair criticism, in my opinion, because the shot. Well, let me finish. The shot itself, it looked like after a great tackle from Devon Speedy to get the ball to release him, he was bearing down on goal. Given the bumpy pitch, he took everything, weighed it up, and he felt good. I think, and he felt, you know what? I feel good. I can take a strike. I saw there was runners to the left and right of him. But that would have just delayed, I think, the opportunity to get another man involved, and then he's going to then have to get the ball into the area. And by that time, the Canadians were coming back to defend. He only just missed the crossbar. It looked like a terrific effort, and some people were crying out "Golato" as he struck it. So there's a perceived difference. I've noticed a little difference in the two shots.
Family, we can take that one here, please.
Is it right or not?
And then we get back to the player.
Let me just take this one on quickly. All right. If you want to see an exact replica of the Maggie shot, Maggie, I think, playing for the under 23s or the under 21 team, scored a goal from the exact same position, the exact same way. You can YouTube it and you will find it. Now the Maggie shot, the game was 0-0. It was in the first half of the game. So we have to take a lot of things into consideration. It was the first half of the game. The game was basically even and it was 0-0 away from home. Now for Kemar Roof, the game was winding down. It is a game that we needed to win. It was 0-0 and Speedy was in a better position than what Jamal Lowe and Shaman Nicholson were in for the Maggie chance. Now, when I saw Roof with that ball, I said to myself, goal. Because I said Roof would just roll it to Speedy and Speedy just play it across the box to Andre Gray for a tap-in. That's what I saw. The reason why I'm knocking Roof for that shot, Roof shot was about 20 yards. Maggie's one was about 26, 25 yards. From 20 yards, if you're going to choose the wrong option, at least make the goalkeeper work. That is just me. From 20 yards, if you're going to choose the shot when the pass was the better option, because at that point, it was a 3v2 situation,
No.
It was 3v2.
It was a 4-4-3.
Or a 4-4-3, somewhere there. So the pass would have been the better option.
Yeah, in
and
that
going in that
is important, Richard.
In that time of the game, with probably 5 minutes left, if you're going to take the shot on, you must make the keeper work. That's why I'm beating Roof for that.
Yeah.
Because if he played the ball to Speedy, it was a sure goal.
It was,
It was
hold on. No. With all due respect, I mean, I love the conversation and reasoning, and I must say, full respect and props to everybody on the panel here. But you've just made a schoolboy hollow there. You've just gone out
a sure goal.
Yeah.
I can tell you where I thought it was a sure goal.
A surefire goal.
All right.
A surefire goal in a 0-0 game. With a poor no, a surefire goal. I'm
sure it would have been a goal, and this is why I say I'm sure it would have been a goal. When I am playing football, there are plays in the game where myself and another teammate are on the same wavelength. We don't need to communicate, we don't need to talk. When Kemar Roof was about to shoot, Andre Gray was pointing to Speedy.
I saw that.
Speedy was gesturing to Andre Gray, which simply means they had the same thing in mind, so they were on the same wavelength. It was a sure goal. So the both of them knew exactly what was going to happen before it happened.
Yeah, Richard, the context was a little different for Maggie in terms of the positioning of the players, both opposition players and our own players. The
I'm gonna have a look. Go ahead.
Different. The context was a little bit different. The Roof shot, it wasn't a bad shot, yes, but the Maggie shot, it wasn't necessarily a bad option considering the context. When you look at the Roof shot, when you look at the context, it was a poor choice from Roof. I agree with Fabian. And all right, I want to get back to the player ratings now. Quickly, so we can get through them. I think that, as I said, I think we're going to end on Fisher now, but I think the stats for me that worries me is the 66 touches, and he lost the ball almost half the times he touched it. I've never seen a possession loss stat so high. I've never seen a possession loss stat so high. I've never seen a player lose the ball 28 times in a game. I've never seen that. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I've seen low 20s. I've never seen a high 20 before. That's crazy to me. All right.
Would you take into consideration the pitch?
Well, is the possession loss stats for other players as well that poor? Or is Fisher just generally speaking a player that always loses possession of the ball?
Easy tonight, Formula. Easy tonight, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Formula, I want to say something. Okay. We need to really take into consideration that the pitch is garbage, just being real.
I agree.
Listen, if you pay attention, a ball was played to Alphonso Davies he tried to control the ball. You see what happened, right? They showed it.
Yeah.
The pitch is horrible. It looks good from afar, but the pitch got a lot of lumps, a lot of bumps. It's very hard for an individual. Listen, I know Roof is better than what we saw out there last night. He can barely control. When he do control it, he took like a trailer to turn. You understand, to make the play. I'm like, there is no way he in the Scottish League, Premier League now, and a good striker, and yet still we ain't seen the quality that he showed in the Scottish Premier League on the field. So I look at it like this: Jamaica itself, they got to take it serious, like the fans, that we are the people who need better. And I don't understand Jamaica government because they don't really understand themselves, because government mean basically you serve the people. And as far as I see, I don't see the serving of the people taking place. I haven't been in Jamaica for a minute. But at the same time, like, seriously, this is honestly, I got a prediction: Jamaica 2-0. That was my prediction. I'm looking for a win. Unfortunately, we didn't get the win, but you know, the ball possession also, I don't know why we can't hold the ball. We can't play tick-a-tack.
Rain. I don't mean to cut your Rain, but we kind of went through all of that and we do have a lot of time left, and I want to get through the player ratings.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mean, it's not that we don't want your opinion on the show or anything like that, but we're kind of pressed for time.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I would love to hear your opinion on it, but unfortunately we have to continue with the player ratings. But so far, so good. I agree with you. And I see where you're going. And I agree with you. All right, let's look at Alvas Powell's minutes played now. 38 minutes played, 13 touches, 38 minutes played, 13 touches, 10 attempted passes, 6 of them successful at 60%. Right, he had 1 clearance, 1 tackle, engaged in 3 ground duels, won 1 of them successfully. Possession lost 5 times, 1 foul, 6 attempted long balls, 3 of them successful. I could take Rain opinion first on this one. Rain, what you thought about Alvas?
Okay, first, I'm not a fan of Alvas Powell. I'm not. Honestly, I'm not. And before the game even started, Alvas got hurt in the United States game, and I was like, I hope Tappa didn't start this man, which he did. Okay, he's on the field. So far, I'm just going to be real. If you do good, you do good. And so far, he started off pretty good. Apart from him, like, to go forward, that's one of the things. If you're playing in the last 4, you got to be careful of going forward, because when you're leaving, you need to advise your man that, hey, I'm moving forward. You ain't got to speak. But that's common sense, because you let him know, cover for me. You see what I'm saying? Just in case I lose the ball. Then he want to dribble like he's a striker. Come on, for real. You're a center back. You playing well, he was on the right. You understand? I'm like, how in the world is he trying to do all that? See, Jamaica gotta learn to knock the ball in triangles. Have you ever seen other teams trained where they learn to move the ball, create space? That's what Jamaica don't do.
True, but Rain, we want to keep it on the player. You know?
No, we're going to keep it on the player.
Yeah.
We ain't taking it off the player. We ain't taking it off.
Yeah, good.
That's what they got to learn. Learn to knock the ball around. They gave him a 6.5. I gave him a 5. I'll give him a 5.
By the way, guys in the comment section, what you guys score O'Neal Fisher and Alvas Powell?
O'Neal Fisher.
Right. Rain, what quickly, just a score for Fisher. What would you have given Fisher in the game?
A 5. Matter of fact, Fisher wasn't supposed to be on the field.
All right, Fabian, what you did give Fisher as a score?
5.
Richard, Richard never watched the game, no?
I didn't see the
Five
game, but what I would contribute is that Alvis playing in a centre back position was an eye opener. So just to see him acquit himself without conceding a goal was a relief to find out. And secondly, that dribbling, his propensity to continually dribble into players is something that is another weak aspect of his game. So Tappa really trusts him a lot. And I'm still, in fact, if you can actually give me two reasons why he's trusted by Tappa and the two strong points of Alvis Powell's game, I'd love to hear, because I've not heard anything constructive about him. Can you give me 2 points that are strong parts of his game today?
Richard, just to tell you, he was dribbling out of central defense also. Just to give you some insight. He was still dribbling out of central defense yesterday.
Yeah.
Only the very best do that, Lucio or Brazil, and you've got to be extremely talented. Play it simple and do your defensive duties, what I would expect. So, I'm not overly impressed by that, but 0-0, hallelujah.
All right, Gavin, you can score them like how Travis Pessoa scored them in this particular comment. Let me just read out the super chat quick and fast before we get to the next centre back. Bone 6,000. Much appreciated. Thanks much. The super chat is much appreciated. Are you trolling us? Good game, boys. Is this a troll, Bone?
It is a troll. It is a troll. It's not a game that they expected to win.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chat nonetheless, though, Bone. I saw it go, man. You know, the banter will always be a major factor. Him say laugh out loud, not trolling. There you go. Him say laugh out loud, not trolling. All right. I agree with it. I don't think I would add anything much to Alva's point. I would give Fisher a 4, and that's crazy considering that we consider that he had one of his best games yet, right? And lost possession of the ball 28 times. I would give Alva spoil for his time on the pitch while it was just shy of 40 minutes. I would give him a 6. I'd give him a 6. Probably seen as a little bit generous, but I think he did decent. I think especially considering the fact that it's not his main position. All right. Up next. Adrian Mariappa. Rain, what's your score for Adrian and tell us why? Hold on 1 second. Let me read out him stats quickly first. 90 minutes, he touched the ball 34 times, attempted 28 passes, 18 of them were successful, 64% passing accuracy, 2 clearances, 1 tackle. He was dribble pass on 1 occasion. He engaged in 4 ground duels, 1-1, engaged in 2 aerial duels, 1 none. He lost possession 11 times. He was fouled 1 time. No, he fouled 1 time rather, and he was fouled 0 times. He attempted 12 long balls, 4 of them were successful. That's basically his stats. So, Rain, what's his grade and tell us why?
Okay. Adrian Mariappa. Wow. I look at him as he's a good defender. You know, he's got experience coming from Reading all the way down. I look at him as a great defender. The problem what I see so far with Mariappa, honestly, Mariappa also is something close to like Alvis Powell. Y'all never pay attention. The reason he didn't try to dribble from the back is because basically we're playing center back. You see what I'm saying? So he's the type of person like this. Once he get the ball, if he believe he can create a play, he's gonna try to dribble. And last night he didn't do that, which I'm glad, because statistical show he lost the ball 11 times. If you playing center back, you lost the ball 11 times to an opponent, basically that's a free goal. You see what I'm saying? So with what he did last night, I give him a 5. Honestly, I rate most of the defenders a 5 because the stuff that they do was unnecessary. You want to play the ball to your midfield, all these long ball like they just boom, kick the look. We ain't playing schoolball football. This is professional. You want to play the ball to your midfield, then midfielder create plays, put the ball to the forward, bam, there we go, we gotta go. But you're kicking the ball long up the field. When you kick it long, you give it away to the opponent. Guess what happened? You're back under pressure. But I will give him a 5. I like Adrian Mariup. I do like it. But I would give him a 5.
All right. Fabian, what's your grade for Mr. Mariapa? And why?
All right, I give Mariapa 6.5. 6 for his playing and the other 0.5. Mariapa was the leader for that team. Even though Blake had on the captain's armband, Mariapa was the captain for the team last night. Mariapa was leading the team, and he's the reason why we kept a clean sheet. He was leading Alvas and also Javon Watson. So he had 2 separate centre-back pairings, and he was able to bring his message across to them, and he was there leading the back. So that's why for me, 6.5, 6.5 for Mariapa.
Don't you, Richard? Although I don't think it's fair for Richard to be grading the players in this thing, though, you know.
I won't.
Yeah,
It's totally unfair. I don't grade. I'm not grading.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is giving feedback.
All right.
And Mariapa, if he was leading, he seems a very popular figure in the team. I heard it wasn't his greatest game, but he plays the percentages, is reliable, and again he was part of a clean sheet back line. So props to him. Not in the great, he missed some tackles, but his experience and leadership, that's invaluable. So hats off to him.
Yeah, I personally will give. I will give him a 7. I personally will give Mariapa a 7. And again, you pointed to the clean sheet. That's important, although I think that was more about Canada's lack of quality for the most part. But I think Mariapa had a good game. I would say he was our best defender, and we did keep a clean sheet. So I'll give him a 7. Me personally. And I think people kind of tried him a little bit for the big chance that Canada got. Right? They're saying that Mariapa should have not, like he kind of, you know what I'm talking about. I honestly think he was probably the smart and the wise thing to do, because he probably kind of analyzed the situation and said, if I get a touch on this ball, it might end up in the back of the net.
You're right. I saw that. Yeah, absolutely right. He that could have been. It looked like it could have been an own goal if he wasn't careful.
Wait, so Formula people are actually criticizing Mariapa for that?
I've heard individuals.
No, man, that's crazy. As a coach, I tell my players, when I go to the byline, drive the ball across the 6-yard box. Any touch is a goal, whether from a defender or an attacker. Mariapa cannot touch that ball. He has to let that ball go.
Yeah.
If Mariapa took out a foot, that would have been a goal.
Yeah.
We see that time and time again in football. He did the best thing.
What I was disappointed with was the fact that having let the ball go across, it was the lack of cover for the Canadian player to have this clean strike at goal that disappointed me. I think Mariapa used his wisdom there, rightfully so. If he stuck out a foot there, that could have been easily deflected from the looks of it into the net, and really messed up things. So I was disappointed with the remainder of the cover. But Mariapa, a reliable soul.
Somebody drunk 7. All right. Up next, Rain. I'm gonna read out Lawrence's stats, and then you tell me, you give me a score, and you tell me, why you gave the score. So in 90 minutes, Lawrence had 46 touches of the football. He had 24 attempted passes. 11 of them were successful at 46%. He had 3 clearances, 1 interception. He engaged in 6. Well, he didn't engage in any ground duels. which is a bit. He didn't engage in any ground duels. And truth be told, there weren't a lot of attacks coming down his side of the pitch either. He engaged in 6 aerial duels, 1-5. Possession lost, my word. Possession lost 17 times. Right? 3 key passes, 7 attempted crosses, 4 of them successful. 3 attempted long balls, none of them successful. Big chances created, 1. Shots on target, 1. And we all remember that shot at the very end of the game. Reid, quickly, a number and why?
Okay, I'll give him a 7. The only problem I had with him was his pass accuracy. For him to be a left footer playing on the left side, is like everybody tried to play it on the left flank, he goes outside, which I don't understand. But apart from that, he did good. And also losing the ball 17 times, really don't like that. But I'll give him a 7. But he got to work on his passes better than that. 24 attempts, 11. Nah, got to do better than that.
I mean, I'm going to pass it out to Fabian now, but I think both our fullbacks losing the ball are combined, 28 times O'Neill Fisher lost the ball. 17 times Taxi lost it. Those are scary numbers, man. Fabian,
Exactly.
number and why?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was just reading a comment, that I think I want to address from Stan Cranky, where he's saying, how can players get 3 and 5.6 and 6 and we had a clean sheet? We have to look at what are the reasons why we had a clean sheet. And individually, players can have bad performances, but as a unit, they did enough to have a clean sheet. So just because they had a clean sheet, that doesn't mean individually they all performed at a 6 or a 7 or a 8. Because the pitch played a big part in us keeping a clean sheet. Andre Blake played a key role in us keeping a clean sheet. And the Canadian coach also played a big role in that. They did not have their foot on the gas for the 90 minutes. All right, so it's not a case where just because we had a clean sheet that automatically means that our defenders had a super game. They still can have individually bad games, but do just enough to have that clean sheet coupled with the conditions that were there. All right, so Taxi for me, Taxi didn't get a lot of action for the game, so 6 for me. He didn't get a lot of action. That's because the number 7 did not come on until late anyway. So Taxi didn't do a lot. So 6.
Okay, cool.
Formula, can I just ask a quick question about this or a point? Kemar Taxi Lawrence, do you think he's the type of player that will raise his game in the knowledge that the likes of Amari Bell is a genuine contender for his position? Do you think there's a sense of lackadaisicalness that's come into his game? And secondly, this ratings game, it's a fascinating one. Stan Kroenke has raised an interesting point. Do you have a definition or an understanding of how you come by these ratings? Fabian, that goes for you as well. The whole ratings thing. I mean, is there a baseline and then you can add to it or go below it when you come into rating a game? Because it's a bit of fun and games at the end of the game. So I don't personally place a huge amount of store in it, though I respect your opinions, because one person can say 6, someone can say 7, another person can say 3, and you wonder why such a discrepancy. There's different levels in interpretation.
7.6.
It's about perspective, Richard. So it depends on individuals' perspective. I don't really pay attention to player ratings because what I'm looking for might not be what Formula is looking for, and that's what makes it interesting. The game of football, it doesn't have to be black or white, and we can disagree but still agree. So that's what makes football amazing. That we all will rate the players differently, but it depends on what we are looking for individually.
All right, I am going to give By the way, SofaScore gave Lawrence a 7.6. That's surprising. You see that, Richard, that's answer your question about perspective.
Isn't it?
I would not give Lawrence a 7.6. I would give Lawrence a 6. I would give Lawrence a 6. If I'm gonna give him a 6. I'm gonna give him a 6. All right. Yeah, just a 6. I think the shot at the end brought it up to 6. For me personally, I think the shot at the end brought
the shot was going wide. You know that, right?
It's close. It's close. It is close.
It close. Yeah.
It is close.
I wouldn't say it was going wide.
The goalkeeper just want to make sure the shot was going wide.
Yeah, it is Formula. You put that comment on the screen so we can answer it.
I never put it on. I just highlighting everybody's comments, but
because
address.
No, it's a case, All right, so there are times when you see, because it's a team sport, there are times when different parts of a team can have a failing grade. But when you add those failing grades together as a unit, then you can have basically a barely pass mark. As I said, individually, the defense was not as good as, just because you have a clean sheet doesn't mean the defense line was good. It can be a case where the opponent's attackers were off. And in our case, that was 1. And 2, the pitch. 3, our goalkeeper. So they didn't have any really outstanding game as defenders. So individually, they weren't really good, but collectively, they find some way to keep that clean sheet.
Cranky, why you coming on to my show them?
Yeah, make him go on.
Just reach up from work. Don't take off my clothes, see me in my bed. I'm not going to bed on people channel. But me confused, me head a spin. So let me understand the logic. I'm not staying on long form. Let me understand the logic.
Cool.
I get a clean sheet. I don't give up much chances. They didn't score much goal. And I get a 3. So who was defending? My 2 center midfields?
Stan.
Question, Stan.
1 second, Fabian. Stan, did you see O'Neil Fisher's stats?
Let me say something here. The stats are twofold. There is stats going forward, and there's stats stopping somebody from scoring, and there's stats going forward. Most of the defender stats weren't awesome going forward. Getting 46%, I saw it yesterday for Taxi, is atrocious. But the question is, how many chances did Canada create? Was Canada playing? Or was Canada on vacation? Were they playing now? Because if you give me a 3 when I gave up no goal, that means Blake was out of this world. My 2 center midfield were awesome. My right and left winger covered for me all the time. My 10 and my 9 were back in my own half defending. How the hell do I get a 0? No goals, not a lot of chances. What am I missing? I'm confused.
Stan, look at the possession lost on the screen for O'Neil.
I'm not asking no position. Hey, let me tell you something about stats. Let me tell you something about stats formula. We don't understand. Stats doesn't capture my movement. Stats doesn't capture when I don't cover. Stats doesn't capture move not passing the ball wide when you take a shot. Stats don't capture enough things.
But losing the ball.
And I agree, Stan. I agree.
No, but formula, I just said that.
Stan, losing the ball 28 times in a
I agree with this
liability for a defender.
Formula, I don't disagree with you. In fact, Powell and Lowe lost it about 20-something times against Costa Rica with no pressure. That's unacceptable. I agree with that formula. But guys, rethink this. If you get 30% on a test, 30% on a test out of 100, because that's your mark, you get 3 out of 10. That means you feel atrociously. So you must have, if you get 5, 3, 6.5, why don't you get Taxi?
I personally gave him a 6.
6 or 7 for Taxi.
The average of 5. So you want to tell me if you give up no goal, few chances, you gave the team an average score of 5. The average. And then Canada not good. Canada didn't play.
Canada, but I agree. I think that was the main reason. I think
so Canada was them poor. Defending well, it was Canada being poor.
I think Canada was poor.
Did they make Canada look poor?
No, I think Canada was just poor.
Okay. Then that's your logic. If that's your logic, because let me say something. Fisher in the first 20 minutes struggled. He didn't struggle after that. Alphonso Davis is one of the best players in world football.
No, can't stand.
But it's a fact. Here's what we do, Formula. I'm going to come to your channel quick. As I say, it's a quick visit. we have a view about a player. We don't respect their ability. So if they play well, we don't give them credit. We have to hold the credit because it makes us look bad, and we take it personal. Because they may play decent. In the first 20 minutes, I was like, he's going to get red card because he got the first yellow. He should have got another yellow because he pulled him back, but not as hard the second time in the first half. But after that, he held his own. For Christ's sake, what did Watson get? What did Watson get? Watson get too much.
So we not reach Watson yet. So Cranky, how much would you rate Fisher?
No man. We have to address this Fabian. Can I just go and then give Fabian a chance to answer?
Yeah, more answer Stan.
Me know, man.
We support the same team, so me want answer him.
By the way, welcome, my supporter. We'll soon rope you into the convo. Stan, I think one of the things that, look, I agree. Alphonso Davies is a world-class player. In my opinion, he's the best player in CONCACAF, right? And even if you don't agree, you can't disagree with my logic when I say that, right? But I think a lot of the times, and we spoke about it earlier in the program, right? Alphonso Davies kept on drifting from the wide channel into the half spaces and into the central space. Right? He was dropping into the space as well between the midfield line and the defensive line, and he was drifting inwards. So him and Fisher never meet on that many occasions in the game.
Formula. Sometimes in a game is what you prevent your opponent from doing make you good. What we see is tackle. What we see is heading. We don't see the game within the game.
So, question, Stan. So, do you believe that Davis, as you rate him as one of the best footballers in the world, O'Neal Fisher prevented him from going down that left side?
No, look. The game's a team sport, as you just said about the defense.
That's
right?
what you are saying, about the game.
Bobby Reid, unlike Flemo, did a very good job helping Fisher. Very good job. So Fisher wasn't alone.
And I agree.
But nobody can defend a world-class player alone. It's not possible.
Yes, but I agree. But Davis had the entire pitch for himself. He was just.
But Davis was a roamer for most of the game. Not on the right, but mainly on the left and in the middle, as Formula says. He was given free reign to play where he wants to play. But more time than not, he was on the left side of the field.
So he was on the left side.
I am not saying you guys.
Minutes.
Look, here's my point on this. We have to be careful when we're giving out grades, not to say, you know what? I gave up no goals, but people were 3 and 4. You have to be able to rationalize it. Maybe what you don't see is what we prevent them from doing. Like, for example, we pressed early, so we got them uncomfortable early. It took them a while to get into the game. As you also said, I wasn't there. I hear people make an excuse for the field. We had, 3-4 English players on the field? They used the carpets, so it balanced out. So look, I'm not saying you guys are totally wrong. What I'm saying is you can be more generous with your grades because...
So I am asking you again, Cranky, you still don't answer my question.
Go ahead, what is the question?
Did O'Neal Fisher prevent Alphonso Davies from dribbling down the flank? That is what you are saying based on a reasoning, and that it was because of what Fisher was doing.
I question on football about dribbling.
Why?
Because you cross the ball much quicker by passing than dribbling.
Yeah, Alphonso is known for dribbling.
The next. You can't
he's known for dribbling. So,
all right.
So let me rephrase.
How did he position himself to preclude Alphonso from being effective?
So Fisher prevented Alphonso from being effective. That is what you are saying.
It's a group strategy. It wasn't a one-man thing. It was a group thing.
Yes, but you are giving him an individual grade. That is why I say individually.
Yes, and here's the thing.
He wasn't good, but a part of the group. That is what I'm saying. Individually, he wasn't as good. But when you combine a Fisher with a Bobby Reid, with a Javon Watson, with a Mariapa as a part of the group, he was way better. So, and remember, we're giving them individual grades, No, we're giving them individual grades, Not the grade as a team.
Fabian, here you have to listen to Fabian. If I'm part of a team and I play my role in the team to make the team effective, you penalize me for that kind of stuff. Not play good. How can I not play good individually, when the team played well, I was part of the team, and we gave up no goal. You're giving me no credit to be part of a team. I was asked to do.
Because your teammates helped you out to play your role. That is what you said enough. Bobby Reid was helping Fisher out to keep Davis quiet. That's what you said enough.
So Fisher
Bobby Reid was helping to play his role.
When you're grading someone, does this clean sheet factor into their grade?
Does the clean sheet factor? No, individual grades I'm talking about, not collectively as a defense. No, individual ratings we are the man.
Any question again, Fabian. It's a team sport, right? I was asked to play out right, to play with my right centre back, play with my winger, play my right CDM, prevent Canada from penetrating my side of the field. That's my responsibility. I did my job well. We created one chance from his side of the field, and actually the chance actually occurred on the other side, but the ball came from his side of the field. So I had the left, the guy with the locks playing on the left. I had their left inside. I have Alfonso Davies roaming. I did my job, what I'm supposed to do, and I can't even get a 5. You give me a 3.
So question, I gave Fisher a 5, but my question to you is this, would you say Bobby Reid was playing or was helping Fisher in the first 20 minutes of the game?
Bobby Reid was trying to do his job, but Canada weren't as smart as they should.
Was he helping Fisher in the first 20 minutes of the game?
He was trying to help, but not as much as he did later on.
All right, so he was trying. How did Fisher look in the first 20 minutes of the game?
So here's the thing. Is the game 20 minutes or 90 minutes?
No, I just answer the question because we are looking at Fisher individually. You said that Fisher was horrible for the first 20 minutes. Then you said that Bobby Reid was not helping him sufficiently in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which simply means that Fisher was horrible if he did not get any help from Bobby Reid.
So let me say this.
I can't blame Fisher for that because it's a team sport.
Yeah,
and he should get help from Bobby Reid.
Fabian, if I isolate you one-on-one in football, if anybody who's decent isolate one-on-one, they should be able to go by you. If any forward is decent one-on-one, they should be able to go by you. If
not every defender.
Not
every defender.
Wait.
Not every defender.
What do you mean it's one-on-one? You don't know where I'm going. I'm going because you're not good. I'm going left, I'm going right, and over your head. I have 3 places to go. You don't know where I'm going.
If you give me any forward dribbling at Van Dijk before he got his ACL injury.
Right.
Take out Messi and Ronaldo out of it, my money is on Van Dijk.
Yeah, I think the first time Pepe played against Van Dijk, he turned him over. But I agree. But
just one time.
You pick the best defender in the world for your example.
Listen.
You pick the best defender in the world for your example.
No, but I'm telling you, it depends on the defender. You cannot say you're supposed to go by them 1v1. If that was the case, every time somebody get isolated on the football pitch, they would create a chance to score.
But Fabian, here's the analogy we're drawing. We're talking about wait. It's my philosophy. If you're both at the same level, I should be able to go by you. That's what we're talking about. If you have Alfonso Davies who's at a different level than Fisher, and he didn't go by him all evening, then how can you say Fisher was terrible?
So did he go by him in the first 20? He went past him in the first 20, right?
So first 20, if I divide 90 by 20,
no.
About 4.5. So I was great for 3.5, and I was poor for 1, and I get no credit.
He was not poor. He was just drifting centrally. So he wasn't isolating Fisher for the entire game. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why I think Canada closed the ball.
Fabian is saying, hold on, 1 second.
Formula, we won't get a consensus on this. I give up. We won't get a consensus on this.
I think what Fabian is saying is that we did not see that 1v1 duel versus Alfonso and Fisher consistently enough to say that Fisher was the reason.
Formula.
Every time Fisher run up on every time Alfonso Davies dribble upon him, impass him. Every time.
Formula. Football is a team sport. This whole thing about Alfonso with Fisher one-on-one, like all the thing Fisher do on the field like Mark Alfonso, like Fisher not cover space, like Fisher not going forward, like Fisher didn't put in beautiful crosses. Did Alvarez cross a ball in the last 20 games versus what Fisher crossed in one game? The ball Fisher put at the far post because it's supposed to reach. Has Alvarez ever made one of those crosses in any game?
I agree with you on that point. He looked better than Alvarez. But did he look good enough to warrant a 7 or a 8?
I didn't say 7 or 8, no. I said that 3 for yet about 7 or 8.
Stan,
I didn't give him 3.
Stan, to be fair, Stan, O'Neal Fisher as a defender lost the ball 28 times and had a passing accuracy of 46%.
His passing accuracy was the same as Taxi. How much did I get Taxi? His passing accuracy was the same as Taxi. How much Taxi I get?
No, Taxi got a little bit higher because one of the reasons why I brought up Taxi.
For me, Taxi just barely performed better. The reason being Taxi get more because there wasn't a lot going on Taxi's side.
Yes, and I
there
think
wasn't a lot going on Taxi's side. And that was my
sometimes, guys. Sometimes bad passing is not just the person who have the ball.
They weren't
or CDM,
Taxi, they weren't isolating him, they weren't taking him on or anything like that.
You know, part of the problem.
And it's not like in the case where Fisher in the first 20 minutes, Alfonso had him like a cool.
Yeah, but Alfonso have anybody like that.
If you are honest, you will know in the first 20 minutes it was like dribbling past a cone for Alfonso. I don't know what instruction came from the Canada coach, and Alfonso decided to drift inside and play centrally or whatever. But if
Fabian, here's a question for you.
I was that
how many balls were passed
Fisher
between the line in that game?
How
many balls were passed between Fisher and the right centre half in that game that creates opportunity? Like we see with Albers every game. How many balls were passed?
I'm understanding of Cranky.
No, but Fabian, answer the question, man.
Teams giving individual
Fabian, answer the question.
So, for me, Fisher can't get more than 5 for me.
Fabian, answer the question. How many balls are passed between the right back and the right centre back?
Yeah, I'm stupid phone freeze again.
How many?
I think you're having phone problems.
Johnny, can I?
Yeah, come on, Mr. Speed. Anyway, I have to run. I came out for 2 seconds. I overstayed my welcome.
Yeah, man.
Good show, Formula. All right.
Yeah, man. Thanks, man. Bless up, Stan.
Respect, Cranks.
Take care. Mr. Porter, you hardly could get a word in.
No, it's all right. I'm just here listening.
All right, cool. We're going to get you with the prayer rating.
It's okay.
But mind you know,
I've heard a lot.
Yes, we have to tap into you, Coach. What do you make of ratings, Coach? Do you ever pay attention to ratings? I mean, when you're talking about passes completion, I think Crank was going to make the point that when you play a pass to a player, they may miscontrol it. So that might also affect the percentage rating.
I'm more for the eye test than the stats, you know. I'm more
traditional.
Watch the player and see what the player has to offer than the stats. Sometimes the stats lead you off chart, but I mean, with the naked eyes, you can see what the player is worth.
All right, let me move to the midfield now before Cranky come mash up my show. Bobby Reid.
Sweet.
Let me read out Bobby Reid's stats, and then you guys can combine the stats with your eye test to tell me what is your grade and why. Minutes played, 74 minutes. He had 17 touches of the football. He attempted 10 passes the entire game. 10 passes in 74 minutes is poor, even for an attacker, right? So he attempted 10 passes. He successfully completed 6, right, at 60% passing accuracy. Key passes 2. No crossing attempts, which is kind of strange for somebody playing out wide. Long balls, he attempted 2. 1 was successful. 1 big chance created. 1 dribble attempt, but it was not successful. He engaged in 5 ground duels. He won 2. He contested 1 aerial duel. It was unsuccessful. He lost possession of the football 6 times. He was fouled rather once, and he fouled 1 time as well. 1 tackle he was dribbled past on 1 occasion. So all right, so Fabian is back here. We always start with Rain. Rain, what's your grade for Bobby D. Card over Reid and why?
I give him a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For one, he's not playing at his natural position. I heard you said he's playing wide and no crosses. See, this is what the problem lies. I know you're dealing with the player stats, and I can agree, with Mr. Porter. The eye test is good also. Both of them go together, but with Bobby Reid is playing out of his natural position. When you are playing out of your natural position, there are things that you're gonna do things that you're supposed to do, which you're not, naturally do, which you don't naturally do. So it's gonna be
muscle memory. You're talking about muscle memory.
Exactly. So what happens there, with Bobby Reid is the type of person that take on players. You ain't seen none of that. He will dribble past an individual. You ain't seen none of that. You ain't seen no dribbling, none of that happen. But
he tried, he was just unsuccessful for the most part.
One time. Well,
One time.
So a one time don't really means much in a stats because you tried one time. He touches the ball 17. The accuracy passing was 6. I give him a 6, but like I said, going forward, Tappa needs to start play these guys in their natural position. Stop trying this makeshift stuff. This ain't working.
Yeah. So what was your grade from again? 6?
Yeah, 6.
All right. Fabian, you next, and then Mr. Porter. Fabian, what's your grade for Bobby?
Bobby Reid 6. I think something is wrong with Bobby Reid. I don't know. For a few games, he doesn't look like himself. I don't know. Something might be wrong. He's not on form, so 6 for Bobby. Defensively, he's doing his job defensively, but going forward, that's not the same Bobby that we know.
Hey Ben, can I say this real quick if you don't mind?
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
If you pay attention, you say something is wrong with it. You might be right. Since he been tested for the COVID and he came back, it's a total different Bobby Reid.
Completely different Bobby, yeah.
And that is so true. Since he been tested positive and came back, he a total different Bobby Reid.
Yeah.
The COVID is no joke.
I would give Bobby Reid a 5.5. I don't think he was involved enough going forward, right? Truth be told, could you really lay the blame squarely at his feet for his lack of involvement? That's another perspective to look at it from as well. But I have to grade, and even when he was involved, he wasn't really effective. I don't think he provided quality width. And I don't know. He just looked a bit out of sorts, to be honest with you. I give him a 5.5. Did put in I mean, look at even his heat map. That heat map, that shows the lack of involvement of the player, That this is a poor heat map for 90 minutes.
Formula. What Bobby Reid is a really interesting character. From I've been watching the Fortunes of Jamaica just before the World Cup, the Gold Cup this year. What is Bobby Reid's best or ideal position for the national team, in your opinion? And was his performance better than the game he played against America?
I think that Bobby Reid, it depends on the personnel that we have available in our team. It depends on where you play Bobby Reid. I think it depends on the personnel that you have available in the team. He can play either as a winger or an attacking mid for me. It depends on and it also depends on what you want from your attacking midfielder in the game for me personally. I don't know if any of the other panelists agree with that.
Well, can I say this?
I
will put him in just one position for right now. That would be the attacking mid. That's it. That's who he is. He's an attacking midfielder. And you play somebody out of position, like I said earlier, it could be a problem. Just for example, if I'm working at an area and where I work at, I work at a warehouse, and the position which I'm applied for, which I've been working at, if you take me from a position and put me in another position to work which I haven't been working at, most likely I'm going to have an accident. Most likely we're going to have some problem because I've been put out of the position which I used to work, and that's what's happening. He is a attacking midfielder.
There seems to be a lot of confusion as to what Bobby really is doing now. Because
Formula.
people saying he's a winger, some saying he's an attacking midfielder. Fabian, go through.
Check the stats. Bobby Reid is a winger. Bobby Reid plays right wing or right wing back for Fulham all the time. It's in the Jamaican team that he is deployed in a attacking midfield position, which he does very well. Seeing him play attacking midfield, I even said that I don't want to see him back on the wings anymore. But by trade, he's a winger, but he can play attacking midfield. For me, he needs to sit on the bench.
Fabian, you know, say the stats actually tell me something differently.
That he's an attacking midfielder.
Yes, this season.
Well,
as a matter of fact, I've watched.
I might be wrong.
No, let me tell you the confusion lies.
He has. I mean, for hold on. Yes, for this season though, Formula. For this season, he has played as a false nine a lot for this season. So if you're looking at this season, he has played an attacking midfield position and as a false nine for this season. But overall in his career, he has been playing on the right or a few times on the left. But seeing him play attacking midfield, I think that's his best position.
Here's the thing though, Fabian. I think a lot of people saw him play in the Premier League for Fulham on the right. A lot. And so the thing is that in them brain, he's a right-sided midfielder or winger or whatever. But if you check the stats previous to Fulham season last season in the Premier League, he played most of his games he has played as an attacking mid. So I think that is where the confusion is like. People not seem to know exactly what Bobby D. Reid is. I personally am confused. I don't know which one of them is in best position.
I am confused too.
Honestly.
You're teaching me something today.
Yeah, man. I can't even bring up transfer market and show because I'm telling you, I personally am confused. I don't know what Bobby D. Reid is.
Get Coach Devon in there. What does Coach Devon? What say you?
About Bobby Reid?
Yeah, what is his position?
I think he better serve any team as a false nine.
All right, I'm going to show you guys something now.
Center, left, right, forward.
I'm going to show you guys something.
Listen. When me hear people talking about left forward and right forward, it don't make no difference if you play on the left, you play on the right. It does not make any difference.
No, I support him. I don't agree with that one.
It don't make no difference.
With the greatest of respect.
What if they employ you as a lone striker? Answer me that question. It don't make no difference.
No, but
have to keep moving and floating into certain position as a center forward. Lewandowski can play on anywhere up top. Okay, so it does not make any difference, my friend.
Okay, can I say this?
I respectfully disagree. I understand your points, reporter, but I respectfully disagree. But I see why you say what you're saying, though. Go through, Reid.
Okay, it depends on where the person of a strong side at. Not all players can use both feet. That's another thing we got to take into consideration. Now, have you ever seen Lionel Messi? You realize when he do play, he mostly uses left foot. That he's a left foot player.
And
yes, but he uses his right foot because
yeah,
I can
not
show you
too
clips
many
where
times.
he's
Not too
crossing
many
and
times.
scoring with the right foot.
Not too many times. That's his weak point. So he focused mainly on the point where he is able to make play, which is on the left. He is a left foot, and I never see kick a free kick with the right foot. Never, never. Whether
All
he put
right.
the ball in the left side or the
No,
right side of the goal.
because his left foot is his stronger foot. Is more
That's what I'm
preferred.
saying, and that's
It's called more
all you,
preferred
and that's all
optimum
you
word.
choose, and that's all you know what position that individual play is because of the stronger side.
But that doesn't mean that you can play him on the
I
right
never
side.
No,
see this.
it
All right.
it
Hold
depends
on.
I
on the
never say
system
you
of the
can't.
coach, you
What
know.
I'm saying,
All right.
the
All right.
stronger
We don't
side
want to get in
is
our messy
dominant.
debate. Hold on. We don't want to get in our messy. We don't have the time for that right now.
It-
But
yeah, formula. It depends on the coach's tactics, by the way. So if the coach want a winger to go down the flank and score the ball,
yes,
then playing on his preferred side is better. If the coach wanted to go down and cut in
he's
like they're
virtue.
doing now
Yeah.
in modern day football,
Yeah.
then they'll play on the opposite side. So it all depends on the coach.
Can I?
So,
Can
but
I?
I'm
it's
gonna
I
say
see him
something,
thing
you
them.
know. I'm gonna
I
say
see him thing
something.
them.
What?
1986, they asked John Barnes, "What do you think about Maradona with one left foot?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what the comment was?
What was it?
If he has a left foot like that, who needs a right?
Yeah. Yes. I think I remember that statement. I do. That's a famous statement from John Barnes. Let me just read out these stats quickly. In Bobby Reid's entire professional career, as an attacking midfielder, he has played the most games as an attacking midfielder. 146 games played as an attacking midfielder. 30 goals, 12 assists. The second most amount of games he has, the position that he has played the second amount of games as is as a central midfielder. 60 games, 5 goals, 13 assists. The third position that he has played the most amount of games as is a center forward. 29 games, 3 goals, and 6 assists. The next position that he has played the most amount of games as is the right midfield. 17 times he has played as a right midfielder, 2 goals, 3 assists. Left wing is up next, 15 games, 6 goals, 1 assist. Left midfield is up next, 12 games, 1 goal, 6 assists. Second striker up next, 12 games, 1 goal, 1 assist. Right winger there at the bottom. I guess when you combine right midfield and right winger, it's right side of the field. But still, when you combine those, that's 28 times he has played. That would still rank as his 4th most played position.
So formula, what's the name for Tappa again, formula?
Play him off the shoulder.
Makeshift.
What's the name for Tappa again, formula?
Out striker.
Theodore Makeshift Whitmore.
There you go again.
Yeah, and that's his problem, playing players out their position, natural position, and that's why it's going to be very difficult for Jamaica to really look. If he played players in the right position, I promise you, we'll be on more than 2 points. But he's not, and he will never learn until they get him out.
Listen, man, I don't know if anybody watched the highlights of the Mexico-Honduras game. But that Mexican team is just warming up. They're like an oil machine.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. They're like an oil machine. They're just warming up, man. They played some football yesterday. It's unbelievable.
All right. So I'm gonna continue with the player ratings now, right? And we're going to try and move through this one quickly, right? So the next player up next is Junior Flemings. Let me read out his statistics quick and fast. You guys give me a grade and tell me why. 74 minutes played. He had 35 touches, 14 passes, 14 attempted passes. 9 were successful, right? 2 crosses, none were successful. 1 long ball, it was successful. He had 1 shot off target, 1 shot blocked. He had 4 dribble attempts, 2 were successfully hit the woodwork once, 1 big chance missed. 10 ground duels he tried to contest, 5 were successful. 1 aerial duel and it was successful. He lost the ball 14 times. He lost possession of the ball 14 times. Almost half the times he had possession of the ball. He fouls once. He was fouled once. The thing jump off. Hold on. 1 interception. Sorry about that, guys. The thing does sometimes SofaScore does that. So 1 interception, right? 2 tackles on 1. He was dribble pass on 1 occasion. So Rain, what's your score for Flemmer and why?
Okay. I see they got him 6.6. I'm not a fan of Junior Fleming, period. I'm just being real. Okay, I wouldn't give him a 6. And I know why they gave him a 6, because he got them chances. But Junior Flemings, to me, for one, he's a selfish player. I'm saying it like it is. And I gave him a 5 because there's really nothing much to say. Otherwise, he got the chance and he had the ball and he didn't score and he hit the post. That's what caused him to get a 6.6. Apart from that, Junior Fleming didn't do one thing on the field.
All right, cool. Fabian, what's your score and why? Yeah, you're mute, Fabian. You're mute. You're mute, Fabian.
Wait.
I think Fabian having challenges. All right, Mr. Porter, you mind giving us a grade for Mr. Flemings and why?
It starts right now.
I never really normally like to rate players.
All right.
But I can chime in a little bit. From what I see yesterday, one of my problems with Junior Fleming is that anytime he receives the ball, his outlet is always look to run with the ball, because that's not a dribbling. You understand? That's just running the ball into pressure. And he does that a lot. He's not a player that connect passes, and really and truly, I don't want to say it, but not my type of player, because since coming to football 100% is play here. You understand? And your legs and your ability to play the games, it just comes in after. So this controls everything else. And just because he gets that 1 chance, which I think he was unlucky, I would give him a 6.
All right.
Other than that,
All right, Fabian, what's your score for Flemmer and why?
For me, Flemmer was the worst player for me. He was the worst player on the pitch. So 5 for me. He was the worst player on the pitch. He just wasn't having a good night at all. And even in the interview that he did, he said that he needs his confidence to come back and all of that. And it was evident. So for me, about 5 for Flemmer.
All right, cool. All right.
And hold on. And the coach don't know that I hear that.
No, Mr. Porter, I knew that before the game. Just as how I knew that Alvas was injured also. Formula, remember. But wait, hold on, Formula. Stick up in. Remember, I came on your live before the game. What did I tell you about Alvas? Didn't I say I am sure Alvas is not going to finish the game?
Yes.
Remember, remember now. Remember, me say I am sure he's not going to finish the game.
I said the same thing the night before the game, that they patch him up to play.
I am sure he wasn't going to finish the game.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Is he gone to Honduras?
I doubt that. I'm not so sure, but I
okay.
doubt that.
Because if they're talking about they don't have any money and this and that, and they're gonna take an injured player to Honduras, that means, oh my God.
Yeah.
Remember, it's a chartered plane they have, so the seats are there, so they can bring him. It will not cost them any extra to bring him.
I would prefer to take a young player just to go there and sit in the stands and watch the game instead of taking an injured player that's in the squad.
A quick one. Flemings is a really confusing character to me. I saw an interview with him, and he said he's keen to keep on learning. He's keen to keep on learning and developing his game. But as you said, I've seen a lot of him. When I've seen him play, he has the habit of running, dribbling with the ball, and dribbling into players. And I saw the best moment, maybe that's the best moment of his Jamaican career, is when he scored that goal. Who did he score that goal against?
Guadeloupe.
Flash off. Who is it? Guadeloupe.
Guadeloupe.
The one who flash off the man then when they come to try to celebrate with it.
Allegedly.
And that's part of my confusion. Is he smart enough? And is he a smart enough player to be on an upward trajectory for Jamaica? Is what we see, what we're gonna get, a dribbler who's not got a team ethos sufficient to have a positive international career for the Jamaican team going forward?
I think just to answer that question quickly, Richard, I think as time goes on, his decision making will improve. I think so. I think so. I think as time goes on, his decision making will improve, and I think that's the main thing that is hindering him right now.
Okay.
I think that's the main thing that's hinder. I think if he was a smarter player, he would play a lot better. All right, Javon Watson, the infamous haka, 90 minutes played, 26 touches of the ball, 19 attempted passes, 14 was successful, 74% passing accuracy, 3 long balls, 2 of them were successful, 4 ground duels attempted, 1 was successful. He lost possession 5 times. He fouled 3 times. He was fouled 0 times. 3 clearances, 1 tackle. Bearing in mind that he played about a third of the game as a in the midfield, and then the rest of it he played as a centre back. So starting with Reid, a grade for haka, and why?
Honestly, wow. I never wow. I really don't want to be too negative, but I'm not really. To me, he's an aggressive player, and I give him a 5. You've been wondering why I'm giving all these players a 5, because that's what they really need. They didn't do nothing apart from him being experienced. Javon Watson, to me, honestly, shouldn't have been called up for the national team. You got players that are needed, younger players that are. See, this campaign, these teams got younger, fitter players that are willing to run. Where are you taking an old man to? What an old man going to do?
Atiba Hutchinson is 38, Reid.
Listen. There's a difference.
I know I'm playing around.
Cristiano Ronaldo is 36 years old. Listen, Cristiano Ronaldo got the facilities, everything that he needs to keep his body in shape. Aka ain't getting no play time. He ain't doing nothing. That man even got a beer belly. Y'all don't pay attention to that.
Yeah.
I give him a 5. I don't know, but I'm getting sick and tired of Tappa Whitmore. Honestly, I am. It's just too much.
All right, cool. Fabian, agreed on why?
All right, so I have 2 grades for haka. Yeah, Javon Watson as a midfielder, 3.5, and as a defender, 5.
Okay.
As a midfielder, yeah, 3.5, and as a defender, 5. So if you round that off, probably a 4.5.
No, I think that's a fair way to grade the player. And honestly, I would give the player that as my grades as well. And I
So
would
I
give
gave him much.
I would give
2
Fleming
much.
a 5. Mr. Porter, you want to comment on Aka real quick? Grade and why? Or you want to pass?
Just because he went into the defense and do a job in the defense, I give him 5. Nothing long and hard about it. And listen, when you're comparing Otiba Hutchinson, this man captain Basitas.
I know.
Okay, so don't make that comparison, please.
I was just playing devil's advocate. I know.
Formula, can I ask a quick question about
a Turkish Super League champions Besiktas at that?
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question about Mr. Javon Watson? Two questions.
Quick, Richard.
Very quick.
Jesus.
No, it's a very fast one. Very fast. Who was the best Jamaican midfielder in the game against the United States for you?
The game against the US.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would give the edge
That easy, man.
I'd give the edge to Maggie.
Speedy for me.
I thought Speedy was poor in that game.
Because he was doing 2 people work, so he must be poor.
I know the duties.
He was doing the job of 2 persons, so he must be poor.
Yeah.
Listen. I think they're doing Aka a disservice, eh? Aka have soldier on for Jamaica, have done wonderful for Jamaica. They should not have taken the man out of retirement.
And I agree.
They shouldn't do this to the man.
I agree.
They should. And guess what? Aka love him country so much that he never said no.
Exactly.
You understand? That's the thing. He love Jamaica so much. He never said no.
I actually respect Aka more than Mr. Porter because of that, you know. I actually respect him because he's pushing his body past its limits. But again, Haka did not select himself.
Yeah.
And that will open, when I see Haka in the team, they go open a whole lot of questions that I don't think Tappa can answer because Haka was not in the squad.
Haka my baller, you know, man.
Haka wasn't in the squad, you know. But we play a game in Jamaica, and the next thing we know, Haka is on the plane with the team leaving. However, we had 17 players playing against USA, and we couldn't add another 5 for the game against Canada.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to bother asking the second question because I'm getting a bit emotional right now. Mr. Haka love the country
Richard,
so much that he's willing to sacrifice. Hey,
man, dead for country.
Listen.
Hey.
Don't pull a cataract for me. Don't. You know your ball, buddy.
Hey.
All right.
I try to take it easy and I can. Hey, respect, Shutter. Haka. Go on, carry on.
Make get to the judge quick and fast, now, man. The judge.
Mercy.
The judge. Let's read out Anthony Grant's stats. The general. 90 minutes played. 41 touches. 20 attempted passes. 18 of them were successful. 90% passing accuracy. Right? No key passes according to SOFA. Right? Crosses none. 2 long balls attempted, 1 was successful. 3 dribble attempts, he was successful on 1 occasion. He engaged in 14 ground duels, he was successful on 7 occasions. Aerial duels. One second, Rain. Let me finish reading it out.
I can't see.
1 second, Rain. 1 second. Aerial duels, 1 attempted, he won it. He lost possession of the football 7 times the entire 90 minutes. Fouls, he committed 4 and he was fouled on 4 occasions. 1 clearance, 3 block shots, interception 1, tackles 2, dribbled pass on 1 occasion. Rain, what you saying?
Could have removed the comments at the bottom. I can't really see the stats. That's the thing.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
can't see the
Sorry. If me didn't know that today, I said me that make you go through. So there are the stats on the screen, Rain.
Okay.
There's some sound interference somewhere.
Oh, that's
I probably a fan or something.
that's my air.
Okay. You want me to make Fabian go first? Let me make Fabian go first so you can look at the stats. Fabian, what's your grade for Grant and why?
Again, Grant was the best player for me on the pitch. So 8 for me for Grant. Jamaica looked like a completely different team with Grant in there. So that means he's very influential. So Grant gets 8 for me.
Okay, cool. Rain, what's your grade for Grant and why?
I give him a 9. He's a very intelligent player.
Yeah,
very
I agree.
Intelligent, and that's what we need. He's like he's a football master. He know what to do. Then I like the fact that the Jamaica came out in him when they fouled him. I was laughing. I was tripping about that. But he's a very intelligent player. I give him a 9.
All right, Mr. Porter, grade for the judge and why?
He's the glue that holds the midfield together. I give him an 8.5. And the only reason why I don't go a little bit more is that sometimes he tends to overwork because of people out of position. And as you said, Speedy was doing the work for him and another. He was doing the same thing. So he get caught on certain occasion. And those are the things that will give him a little, take away a little marks from him. But I give him an 8.5.
All right, cool. All right, so that's the judge. That's the judge, Anthony Grant. A very good game from him. I will give him an 8.5. All right.
He's called it, yeah, man. Aptly named. He's the judge and general and juror for a reason. Full respect.
Where you say, Mr. Porter?
They need to bring the next man in beside him.
Ravel Morrison.
Huh?
Ravel.
Kevin.
Any one of them, either Ravel or even DJ. Ravel, DJ, and Grant. That is the midfield I want to see.
You need a backup for him. You need Kevin Stewart in there.
And before, I don't want to get too deep into this, but just to throw this out there, a name I throw into the mix as well. I've watched him the last couple of games for his club in the MLS. I think Desert has been playing some decent.
Desert, yeah, he can do a job for us.
Yeah, I think.
And guess what? He has a passport.
Yes, he's a former U20. He's a former U20. He's a former U20.
You see, Mr. Richard, we Jamaica never select the strongest squad.
Yeah.
Never ever. Because when you look at on paper who is in this current setup, it's scary. It is scary. But we need to get them all together on one page, have them getting some playing time together, and let me tell you something, we can be world beaters.
All right, cool. I agree, Mr. Porter. I agree. All right, up next, Kemar Roof, 90 minutes played, right? Took 2 shots, both off target. One dribble attempt. No, lying. No, let me go over that. 90 minutes played, 2 shots off target, 2 dribble attempts. He was successful on neither. He had 1 big chance missed. I think we all know what that big chance was. He had 35 touches of the football, right? He had 15 passes attempted. 12 of them were successful at 80%. passing accuracy. He attempted 2 long balls, neither were successful. Ground duels, 13 ground duels attempted. Let me take off the thing off the screen so everybody can see it. So ground duels, he had 13 ground duels attempted, 7 were successful. Aerial duels, 3 attempted, 2 were successful. He lost possession of the ball 10 times. Fouls, he was fouled 3 times and he fouled other players on 3 occasions. Clearances 2, tackles 3, dribbled past on 1 occasion. Right. So with that being said, we will start with Rain. A grade and why?
6. And I like how he played. The only problem I had with Cameron Roof is basically in this game that he played yesterday, is like he could have controlled the ball for nothing. Well, same thing happened in Panama's game. I don't know, but like I said, I believe it's a pitch. He can't control the ball, and he take a longer time to turn like an 18-wheeler. You're supposed to be able to knock the ball 1-2. Sometimes you don't have to even turn, knock the ball 1-2, knock the ball in space. But I give him a 6.
Okay, cool. Fabian, grade and why for Roof? By the way, 70 people on the live right now, guys. Smash the like button. Free and easy way to support the channel. Fabian, grade and why?
7.5 for me. He was the second best player for me, second best outfield player. I'm not bringing Blake into this. He was the second best outfield player, despite the chance that he missed in the latter part of the game. He made the wrong decision, but he had a really, really good game. So 7.5 for Roof for me.
Okay, cool. Sir Porter, Roof, a grade and why?
Yeah, I'll give him 7.5 too. Playing out of position, and he constantly working hard.
True.
I would like to see him play in his natural position, where he doesn't have to control the ball so much and advance the ball so much, but to get service and put the ball in the back of the net. This is where I would like to see him play in his natural position, because he is sharp and clinical in front of goal. All you got to do is get some balls in there to him, and he will put them in on a 1-touch, 2-touch maximum, and he will kill teams off.
Yeah, agreed. I thought it was a travesty on the coach that he played Bobby out wide and played Roof as a number 10. That's me personally. I will give Roof a 5.5. You know what?
5.5?
No, to be fair, I'll bump it up to 6. I think he put in a lot of work. I'll bump it up to 6. I think he put in a lot of work. And I think because of his work ethic, I think his ball usage in the game was poor though. And it's not his fault. He should not have been playing there. But I'll bump it up to a 6 just because when I think about it, he did put in the hard yards in that particular game. All right. Last but not least, well, the last starter anyways, Shamar Nicholson.
God.
Quickly read out his stats. 74 minutes played. He had 1 shot blocked, 1 dribble attempt, and he was successful. And that was in 20 touches of the football. He attempted 8 passes. 7 of them were successful at 88% passing accuracy. He got involved in 4 ground duels. 1 was successful. Aerial duels, he contested 13 and won only 3. Right? Possession lost 7 times he lost the ball out of his 20 touches. Right? He fouled Canadian players on 2 occasions. He had 2 clearances. That's basically his stats. So you guys know the run of order. Rain, a grade for Boza, and why quickly?
5. He stand up 6'4", I believe. He had 13 aerial duel. You're telling me you're standing at 6'4", you only won 3?
Even with the face mask, you still go. Even with the injury to the face, you still go. And the aimless long balls, the
I'm
poor
gonna be honest with
distribution.
you. He ain't the only player ever play with a face mask that use that head ball. I've seen a lot of players play with face masks and still do good.
Okay, cool. All right, Fabian, a grade for Bozan. Why?
Was probably one of his not so good performances. So for me, Boza gets a 6.5. He was working, he was working, but again, the lack of service, But Boza was working, hustling, bustling. I will not penalize him for the aerial duels. It's very recent that he fractured his what, collarbone or jawbone.
Yeah.
I watched that
His
game.
jawbone. It's very recent. So in the mind, he's still tentative going in the air for a ball. So I'll not kill him for that. So 6.5 for me for Boza.
All right, cool. Sir Porter, a grade for Bozan. Why?
I'll give Boza 5. I think I need to see a little bit more from Boza up top. His running on and off the ball up top is not good. He runs in a straight line. And for a striker, you have to learn how to drift off people and to curve your run going forward. And you listen, sometimes you have to drop deep to receive the ball, lay it off, and move off of people. And you have to learn to put your back to goal.
All right.
Could I ask the panel? Formula, can I just quickly ask the panel about Boza? Did he do enough to warrant a place in a team against Honduras? Or do you think the likes of Andre Gray and Kemar Roof are looking to get at least half an hour game time if they're substitutes?
For me, Boza bench for me.
I agree.
He needs to sit on the bench. I need Andre Gray needs to get a chance. We are just seeing 10 minutes of Andre Gray and he looks very, very good. He needs to get a chance.
I don't know if Boza is tired, but he's not giving us enough up top. And the coach is listening. You're going into Honduras. Yes, it's a tough place. Employ the second striker. You have an Anthony Grant. You don't need to play two defensive midfielder. Employ Anthony Grant and play a 4-1-3-2, and see if you can go in there and
get a win.
And get out of there.
What did the other panelists think? And a quick one: who are the two ideal or best players to actually furnish and get crosses over for the likes of Gray, Roof, or Boza if he played?
I mean, Bailey. I think Bailey can whip them in clearly, especially when he's on the left.
You're probably talking about who is in this current team.
Or this current...
going forward, we'd look at the likes of Bailey and Demari Gray. But for this current squad, who would ideally be on left and right to just get the ball in to create those dangerous opportunities in the box?
Well, Richard,
I would play Tyreek Maggie on the left side.
Okay, because I was just about to say there are no left-footed wingers.
I would play Tyreek Maggie on the left side.
So it's a Dre Webb said Taxi. So, Taxi, Taxi isn't a winger.
You can't play Taxi if you don't have a Mari Bell at wing back.
Exactly, we don't have another left back.
So you have to, Taxi have to be in there at wing back. So Tyreek Maggie is the obvious choice. Give him that width of the field. Let he create chances and cut inside and square those balls. And with his precision, he will put balls in there. And when you put Tyreek outside, Tyreek can isolate players outside and get by them and come inside because he's that tricky. He's that skillful.
So, Mr. Porter, who on the right then? So Maggie on the
Bobby,
left, who on the right.
Bobby is the best. Bobby is the best. No,
I
nobody
would
else.
put Bobby Reid on the right.
Because Low is not. I don't know if Low is playing to instructions or what. But
Low is a center forward, bro.
he does play out wide as well for club,
Low,
but he's
I
mostly
don't
as an
think he will be
inverted
playing.
wing forward.
I don't
He's
think he will be
unavailable
playing.
for the game against Honduras, though, I
Yes,
believe.
yes,
don't
that's
think-
true. That's true.
There's a
That's
blunder.
true.
I don't think he'll be
Yes,
playing.
yes, yes. Mr. Porter, why the
Pretty
JFF
low.
always blundering with players and them can't get into the team, man? What is wrong with them?
Famila, all due respect, you probably have to ask them that.
Yeah.
But Mr. Porter, look how Mr. Wynn do the interview and say in the interview it was a blunder on their part. Why? Mikel and Tony. There are so many blunders
at
that are
least
costing our best
it-
players not to be available.
At least
Famila.
he's man enough. At least he's man
Famila.
enough to, you know.
It wasn't a blunder. Running an organization, you don't make mistakes like that. It's not.
Uh-oh.
It's not. I have a different theory.
But Fabian,
I have a
why the man them
different
would
theory.
admit? Why the man them would admit to the blunder, Fabian?
This is my theory. There's a rift in the team, and there's a saying that we don't need the English-based players. So they were hoping that the boys would do the job against the USA, and it would prove their point that we don't need Antonio and company. But then that plan went through the window. So you have to backtrack and say, hey, yes, we wanted Antonio, but it was a miscommunication. Miscommunication is just a big word for say somebody tell one line. You're telling me it's the complete opposite, you know. Somebody asked you point blank, can I bring my physio at my expense? It is not the first time this is happening. Bobby Reid had his physio for the entire World Cup. So anybody within the JFF should have known that and would have known that. So it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know how is it that they say, oh, it was a blunder that they tell him no.
Fabian, on the flip side, you know, Fabian, while I do understand the argument, on the flip side, the JFF blunders in a man. And a joke thing when the JFF decide for blunder in a man. And a play blunder in a man.
That too obvious for me believes he a blunder that. That too obvious for me. My 3-year-old son could have tell Antonio say yes.
Fabian, JFF na ram for blunder that me a try for show you. JFF where deal with me not put nothing past them. Nothing past them me not put, honestly. And it's a fair point to raise on it, and it's a good, you know, perspective. But me no know, sir, that JFF administration, yeah, man, them not play. So me not put it past them, to be honest. Right? Mikel Antonio is one of the best strikers on farm right now in world football. Why them no would have want a brother like that in the side?
No.
The same reason why the coach says not a one-man team and question the commitment of the English-born players.
Okay, fair point.
Remember what the coach said, you know. You're working off what the coach said about. He started talking about commitment when he was asked about the English-based players. He also said about Antonio that he's not building a one-man team. So the coach basically is the divisive unit in the team.
All right.
So he's driving a wedge there. So again, based on those remarks, I mean, JFF blunder big time, which I still don't think it's a blunder. Nobody can tell me that it's a mistake. It was orchestrated. It was a plan.
And it backfired.
Nobody can tell me otherwise. And it backfired and they realized that, hey, these players just aren't good enough and we need Antonio and company. So they're running around doing some polishing up now and some little fixing up. And hope that we can get we can go through this round with basically 4 points or whatever. So that when Antonio and company come back, we can play. If the coach decides to play them, because Tappa is going nowhere.
All right. We could get to Speed. All right. Speed is the last player I'm going to read out the stats for. The other 3 substitutes. The other substitutes, you guys just gonna give me the grade and why. I'm not gonna read out the stats for the other subs because the other subs never really was on the pitch that long anyways. Okay,
Mind the man them fling back laugh at you know, Fabian, to make that statement, you know.
No, a serious thing. Like, no, but Mr. Pirate, look on it now, Mr. Porter. You are playing a game against USA and you need a goal and you look on your bench and you see Javon East and Andre Gray. You go put on Javon East over Andre Gray.
Well, let me ask you a question. How you guys know that the coach not doing this because he wants the JFF to fire him instead of he quit him?
We're going down the rabbit hole in conspiracy. Jesus,
man. Coach, you know, if you fire a coach, you have to pay him a severance. You know?
Yeah, hey, Mr. Porter.
Mr. Porter, I had that same conversation yesterday, Mr. Porter. That Tappa is no idiot and is not going to walk away from the job. You know, you have to fire him and pay him up.
Mr. Porter, Mr. Porter, you're not easy about something.
So you're saying he'd rather having us not go into the World Cup just because he want them to fire him so he can get the money. That's it.
No,
I wouldn't walk away from the job if I was Tappa. I wouldn't walk away.
He's saying that he wants to go, but him not want to resign because him not gonna get the severance package.
Which
I would not resign if I was Tappa.
Him probably want to resign, you know, but he not gonna do it because he want the
That let me know that the JFF really is not even interested in Jamaica football because regardless of you gotta pay him up. If you are all about what the fans and the country are all about, it should have been no problem for you to get rid of the coach, pay him up, and find somebody who can do the job. Right now, USA lost one game, and I saw it in an article today. And they're already talking about
they want Beralt ahead.
80% of the people say he need to be fired. They lost one game now. One game. Jamaica lost 4.
No, we lost 3.
Well, basically, it's 4. Be real with you.
You know what they need for the fire Beralta? And fire Beralta. Jamaica needs to hire Beralta. You know why?
Why?
They make the team. They have the secret to beat them.
Yeah.
So hire him because he have bad blood with them now.
Yeah.
I don't believe he will turn on the US.
That's true. He seemed to be a patriotic American.
One thing with American, they don't turn on their own. I don't care what.
All right. Make a run through speedy stats quick and fast. 52 minutes played, 33 touches, 26 attempted passes. 18 of them were successful at 69% passing accuracy. This is probably the worst passing accuracy I remember seeing from Speedy in quite a while. He had 2 key passes, 1 long ball, it was successful. 1 shot blocked, 1 attempted ground duel, it was successful. 3 attempted aerial duels, 2 of them were successful. He lost possession 8 times in the 52 minutes. 2 clearances, 1 interception, 1 tackle. All right, Reid, quick and fast.
Okay, I give him a 7.5. And my next thing is, why wasn't Speedy start? Why didn't he start over Flemings?
Flemings, no, but Speedy would be, Flemings is a winger. Speedy, you know, would be playing for us right now as a deeper line midfielder.
Flemings ain't trying to play like he a winger. Flemings is trying to take on the old field like he's an attacking mid.
All right, Fabian, agreed on why?
7.
For Speedy, 7?
Yeah.
That's high. That's well high.
Yeah. He was doing what needed to be done. So anywhere between 6.5 and 7 for Speedy. He wasn't horrible. And then he didn't start the game so he can build in it. He basically, it was a forced change. So he just came off the bench, which he should have started. but the coach prefer to start a 38-year-old unfit player. But for me, 6.5.
All right. Mr. Porter, grade and why? Quick for
I'll give
Speedy.
Speedy. I'll give him a 6. I mean, he wasn't on the field that long, so I'll give him a 6. And what he did when he came on was good enough for me.
All right, cool. I would have given Boza a 5, and I would give Speedy. I'd give him a 6 as well. Quickly, just the last remaining substitutes. The thing jump off. I hate when this happens. All right, just the last remaining substitutes. For starters, Andre Gray. Fabian, what's your grade for Andre Gray and why?
5 for all the substitutes. They came and they needed more time. I don't know why the coach sat on the substitutions. They should have come on in the 60, 65 minute thereabout. Give them at least 25, 30 minutes to play. The substitutions they took too long to happen. So for me, just 5. What can you do in like 10, 12 minutes?
Agree. All right. Sir Porter. Jamal Lowe, Javon East, and Andre Gray. What's your grades for them respectively?
Gray, I would give him a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Not long enough on the field. I mean, East shouldn't have entered the field. Not gonna give a grade there. Low.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the 5 as well. Not long enough. But
all right.
It is what it is.
All right.
Let me ask you a question. This footballer here.
Turn the phone.
You think he would do a better job than Fleming?
Who is that?
Oh, that.
A Turkman that, yeah?
Oh,
you look like Owen Garden. He look like Owen Garden, son.
Owen Garden?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, look like Owen Garden.
Mm-hmm. If you do a better job than Flemmer?
Yeah.
I believe so.
The argument could be made.
There's no argument.
One thing I know about Turkleman, I know him personally. Turkleman is a worker. Turkleman, yes. He will run for 90 minutes. He will work non-stop and he will work for the team. 99 and he will score. He will score.
Specialist.
Quality?
Yes, man.
He's really. He used to play. He used to be in the program, you know. He used to be in the program.
Yeah, he has played in Gold Cups for us in the past. Decent player.
Yeah, he was in the 2000. What was it? 17 World Cup.
17. Wasn't he at the 19 one as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's a former Mobile United player as well. Broke out through the I think Mobile United them did all win the Premier League them time there with the likes of Owen Garden.
There's a lot of players that name not even factoring right now that I think could have been in the squad.
It's a crazy abundance of talent. Jamaica.
Yeah, you have a young kid called Nicky Daly. You know, I mean. Lots of young players.
As you've just used your phone. Oh yeah.
One second, Richard. Because we want to get this out of the way, right? Sorry to cut you, but just my grades for the 3 subs, I'll give all of them a 5, and also we have to grade the head coach as well. Mr. Porter, what's your grade for Theodore Tappa Whitmore in this game?
No, I am not gonna get there.
All right, cool. All right, yeah. I should never have asked. My apologies, Mr. Porter.
You made that one.
Yeah, man. My apologies. It never clicked in my brain. I should never have asked. Fabian, what's your grade for Mr.
Porter? I decline. I cannot give him a grade either.
Oh, I know why you're not giving your grade as well too. And my apologies. It should have clicked in my brain and I should have never asked. I will feel free to give Mr. Theodore Makeshift Whitmore a grade, right? I will give Theodore Makeshift Whitmore a 3.5. From selection to the bag of makeshifts all over the place. Took too long to make substitutions. Got the tactics wrong in the last half an hour of the game. The sub that he should have made, he did not make. I thought in the last 30, Canada was pressing us, high pressing us. It should have been the other way around. We should have been high pressing them. Tyreek McGee should have been brought onto the pitch as well. So guys, that's about it. I think we have covered it all. We have been on for, guys, I can't believe this. We have been on for 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours.
Fly. The time flies. The time flies.
I can't ask my question. I'll save it for another time then.
Yeah, man. Cool. Yeah, man. All right. Cool. Richard always come on. So just save that question for another time. Because the stream has been going very long.
Respect.
Very long. Yeah,
Quality. Hit the like button if you've not done it already.
Yeah, man, guys. Yeah, man. Like up the stream on our way out. So, guys, that's our 2 cents. Thanks to all the panelists that jumped on right throughout the entirety of the stream. Thanks to all the viewers as always. You guys stuck with us for a very long time, right? And thanks to all the commenters as well. We really appreciate the contributions from all. Sorry if we don't get to show all of the comments on the screen. It's a lot to manage. So, but we do our best to try and involve everybody as much as possible. So, guys, take care. Stay safe. Look out for the preview videos for the Honduras game as well. So, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and that's it. Take care. Stay safe.
Full